Guin Saga. Volume 7. Holy Twins Homeland. Thou shalt not see. Thou hast seen the light of yarn. The light is above your head and it burns me. The eternal and the distant guide me. I would like thee to go to the fountain. Oh, thou art the light. You are the son of a bright light and a good helmet. From Orpheus, Psalm 11. Chapter 1. Far, far away in the steppe country. Argos. An army of horsemen in silver armor was advancing through the meadow as far as the eye could see. Behind me, the white towns of Mahar are already fading into the distance, and the red streets stretching out like ribbons, a single line in the windswept grass. The whole army. The air on the prairie shook with the sound of a command, and all the reins were quickly pulled back. Stop. It's as if you're being pulled by a magical thread, and all movement stops. Oh. At the head of the army, a tall knight wavered and turned his head. So, this is it, then. Lord Beck. The one who spoke to him was dressed in black, with long black hair flowing down his back from beneath a black turban, and his dark face was marked with scars, making him a strikingly strong man. This is the Argos border. This is the land of the ghoul, the people of the steppe, and you must go with care. Thank you, Scar, for everything you've done. Lord Beck took the hand of the black-robed dauphin of Argos and hung his head upon it. To Queen Emma, and of course to His Majesty the King, I implore you. I know. Go quickly. Paro is step after step, mountains and borders beyond. Because of his bravery, and his somehow fierce and wildly ominous impression, Scar, who had at some time been known as the Black Prince of Argos, Bratsk Prince, nodded carelessly and pointed with his whip to the far side of the meadow. The reinforcements I asked for, how many minutes? No word for the prairie people. You may go in peace. I'll gather the ghoul chiefs and lead the best of my people on horseback to Paro. Black turban, black coat, leather trousers, black eyes, beard, everything was as black as night, except for his white teeth, and Scar smiled wolfishly, showing his white teeth. Lord Beck. Next time I see you, you'll be crystal. Scar witch. The Paro warrior stared at Scar's smile, as if struck in the chest. If I could, I'd keep in close contact with Lord Naris and we'd have another crack at the crystal. The horse lords of the scrawl would tear the countrymen of Mongol to pieces. Scar waved his whip and gave the signal. And out of that silver band of 10,000 or so, like a suckling egg, a small group of black men will break forth. All of them rode on black horses, and wore turbans and cloaks, and were somehow filled with a cheerful, brave, simple life, which the people of Paro never had. Clearly, they were a people of the steppe, and a people of horsemen. They handled the horse as if it were a part of their own body, and there seemed to be no man on the horse and no horse under the saddle, and their sunburned faces smelled of grass and sunshine and freedom. So, Scar. Oh, let's go. May the protection of Moss, god of the steppe, be upon you. Scar cracked his whip. Do not be alarmed. Should the twins be heard of, I am sure Argos will take immediate steps to protect them. They are my sister-in-law's nieces and nephews, and therefore my nieces and nephews as well. I can't be indebted. That's all Lord Beck could say. So, Janus be with you. See you at the crystal, Lord Beck. Scar accepted. Without saying goodbye, he returns the horse with a crack of his whip and stands at the head of the group of horsemen. He was like a black wind blowing across the steppe, unwilling to be reminded. Behind them, the Paro marching army led by Lord Beck began to march solemnly again. Without looking back, Scar and his band of more than 300 black-clad troops were on their way back to Machar. Your husband. What the hell, Tarwong? Lord Beck, are you going to fight Mongol with such a small group, master? Oh, yeah. But the Mongol soldiers must number in the tens of thousands. Yes. Including the reinforcements from Taurus, it's no less than 100,000. Mr. Beck will not win. That's not enough, of course. Riding his beloved black horse, Han Yi, Scar nodded to his favorite boy, the Wong, who was arranging his cushions. So we talk to the nations we pass along the way and ask them to send men for Paro. Once we are in Paro, we can gather more men. If Kauros and Talaus join us, and if some of the free settlers' villages join us, we can raise an army of 50,000 to 60,000 men. Are you going to war, sir? Oh, it's a big mess. But what is it, Tarwong? What if Kauros and Talaus don't join us? What if they decide to go with Mongol? That's up to Beck. Scar said curtly. Kauros, Talaus, and the free settlers have no connection or debt to Paro, or even to the three Goryeo nations. How to move them and make Paro's army to face Mongol's army? If they are not good enough, they will capture Lord Beck, the royal family of Paro, who is now the only one, along with Aldo Naris, whose survival is known clearly, and send him to Mongol. And they might think that it would be a good idea to ingratiate themselves to Mongol. Now, Paro is practically destroyed and the two princes and princesses are missing. On the other hand, the three Goryeo nations are on the verge of sunrise. Even my Argos, if not for the bond of kinship, would have thought twice about hiding Lord Beck and giving him strength. Is that so, my lord? That's it, Tarwan. All right, everybody, stop. The squad has been stopped. To it. I have business to attend to. All of you go back to the palace. Tell your brother I have business and I'll be back later. Only Tarwong can come. Yes, sir. The warriors of the cavalry have grown accustomed to the selfishness of the sovereign. Just as no man can stop the wind from blowing, they know that it is only Scar alone who decides the every move of the Black Prince of Argos. Without asking a single question back, he stopped and watched as the two horsemen, a priest and a samurai boy, turned northward from the front of the Mahar. Are you at the Guru's again, master? Yes, Tarwong. All right, follow me as far as you can. As soon as he said that, Scar whipped his horse with a snap. Immediately the swift horse sprang into action, whirling in the wind. His hoofs strode gently over the grass, and his mane and tail whirled fiercely in the strong wind that blew. Like a spirit of the wind, Han Yi and Scar flew through the air. Wait a minute, sir. In a panic, Ta Wong whips his little horse. But he was no match for the most famous horse in Argos and the best rider in Argos, and he was quickly pulled off. Master! Master! Gasping for breath, Tar Hyung urged his sweaty horse forward. It would have taken an ordinary rider half a day to get there, but he was relieved to find Han Yi standing there, breathing unhurriedly. There is no rider. Your husband. Catching up with him, Tarwong jumped off his horse in a panic. Han Yi, unhurt and without a bridle, thrust his long neck into the grass at his feet and chewed on a white flower petal. My lord! It was with some dismay that Tan Wan scanned the green meadow as far as the eye could see, seeing no Scar anywhere. Fuck, here. I heard a voice under my feet. Taiji was lying on his back in the grass. Sir, sir. Are you all right? Fuck you. Scar woke up and took a deep breath. Oh, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day with a nice breeze. He looked up at the blue sky and said, I feel comfortable, and put a blade of grass in his mouth. I felt so good that I fell asleep. As I lay here on the grassland, the blessings of the gods of heaven, earth and grassland, moss, soaked into my 5 bodies, and the petty territorial disputes of humans became irrelevant. I was afraid your husband had fallen ill. It's a trifle. Scar snubbed him. He was about to say something that would make fun of Tawan, but changed his mind and stretched out his hand and gently tapped Han Yi on the neck as he was eating grass. I like the wind. Not to Han Yi, not to Tawan. The stronger the wind in the meadow, the better the day seems to me. I'll go for a ride later when I have time. If I could, I'd ride as far as the border of Kauros. Will you take me with you on that ride, my prince? Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out from behind the shade of a small shrub. Scar was not the least bit surprised. Rather, he knew from the start that the man was there. Oh, sure, Lihua, he said. Come on out. Hold on a second. This Vasha bush is stuck in the A little later, a girl appeared from behind a bush with a swift step. She was a beautiful young woman, tall and slender, with a face of the Eastern type, with upturned eyes and black hair held in a bun on both sides. She was dark and her lips were red. Her supple and agile body language reminded me of a cat. On her slender body she wore the finely embroidered vest, blouse and fringed skirt characteristic of the Gur, leather riding boots, and a half-moon curved Gur dagger hanging from her waist. She was a very striking girl, the daughter of the still wild horseman of the steppes, but at the same time she had something even more extraordinary and intense, a strong personality that attracted the eye at first sight. She looked like a sallow lioness, but she was very feminine, and she was also carefree and simple. She had a strange resemblance to Scar himself, who stood in front of her with his hands on his hips, gazing at her with a look of open admiration. It was certainly something that could never have been found in Paro of the Stone and Crystal or in the women of the Three Gorges. "Nice to finally meet you, Lihua." Scar smiled and said, "Give me your hand." She did a strange thing. She took his hand, lifted it and placed it gently on her forehead. This was the gesture of respect of the gurus. "I've missed you so much, Your Highness," Li Hua said cheerfully. "Me, too." "A horse?" "Yeah." "Your dad's place?" "Yes." "Wait." "Run. Run." When Li Fa called out and put 2 fingers of his left hand to his lips to make a high-pitched sound, a bareback horse with chestnut hair came running from across the meadow. Li Fa grabbed the horse by the mane and jumped on, and at the same time Scar jumped on Han Yi. "It's windy today." "It's a beautiful day." And Scar said, "The wind is blowing north, we'll probably start moving to the Kauros border tomorrow." "I see. That's all we can say to each other in the wind that scatters our horses and blows our hair." At last Li Fa, with the dignity and dexterity only possible to a nomad who has spent his whole life in the saddle, led Scar and Tarwong straight through the green, windswept meadows, except here and there for low bushes, hills, trails and springs. After 5 or 6 moors, they began to see some smoke rising from the grass, and then they saw a triangular tent of brown leather, looking like a mushroom growing out of the ground. At the apex of these tents, triangular flags of various sizes were flying. As the 3 horsemen drew nearer, they saw hundreds of horses grazing in the open around the tent, and beyond them women dressed in leather squatting and doing various things. Some of them were tanning leather, others were cutting and sewing flesh and skins together, and others were shaking a huge leather bag with sticks at its 4 corners with their hands. Each time they did this, the skin bag seemed to have some kind of liquid in it and made a plopping sound. "Blessings of Moss, Your Highness." "Taishir Sama." "Prince Scar." When they saw Scar, they greeted him with a wave of the hand. This would not have been in accordance with the etiquette of the Crystal Court at Paro, for example, but none of the Scar or the horsemen seemed to mind. "Give him some water." Scar jumped out of Han Yi and said in a loud voice, accompanied by Li Fa, who also got out of the horse, and the Wang, who also got out of the horse, and went through the people without trying to connect the horse. "Prince, please drink. It's horse milk, freshly squeezed this morning." I'll take that." Scar drank from the horned cup filled with milk, which was offered to him, and went into the tent which Li Fa had opened for him. It was the largest tent, with the largest number of banners and streamers. "This is, Your Highness." It was dimly lit inside the tent. There was a peculiar smell of burning tallow in a dish. As my eyes adjusted, I saw some men sitting with their left ankles resting on their right knees, as if they were gurus, on top of many furs. They were all wearing embroidered body clothes, white shirts, loose-skirted kunts, and riding deerskin shoes that were tightened at the ankles. "What do you think, Guru Singh?" Scar strode in and sat down on one of the furs as well. Li Fa naturally sat behind him on his left and put her hand on his arm. "What about the messenger?" "3 are back. 5 more to go." "I see. Now, Lord Beck has left for Paro with 10,000 men. Goodbye." Old Guru Singh, the father of Liwa and the chief of the horsemen who had spent his whole life drifting on the steppes, wrinkled his white beard, which hung down to the top of his coat. "Someone, bring the prince a bottle of horse milk," Guru Singh commanded. There was something about him that made me think that he, too, must have been a brave man with a wild and spirited breath, very much like Scar, Lifa, and the other steppe people. His face could have been that of a Khitai. The Ghoul people originally came from Khitai territory in the east. "So, what do you say?" Scar grabbed Liwa's hand, which was clinging to him tightly, and asked again, fumbling with it carelessly. "What about the messenger to Chironia? He's not back yet." "Most likely in the next few days. Chironia is a long way from here." "Where and to where did the messenger return?" "To Kumu, Eulania, and Truz. Kauros, Paro, Valatia, Chironia, and the villages of the free settlers along the road." "How's that?" "Kumu is aware. Eulania, the terms. And Trusht, without question." "I see." Scar cocked his chin. A young woman came in and filled the cups of Scar and the Singhs with horse milk. "So you are certain that Kumu told you that he would not help Mongol even if the Argos-Paro alliance were to come against him?" "I checked on Scar. I will not give my forces to the allied forces. But I will not give my troops to Mongol, who defied the agreement of the three great lords and deserted." "Who did you meet?" "To Prince Tal San, right-hand man of the Grand Duke of Talio, at Rouen, the capital of Kum." "You're the second son of the three Kumu princes." Scar nodded and drank the horse milk with a thirsty sip. "So, first of all, I think it's safe to say that Kumu will no longer be antagonized by working with Mongol." "And Eulania?" "Eulania is somewhat hesitant," Guru Singh said. "Rather, he seems to be undecided as to which would be more beneficial to Urania, to join forces with Mongol to defeat Paro and Argos, though he hates Mongol's escape, or to join forces with us to put Mongol under siege. Argos, however, may be wondering how much more Paro can do now that he has lost his master and become a headless lizard. Well, I'm sure he'll change his mind once he hears of Kumu's secret pact, and the terms." "What are the terms?" "In exchange for your men in Argos, you will cede the north side of Paro. Or, when you have finished with Mongol, you may take control of it." "What? Then we have nothing to talk about." Scar thumped his knee with the empty cup. "You greedy bastard of Urania, who gave you such terms?" "By the deputy of General Olin." The Bluebeard of Urania." Scar's mouth quirked up. "Then we'll deal with Eulania later." "I take it Troost has agreed to that." "Yes." The House of Talaus, though a small kingdom, is related to Argos, and if Argos were to stand, they would be raising an army by now in preparation for the arrival of Lord Beck. After all, the people of the grasslands are more trustworthy than those of the West, Scar said. "But Truz is a small country, though it has a brave and decent people. Even if we gathered them, they would not number 50,000. It will be reduced to 20,000 when Kauros refuses and the tensions on the border continue. That's still not enough for all of Mongol. Moreover, this is the word of a man who went to Kolos to inquire for Yoko. He said that in Kolos he met a Westerner who wore street clothes but whose manner was strangely military. Perhaps Mongol has sent a messenger to reach out to Kauros. It is, yes. It is known that our Argos is now the only country that is openly allied with Paro. Mongol knows that Argos will work around him to contain him, and that he cannot rely on the other two of the three Gaulish powers as allies. If that is the case, then Mongol will take firm control of Chironia to defend the north, and let Kauros and Truz fight against my Argos. I'm concerned that Chironia's errand has been delayed." I guess it's up to Chironia, huh? That seemed to be the end of Guru Singh's information for the day. The horsemen have great mobility, but they are also capable of amazing feats of speed. Therefore, the Skrulls, by using them as spies, messengers, and footmen, know better than anyone else the situation of the Middle Plains, even though they are here on the steppes. Guru Singh. Again Scar asked the chief of the horsemen. "Kauros is considered to be on the side of Mongol, and Urania is considered to be on our side. But as for the transfer of the northern Paro, I'll have to check with Lord Crystal, not myself, before I can give you my answer. So, even if Wallachian is for Mongol, Kumu is neutral, and Yulania, Argos, Troost, and the Paro remnants are evenly matched. I'm still waiting for Chironia's departure. I am troubled by the fact that Achilles the Great of Chironia has long been unhappy with the union of Paro and Argos. Singh said. It is said that Achilles the Great is willing to marry the Princess Sylvia to Prince Mayor of Mongol. That's not good. Either that, or there was a secret agreement that allowed Mongol to push Paro from the borders of Chironia, in which case we'd have a great power like Chironia to contend with. Scar takes one to the chin. How old will the Princess Sylvia be? Still in Jusso. Lord Mire is still that good. Scar snickered. Therefore, King Aldros of Paro should have quickly chosen a prince to be the son-in-law of Chironia. Prince Remus, the Pearl, would have been old enough, and the Crystal Prince would have been old enough, and Achilles the Great would not have objected. But the Paro royal family had a ridiculous family precept that the blue blood of the Holy Family should not be mixed too much, and that's why they were isolated in the Middle Plains. For the royal family of Paro is of the family of the priests of Janus. The old chief says soothingly. It is said that when other blood enters the family, the psychic powers that have been passed down through the family are tempered. Psychic powers. In today's civilized world, how can a kingdom be maintained with only magic, ghosts, and divination? Scar, a skeptical prairie folk, sniffed. So, look. Mongol, who doesn't give a damn about such nonsense, easily took the capital. My sister-in-law, Queen Emma, is always tinkering with divining rods and boards and crowing about communion and seance, but I don't need swords and bows and arrows if I can destroy my enemies with magic. Guru Singh only bowed his head in an Eastern manner and said nothing. He slowly retraced his steps and then said, as if suddenly remembering, "Yes, sir. There was a messenger back this morning. Not the one the Crown Prince said he was going to, but the one we sent to Paro to see how he was doing." "How's Paro?" "It is." Singh clapped his hands. Suddenly, like a black shadow, a Gur youth appeared under the tent and put his hand in front of Scar. "Please speak directly to him, Your Highness." "It's Wang Fei, Your Highness." "All right, Wang Fei, report in." "Yes, sir," Wang Fei said. The people fell silent and listened to the report. The sound of the wind blowing over the grass and the fluttering of the flags in the tents rang softly in the ears of those who had been accustomed to it since birth and were no longer conscious of it. "First, I came to Marga, a city in the southwest corner of Paro. Wang Fei has spoken. This is a very beautiful city on the shore of the lake, but the Mongol army has not penetrated this far, so many nobles have taken refuge here with their families and household goods. However, when I came there, the town of Marga was not quiet and I saw many groups of people going back to Crystal, Salem, Danam and other places closer to the capital. When I asked them what was the matter, they told me that a proclamation had been issued in the name of General Tyran, the commander of the occupying forces of Mongol, urging them to return to the capital without anxiety because Mongol would not persecute the nobles of Paro or deprive them of their rank. The fact is that, according to those who came down from Crystal, although there are still soldiers of Mongol roaming around the city and an uneasy atmosphere prevails, nothing is happening on the surface and people have begun to open their shops, but none of the women are going out and the shops are full of goods of little value, that is to say. So I went from Marga to Crystal along the Red Road. I knew that it would be dangerous to enter the city directly, so I sought out an acquaintance in the town of Elaine, near the city. This acquaintance was a silk merchant with a Katayan concubine, and because of this he was very kind to me. But his shop is crowded. Because his shop is a large shop, he has received orders from Mongol's army to bring the best silk to the Crystal Palace as soon as possible, no matter what the cost. So I asked an acquaintance of mine to let me work as his shopkeeper and joined the group, and we successfully entered the Crystal City. The Crystal was full of Mongol soldiers. The people of Paro looked at the Mongols with a hatred that seemed to pierce the heart of the people of Paro. The people of Paro, however, would not be disobeyed. In the midst of such a dangerous atmosphere, many, many hundreds of cars, just like ours, would gather at the Crystal Palace, carrying silks, sculptures, perfumes, delicacies, and all sorts of luxury goods. I made friends with some of these merchants and asked them about it. What is this whim? Are you trying to get a piece of Paro's finest to Taurus? What? The other party, a perfume merchant, replied bitterly. So, you didn't know yet? There's going to be the biggest feast ever held at the Crystal Palace. Anyway, everything is going to be the biggest and most extravagant banquet I've ever seen, and the reason for that is this, you guys, is definitely an inside testimony. Of course. Tell me, I replied. As for what this feast is for, it's for the wedding of our pride, our hope, our true lord, the Duke of Crystal, and the female general, Amneris of Mongol, who trampled Paro and pinned the head of the holy king Aldros to the pillar of the court. Isn't it pathetic? Wedding, I yelped. But then, Lord Naris, did you know that? That he would marry a member of his own family to a member of his own family. Come on, that's it. He made the sign of Janus with a haunting look on his face. The poor duke has fallen into the hands of Mongols and is locked up in a stone dungeon in the tower where he is tormented day and night to agree to marry the Duchess of Mongols. But of course I don't think a man of the duke's stature would agree to such a thing. It's only right for him to marry Princess Linda and become Prince Remus regent. Janus would never let you drag a man by force to the wedding altar no matter what those bastards in Mongol did. Oh, I'm so sorry, Duke. I'm sure the fox of Mongol is too ugly to even look at. Even the Paro royal family is full of beautiful men and women, and he's the most beautiful man of all time, and all the women of Paro long for him. I'm sure you're not the only one. I asked. My cousin's sister is the guardian of the tower in Landsbert. Besides, the occupying forces, who had been so insistent on offering a reward of 1 million runs to anyone who tipped off the Duke to the crystal's whereabouts, withdrew the order yesterday. If, by any chance, the Duke had been caught by someone's tip-off and it had been discovered who the informer was, he would have been hauled back by the people of Paro and his remains would have floated over the Lansvale River, I swear. When is the wedding? I've been checking carefully. Well, of course, I don't want it to happen forever, but, well, it's clear that this feast is for the purpose of introducing the bridegroom to his bride. The court officials were urging us to hurry up, so the princess would be coming to Crystal in a few days. If she does, it won't be long before she'll be here for another month. They don't want the best son-in-law in the 3 kingdoms, they just want a groom who has the blood of the Paro royal family, that's all. The other shook his head. Pity he had been so distracted by the news of the wedding. After some more casual conversation, I left and confirmed the accuracy of this information with some other acquaintances. One of them assured me that he had just recently returned from Juneau, a town on the road near the border of Mongol and Paro, and that he had met a large group of mainly white knights who were solemnly passing through Juneau. The army was advancing toward the crystal at a leisurely speed, not exactly a march or a marching army, and the army was flanked by a number of large wagons and chariots loaded with wardrobes, and there were an inordinate number of beautiful maidservants and maidservants, which I thought was not typical of an army. In the middle of the troop, protected by a white knight, a young woman with shining golden hair, white cloak and armor was riding a white horse. I was certain that Amneris, Princess of Mongol, would be coming to Crystal to be wed to Lord Crystal, and from what he had told me, it would take 5 or 6 days to get from Juneau to Crystal at that pace. I thanked a silk merchant I knew and escaped from the Crystal under cover of night as soon as I could, and the rest of the journey, which would have taken a large man more than 20 days even with a horse, was completed in less than half that time by night and by horse. Wang Fei has a long report. For a while, no one spoke, and everyone seemed to be examining the information they had just obtained. But then, it was the Black Prince of Argos who spoke first. Lord Naris is in the hands of Mongol. I knew it. He shrugged. When you know that your enemy needs you and will not kill you, even the bravest warrior feels a little safe and vulnerable. Even a man like Lord Crystal may have let his guard down. Guru Singh says slowly. Maybe. But although Naris is a brilliant boy, I can't help but think he had other plans and was taken in for good, or am I reading too much into it? Scar raised his hand and rubbed his sunburned face. But it does make things a bit more difficult. Mongol, of course, will be rushing like mad. If Lady Amneris marries Lord Nerys and Prince Mirhol marries Princess Sylvia of Salonia, Mongol will have a good reason against Paro, and he can count on Salonia's backing, and he can attack Argos and Truz without fear of being caught in the back. But what do you think, Guru Singh? What does Mongol want? Argos is stuck here, as far as Kauros is concerned, Guru Singh said. The home of Mongol is 500,000 motards from here. Mongol doesn't fear Argos very much. Therefore, Mongol's aim. I don't have to tell you. The three great duchies of Gora. Well, I've long known that all three of these great duchies would eventually grow tired of being allied and try to take control of the three kingdoms of Gora, but I knew that Mongol would be the first. It is Kumu and Yulania that I truly want to make enemies with. But if Kumu and Yulania join hands and it becomes 2 against 1, and then the army of the Holy King of Paro enters the battle at the request of Kumu, who is not necessarily on good terms with Paro, then even if Chironia goes along with Mongol, Mongol will be surrounded by Kumu, Yulania and Paro. Scar threw out the horn cup. So suddenly, Kumu, Yulania, you put it off and hit Paro. Because Paro is important, Paro is the dividing line between Chironia and Mongol. If Paro falls into his hands, and a line is formed between Mongol, Paro, and Chironia, it will be Kumu and Yulania who will be contained. The raid was a success. Sort of. Scar slapped his knee. If we were to crush Chironia and force her to join the forces of the Argos-Paro coalition, Mongol would quickly disappear from the face of the earth. I'm not sure that's a good idea. There's a certain old animosity towards Paro in Chironia. Oh. There's been a lot of petty wrangling over borders. But that was hundreds of years ago. Knowing that if the two great nations of the Middle Plains, Chironia and Paro, were to fight each other on a national scale, the war would last for hundreds of years and both nations would be severely beaten, peace was made between the philosopher Emperor Lucanus of Chironia and Aldorus I of Paro. Since then, until the reign of Achilles the Great, Chironia has maintained a cool and friendly silence towards Paro. Scar said thoughtfully. But now the silence of Chironia is at an end. It's just a question of which way we stand. What do you say, Guru Singh? It's not that Chironia has any particular reason to be attracted to Mongol. It's just that Mongol's ambition has served to awaken that great power. What do you think, if there is no prince left to marry the princess to, will Chironia still be loyal to Mongol? So you'll take Prince Mirhale? No, this means, for example, that you could do that. The Black Prince smiled through his teeth like a wolf. But we must not let Chironia stand in our way, no matter what. All right, we don't care if he doesn't take our side, but we must not let him take Mongol's side. It's clear to me that's the key to this war. Right, Guru Singh. I see, sir. The chief mumbled to himself. At any rate, Mongol hopes that by these 2 weddings he will be able to take the throne of Paro and win over Chironia. It will be some time before he can truly take up the sword. For now, Guru Singh looked at Sukhar in the dimness of the tent. His binoculars gave off a white, fuzzy light. The alternative would be to cut off Mongol's plans with our own hands. Hey, Sin. Scar's voice goes low. What are you trying to say? Without Prince Mayer, Chironia will not stand. And if it were not for Lady Amneris' son-in-law, Shin, the Kuradashi said in a low but whip-like voice. Shin continues without regard. Lord Beck is the most unlikely heir to the throne. If Lord Beck is to be, then the prince is the brother-in-law of King Aldros' sister, and thus also King Aldros' brother-in-law. Even more so than Lord Beck. Hey, Sin. Don't do that. Why is that, sir? Singh said flatly. The people of Paro would still rather be ruled by their sister nation Argos than their enemy Mongol. Hey, hey, hey. But the third heir to the throne, Lord Crystal, is still alive, and the first and second heirs to the throne, the twin pearls, are not necessarily dead just because they are listed as missing. The first. Without Lord Crystal, Mongol's schemes will have no effect. You're willing to cut off your allies in order to hurt your enemies, and that's a terrible thing to say. Scar burst out laughing. Well, good, because I know the ghoul people of the steppe. There is nothing sacred about them except their code. We are not bound by morality or common sense. That's why people look down on the ghouls and call them a disgusting people, but I know you're not like that, so I don't listen to the accusations of my brother and below and stay close to you. Guru Singh put his hand to his chest and bowed graciously. There was a hint of irony in his gesture, but it was not directed at Scar. We only listen to what the Crown Prince has to say, Singh said. The others' heads snapped up at once. We are the servants of the Crown Prince. But not that one. Killing Lord Crystal to keep him from marrying Mongol is not the way to go. Scar shook his head. It makes perfect sense to the gurus, but to the morality of the civilized nations of the Middle Plains, it would be a betrayal of Argos, of Paro, a great betrayal, Guru Singh. You don't know that, and you shouldn't. And the Black Prince of Argos narrowed his eyes and made a gesture as if he was remembering something. I don't want to let Lord Crystal die just yet. If I could, I'd rescue him before his wedding to Mongol. I only met Aldo Naris once, at your brother's wedding, but we were both very young then. I had a feeling that he was going to do something, but I could not discern his nature, good or bad, at that time. If all goes well, and by that I mean if the Paro-Argos alliance can get rid of Mongol and retake Paro successfully, then if the pearls are not found, Aldo Naris will be the next king of Paro. Aldo Naris will be the next king of Paro. I'd like to see him once more. Guru Singh muttered something to himself. What? Just say it. I know Lord Crystal to be the complete opposite of the Crown Prince in every way. Singh said. If the Crown Prince is black, Naris is white. If the Prince is the wind of the steppe, Naris is the fire of the crystal. If Queen Amma does not give birth to a son, and the prince becomes king of Argos, then the long friendship between Paro and Argos may change, at the first sign of trouble, into a grudge far greater than that between Mongol and Paro. I'm afraid. So it's in your best interest to get rid of Aldo Naris while you still can. Don't be ridiculous. It's not like you, Guru Singh. The horsemen have never bothered to know which way the wind will blow tomorrow. Guru Singh also bowed in silence. First, I suppose the pearl continues to be the most important thing to look for. As I recall, Prince Remus was a quiet, wise boy, much like his father. If he becomes King Paro, there will be no problem. So, Guru Singh. At last, Scar began to chuckle aloud. Don't forget that your immediate enemy is Mongol. Argos is plotting to save Paro from Mongol, not to make him his own. The prairie people are known for their loyalty. Neither you nor I have any ambition to take advantage of this opportunity. Guru Singh put his hand on his chest for the umpteenth time and slowly bowed his head. It was a somewhat skeptical gesture. It was as if he were saying, I know you better than anyone else. Very well. Scar shrugged his muscular shoulders, stood quickly, and flicked the hem of his cloak. Keep doing as I ask. I should tell you, my brother says he's entrusted me with this matter. As far as I'm concerned, we're not far off. Whether it's Kauros or Mongol. Keep that in mind. I'll be back. Flipping up his cloak, Scar stepped through the tent entrance. But then, as if remembering, he poked his head out again. Listen to me. Don't wait for me to kill you before you assassinate Aldo Naris. As you wish. The chief of the Guru tribe, OSA, replies. He has the peculiar expression of an Eastern man, and it is hard to tell what he is thinking. When Scar went outside, Li Hua and Ta Wong followed him. Ta Wong. Horse. Yes. After watching him walk away, Scar put his hand on Li Hua's narrow waist with a rough gesture and pulled her close. Come on. We're going for a ride as promised. Make sure you follow my Hanyi. Yes, Your Highness. Li Hua shouts happily. Scar smiles as if he's forgotten everything. Li Hua. Li Hua. The wind was blowing, and it carried Scar's loud voice away with it. Tais Taishir Sama. It was some time before he heard a broken reply, and then Li Hua's horse appeared, following him across the grass. Oh no, my dear prince, there's no horse in the whole countryside that can match Han Yi. The girl said as she patted the sweaty horse on the neck, her cheeks burning and her shoulders breathing heavily. Scar was waiting for his companion, holding the reins of his beloved horse, Han Yi, with a light hand. It was a small hill, and below them they could see the swell of a rather wide river, muddy and brown. The brown houses along the river, which seemed to cling to the earth, were already those of the Principality of Kaoru. Tawan has been separated from me for a long time, Your Highness. Li Hua said, her cheeks flushed and her hair ruffled by the wind. He stared at it. Beautiful, Li Hua. Scar said curtly. I'm so happy, Your Highness. Your cheeks are flushed, your hair is a mess, your eyes sparkle. I like you the best. I like the crown prince in every situation, said Li Hua in a broad voice. Still, you're not gonna follow me to Mahal, are you? No, I don't care. I know. I don't think it would be any fun to lock you up in a white house in Makakal like a cloud moving over the steppe. You'll grow thin, lose your luster and die. You are a daughter of the gulls, not even the steppe people. It's a wonder why the crown prince isn't a guru. Li Fa leaped off the horse with both feet together and invited the prince to join him. Scar was next to Li Fa, and they sat down side by side on the grass and threw out their legs. The sun is about to set on the meadow. The crown prince is more like a horseman than any Gurman I know. My mother is a guru woman, Scar said. I'm not like my brother who was born to a queen from Paro. I have ghoul blood in my veins. Scar stretched out his hand and tickled Li Hua's sunburned throat and chin. Li Fa's cat-like joy was evident on his little face, and he cozied up to him with his eyes closed. Sin thinks I'm ambitious, but I'm not. I don't want fiefdoms or power. I don't want to be king of Argos. I don't want to be king of Paro. I can't sit still. I don't like to be tied down in one place. Maybe it's the ghoul blood in my veins. I'm always unsettled. My heart's aflutter. My blood runs wild. Wanderlust and wanderlust and wanderlust, that's what I want. Not ambition. He wasn't sure if Li Fa was listening or not. He was rubbing himself against Scar's strong chest, as if he was about to start rumbling. When I return to the chalk palace of Mahal, I feel as if I am locked up and suffocating. My brother says I can't stay, but for me, always returning to the city by nightfall is like an arduous task. I wish your sister-in-law would give birth to a prince who would be the heir to the throne, so that I could go everywhere with you. Where are you going? Li Faa asked. Scar shook his head. Anywhere. It's all about adventure, destiny, drift, change, and heartache. That's what it's all about. You're not bound by anything. That's what I like about you guys. So do I, Your Highness. Wherever the crown prince goes, I'll surely follow. Ta Wang finally caught up with them, panting for breath. But when he saw the masters talking to each other, he dismounted a little before them and sat down gently on his knees. Look at that, that's a city made of mud bricks. The houses have been built with stones. Scar pointed to the brown streets of Kaoru below. A wall holds back the wind, and a stove keeps people from starving. And when people gather around the wall and the cauldron, they fight to take it for themselves, and whoever wins gets the bigger wall and the cauldron. Why don't you let the wind carry you away? Why can't you just have enough food in your saddlebags for today? Position, fame, blood, thrones, lands, gold, kindred, what a foolish thing to want. Why do you want such things? Why do you cling to them? I would destroy the whole of Argos for your lips and the way you look at me. Your Highness. Li Hua put the end of her hair in her mouth and chewed it. Hey, the war is starting again. Maybe. Argos and Mongol are going to fight. We don't know yet where we're going to fight. A big battle. Maybe it'll have to get bigger. Or, as it is said to have happened in the past, none of the Zhongyuan will be able to remain neutral and will fight for one side or the other, and it may become a big war that involves all the Zhongyuan, and it may last for many years. Li Hua said in an amused tone. The crown prince is going, too. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm going to Paro soon anyway. I don't know when I'll be back. Only until peace returns to the Central Plains. I'm coming with you. If you want to come, come. Just don't slow us down. No, you won't. I'm the next female Ger chief. Yes. They were silent for a while. The sun was now setting on the meadow, spreading its magnificent light over the open horizon. It looked as if it were a palace of dozens of layers of marble, built in every hue from red to gold. Sometimes I have the strangest thoughts. Scar opened his mouth dreamily. Even his old scarred profile was glowing in the sun and was tinged with red. What kind of? Someday I'll follow someone, or I'll go to kill someone, whatever, but someday I'll meet someone, and I'll never come back to this meadow. I sometimes think that I will always dream of the green wind blowing through this meadow, of the glorious sunset. I will always dream of the meadow that nurtured me in the midst of my drifting, and of you who rode there with me. Whose? I don't know. Or maybe it's not the man, but fate itself. When I first met Aldo Neyris, I thought. Or that I would leave the grasslands with this man as my lifelong nemesis or friend. But maybe not. I wonder if there's someone in my future whom I've never met and I'm leaving Argos to save him or to kill him. Maybe it's not Neyris, I don't know. No. Suddenly, Li Hua jumped at him, and Scar was frightened. Li Fa pushed Scar back onto the grass, his black cat-like eyes glittering as he stared at him. Yes, Li Hua. What's wrong? No, Your Highness. I don't want to be Li Hua. What's that? I don't want the crown prince to leave me and someday dream of me in some distant, unknown place. Wherever the crown prince goes, I'll be to his left, I've already decided. Whenever the crown prince dreams of this grass field, Li Hua will be in the same bed with him and will stroke his hair. If the crown prince goes to someone else, I go too. We will never be separated. You must be the next guru chief, Li Hua. The gurus will go with you. The gurus don't have to be here at all. Scar burst out laughing and picked up Li Hua and placed her on his lap. All right, Li Hua, he said soothingly. Li Fa was still looking at Scar with questioning eyes, but when he saw that Scar was serious, he nodded in satisfaction. Is that a hunch about the crown prince? He listens, intrigued once again. Scar shook his head. I'm a prairie boy. I don't like to believe in premonitions and fortune-telling. Then. That's what I don't understand. I was born of a father, the first king of Argos, and a mother, a ghoul woman. To the steppe people, the god Moss is the creator of all things, but gods are gods and men are men, and they should live their lives separately. And the guru people are not so superstitious. They are certainly not like the people of Paro, who belong to a dark world where witchcraft has entered their daily lives, where royalty is nothing but the descendants of gods, and where they strive to discover the secrets of the world. That is why I have grown up without any connection with such things. I don't know why I feel this way over and over again, this certainty that one day I will leave the grasslands and that it will be for someone I don't know. I don't know. Because I don't know, I feel even more that this may indeed be true. Well, you can't dwell on it too long before it happens, though. I wonder if Lord Scar will recognize him when he sees him. Intrigued, Li Hua said. Maybe. What kind of person is Aldo Neyris? I don't know, man. What I can tell you is that he's probably the one with the ambition, and it's probably not as simple as me just wanting to go somewhere or do something. Hey, Taishir Sama. Are the people of Paro very religious? Do they all believe in such superstitions as prophecies and seances? Yes, and the fact is that they seem to be much nearer to strange things and supernatural powers than we are to those who disbelieve. I laughed at Sister Emma's fortune-telling, but on the day she told me not to go for a ride today, I went and fell off my horse, and Hanlu broke his leg, and the day after she said she had a dream that Lord Beck was coming soon, I got a warning from Paro. What is it, Li Hua? You're cold. Seeing Li Hua shaking like a little dog, Scar said curiously. Let's do the cape. No, no. It's not cold. Li Hua said, hugging her shoulders tightly with both arms. I am always frightened when I think of the people who say such things and see such things. I wonder if they see the meadows and the sky and the river as a place full of other strange things. I wonder which is the real world, what they see or what I see. Don't let it bother you, Li Hua. What you see is what's there. Don't lose your head thinking about those who live between the stone city and the crystal tower. Yes, but I'm a ghoul's daughter. I don't know what I'd do if I went there. I'd follow you to Nosferus on the other side of the world if that's where you're going, but I wish the whole world was a grass field. Li Hua. Scar held his daughter by the waist and kissed her roughly. Wherever you are with me, there's a meadow where the wind blows. Yes, Your Highness. Yes, your husband. Slowly, as if afraid of disturbing him, Tawan came and interrupted him. What the hell, Tarwong? It's almost dark, sir, we should be getting back to the... I know, Tawan. Scar looked at Li Hua with a wry smile. Look here. Even this little boy is holding on tightly to the thread so that I won't cut it and go away. It might just be a dream that I go away and never come back. People, all but the gurus, have to be tied to the earth somewhere to survive. You're like the Moria or the Vajra tree. Only you are the wind. Your husband. And Tawan said, I know, but you're a loud boy. No, sir. Someone, about 30 soldiers, are coming this way. What? Standing up straighter, Scar looked in Ta Wong's direction. It's the armor of Kaoru. As soon as he said that, he ducked down and jumped on top of Han Yi. He stretched out his hand and put Li Hua on her horse. Border patrol, probably. If they see you and know it's me, we're in trouble. Right now, especially, I don't want any trouble until I get an answer from Kaoru. Let's go. Yes, sir. The 3 horsemen, Tarwong and Li Fa, immediately increased their speed and rode down the hill. What do you think, Tarwong? I think he found it. He's pointing at us, asking for help. Oh. He's coming after you, sir. Okay. Scar reins in. Hurry up. Don't let them catch up to you until you get across the border. Listen, if you're too slow, they'll catch up with you, this time. Scar's face was rather suddenly bright in the creeping evening darkness. His rugged face was full of life, showing that he was a man who would only show his true worth in adventure and battle. Li Fa turned his enraptured and proud eyes towards the crown prince. Don't get caught. That's when Scar threw a light-hearted joke at Ta Wong. All at once, in the hands of the border guards of Kaoru, many twinkling stars were born. They lit their torches. They shone dreamily like swarms of fireflies on the rapidly dying steppe. Stop. You 3, wait. When you cross a border, you make an offer. I can hear them shouting to each other. As they ran, Scar, Li Fa, and Tarwong ran across the dying grass. The wind was already chilly on their cheeks. Taishar Sama. Guru Singh was said to be standing outside the tent waiting for them to return. Oh, I'm home now. My lord, a messenger from Kaoru has just returned. I don't have to ask how it was. I can tell a lot by the look on your face. Scar patted Han Yi's neck, breathing lightly. No. Well, good. I wasn't expecting Kaoru to take our side so easily. Scar turned around. Give me something to drink and something to eat. I'm home. But then, I suppose our immediate, or rather, first, opponent will be Kaoru. Sin, if I send a messenger to Lord Beck's army, can you catch up? By the end of the day tomorrow, I should tell you something. And I want you, Lord Beck, to stop at Troost and then head straight for the outskirts of Paro, and we'll take on Kaoru ourselves. There's no time to sit back and enjoy the fight. Lord Beck will plan his attack with the knowledge that we'll be right behind him. We must strike Kauros as soon as possible and join Beck's army at once. Oh. Scar continued, carelessly shoveling the offered horse milk and cheese into his mouth. And anyway, just now, you've done something to stimulate Kauros, you know, Li Hua. It was quite dark, and you can't be sure it was me so easily. Is there a man on this steppe who would not recognize the Black Prince of Argos, Lord Scar, no matter how far from home he is? Shin says in a whisper. If I've just replied to that rejection, Kauros might think that I've risked my borders in order to challenge him further. What can I do for you, Your Highness? What? It's settled. Send a signal to the chiefs, Sing. Ta Wong, have Mahal's guards assembled. We don't have to sit around waiting for them to come out. Let's go out there and beat them. You're still the same, Your Highness. Shin said, smiling faintly for the first time. So, with the war. Oh. I'm glad to hear it, because the Gulls love war as much as I do. In the morning. No, we'll strike at night. I'll piss off Kauros to no end. We've always had our little quarrels. Scar ate a loaf of bread with cheese on it, drank the wine directly from the mouth of his bark muffler while standing, then quickly drew back his cloak and straddled Han Yi. Where to? Anyway, I'm going back to Mahal. I'll be back in a zong or two. Follow me, Tarly Wong. Yes. Indeed, it might have been nothing more than a black gust of wind, blowing freely through Argos, as they say. In the instant that he said this, Scar and his followers had already disappeared into the darkness at the beginning of the night, when there were no stars and not a single light in the city. The girls, too, were a fearless people whose chief occupation was fighting and drifting. Immediately, a call to arms was sent out, and the people became busy. The Battle of the Horsemen was always fought at night. Around that same time. A little further northwest along the Red Road is the small town of Juno, which belongs to Paro. The town, which is not far from the border area with Mongol, has been stationed by Mongol soldiers for more than half a year, and it has been a checkpoint for travelers heading for the center of Paro. However, it is certain that the check was much looser for those who went from Mongol to the center of Paro than for those who went the other way. There was a young man sitting idly in the dining room of a small inn on the outskirts of the town, where the sound of horses galloping by echoed incessantly, and where, if you stepped outside, you could see the black-clad soldiers of Mongol, who looked like huge mechanical dolls, roaming around. The innkeepers in the inn-town of Nakahara usually have a large dining room on the ground floor with small private rooms around it and above it, but it is really only equipped for sleeping, so that the guests, if there were any whimsical guests who wanted to stay for more than a day in such a dusty town that is, in essence, just an inn on the way from somewhere to somewhere else, would have to stay in this dining room and inn. Unless he was going somewhere else, Hiruma had no choice but to sit idly in front of the many tables in the dining room and hall. Most of them, therefore, stand up early in the morning, and those who happen to be traveling at night or have to meet up with their companions quickly disappear to a brothel, or go out to do drugs, or whatever. There was no such thing as a guest who sat in the dining room of the inn in a daze, staring out the window in the middle of the day, and even if there had been, he would have been looked at suspiciously and stared at, and would not have been welcomed at all. The young man sitting there, therefore, was either so ignorant of the world that he did not even know such a thing, or so depressed with some terrible trouble that he could not even be bothered with such a thing at all, and was the subject of rumors among the maids of the inn. At first glance, the young man appeared to be of good upbringing, with a handsome face and a strong, sturdy body, with the slender features of a warrior, and he was dressed and harnessed with great care and money, and yet he had been without an attendant for 3 days. The fact that he had been sojourning here for 3 days without an attendant, without doing anything at all, was quite unusual to the eye. He had been sitting there for days, as if waiting for something, not visiting anywhere or meeting anyone until dusk, but sitting in a seat with a clear view of the window and a cup of honey wine in front of him. His youthful face never seemed to clear up, as if he had been pondering over something for a long time, wondering what he could do about it. On the 3rd day, he ran out of the inn as if he had no choice but to buy a horse at the border of the town in the direction of Taurus. Something's wrong. Still not here. What the hell's going on? They should be here by now. The princess's party. Astrius. The young man was Astrius, a young Red Knight captain who had fled the capital of Taurus against the orders of the Grand Duke and had set out for Paro ahead of him. I was young, single and unassuming. The other party, however, was a large party, with valuables, tastes, and even maids, and they were not marching as usual, but were coming slowly along the red road in a parade. Asturias realizes that he has far outstripped Amneris and his party as they continue on their way, taking the wrong road to avoid detection. In any case, there was no plan to follow the party to Paro. But when he heard that Amneris was going to marry her in the crystal, the single-minded young man, who worshipped and loved her as both a goddess and the embodiment of Ilana, was instantly consumed with jealousy and lost all sense and reason. I've come this far, driven by that fire. Asturias wanted to wait for Amneris and his party in Juno, but even that was not with any plan in mind, just like when he impulsively ran out of Taurus. However, he was aware that security would become increasingly tight if they approached the crystal any closer, and he had a reckless fear that the group might take a different course and lose sight of them. He has not always been a very careful person. Rather, he is a young man who, because he lets his impulses take him too far and goes too far in a bloodthirsty way, has many accomplishments but also many failures. I ran away from Taurus without permission, disobeying the Archduke's message to return to the banks of the Kes. Can we go back to Taurus now? The more he thinks about it, the more grieved he feels. In fact, his father is a vassal, and Grand Duke Vlad is very fond of Asturias. Pollock, the second in command, who is always concerned for this young and inconsiderate captain as if he were his own child, must have stopped Asturias, crying that if he were here now, he would only receive a reprimand and a quick laugh. However, Asturias had almost driven himself to the point of no return. Amneris, my goddess, is forcibly given to another man. That proud princess, that goddess of light who bows to nothing, will not be allowed to be used like a tool by the ambition of a lord without love or hope. Amneris was compelled by his father's command. But I'm sure she'd be pleased with my help. I don't know how much you hate it. If Count Mars were still alive, he would have sent for the princess and sent for the Grand Duke. In Asturias's feverish mind, Amneris had somehow been replaced by a wretched victim, a pitiful and helpless sacrifice, who had cried out against the lawlessness of his father, the Grand Duke. Rather, he had been so intoxicated with the thought that he would be the god of the princess's salvation that he had carefully forgotten the bad points associated with it. Lady Amneris doesn't want to marry. She's only 18. It's too soon, but I can't disobey my father, so I won't cry. It was when he was waiting for the group at Juno that a good idea suddenly came to his mind like a dawning light. When he was waiting for the group at Juno, what I'm supposed to do? Take them and run. It's the only way. Save her from the horrible trap of an illicit marriage. I'll take you out, run away, and hide you and Amneris somewhere. As soon as the thought occurred to him, it took root firmly in the miserable, confused mind of this enchanted young man and penetrated to the bottom of his heart. The princess may say no, but it is because she is such a loyal person to her father that she is afraid of disobeying him. So I must understand the feelings of the real princess, who is hidden beneath. We'll have to wait until you're staying overnight in Juno. There's no security here. If we go into the crystal, we're finished. Lord Amneris, wait. Asturias will help you now. Even with a sword, he felt an unusual surge in his heart at the thought that he would cut his own countrymen for love, and turn against his country and his lord. It was a love that he could only have had when he was 20 years old, and it was an illusion that only he, a man of the world and without hardship, could have had. But Asturias does not suspect that he is dreaming an impossible dream. Amneris, too, is looking for it, so he decides, stroking his arms and sharpening his sword, waiting impatiently for the moment when he will do it, and every day he stares impatiently beyond the red road. I have bought a horse for him and a set of men's traveling clothes to disguise him as Amneris. If you get out successfully, my original nanny lives in Audane, so you can hide her there for a while." He was so naive that he could not think of anything else but hiding. From the other side of the red road, the shining white group did not come into sight. After watching them for a while, he became fed up with the fact that all the people coming and going were travelers, mercenaries, Miroku pilgrims and free settlers moving from place to place, and was about to go back to the inn when he suddenly felt as if someone was staring at him. I looked around and saw a dusty street scene with no change. It's probably just my imagination. Convincing himself, Asturias returned to his lodgings with a frustrated mind. "Would you like to stay for dinner? Eat. I've wasted another day, that's what I think, and even though I try to convince myself that tomorrow is the day I'll do it, my heart is still tingling with desperation." The magpie stew served in the dining hall was as tasteless to him as if he had been sucking on mud. Besides, the large dining room was packed with passengers who had arrived at nightfall and were planning to stay overnight, instead of at noon. Merchants, prostitutes, itinerant monks, peddlers, minstrels. The merry and indecent murmurings of these people were something that Asturias, a young man of noble birth, could not get used to, and it made him sick to his stomach. I figured they wouldn't be arriving at night, and if they were, I'd know because the inn would be busy. "Let's go to sleep." He was about to get up to retire to his room when, in anguish, "Young man." A young officer. Suddenly, in the midst of the hustle and bustle, something stood in front of him. What? Asturias looked up and saw a minstrel with a slender figure, a black cloak, a black robe, and a large kithara in his hand. You called out to Asturias, "Young man," and he's quite young. He was, at most, 22 or 30. He wore a triangular leather hat, the kind worn by poets, and from underneath it his dark hair, which had a slight brownish tinge, sprouted. His slender face was as beautiful as a woman's, but his eyes were as round as a beaver's, and at the same time as lustrous as a wolf's. "What? What do you want?" Asturias said curtly. "I don't want a song." "Don't say that, sir, let me sing you a song." "The captain has the look of a man who needs it, a distraction." "What do I look like?" Asturias was caught up in the bard's mood, even though he was in an uncharacteristically bad mood, probably because of the bard's strangely friendly charm and reassuring expression. The poet smiled. "You have the face of a man who wants to hold the waist of the woman he loves in his arms no matter what. You want to forget everything until that woman comes." "What? How do you know that?" "Who are you?" Asturias shouted in surprise. The people who were eating around him turned around quickly, but they saw that nothing was wrong and went back to their work. "I am a simple bard, and my name is Marius." The poet introduced himself. "May I ask your name, Captain?" It's me, Asturias." Asturias said absent-mindedly. The poet, who called himself Marius, seemed to have a great command of the art of speech, and was very good at asking and answering questions, so that Asturias, whose mind tended to wander off to other places, had slipped up before he thought he had answered, and he had not noticed it at all. And he was not aware of it at all. "Well then, Captain Asturias. What shall we sing?" "Beautiful ballads, love songs, legends. Stories of the wondrous gods, sayings, popular songs." Now, Marius prides himself on knowing every song. "I don't want a song." "Well, don't say that. Or is it a rare tale of the many lands you've seen along your travels? A minstrel is the first to get information, wherever you're going, where to find the most beautiful women, where to eat the best roast pig. I can tell you where you can find the best pig roasted whole, and where you can find the best and cheapest fire wine. I don't want to know anything about it." Asturias frowned as he said it without hesitation. "Anything? Really, anything? If there is anything I cannot answer, you may cut off the fingers that pull this kithara, one by one, and I will not say a word, on the holy shield of Aurra." Marius made an amicable offer. Asturias thinks for a moment, then hesitates. "Well, have you ever been to the Crystal City?" "Oh, yes, young captain. No one knows more about crystal than I do, down to the individual flies on the trash and the individual hairs on the women's heads." It's a very fortunate thing that the young captain called on someone who could not have been more deserving. So what is it you want to know? Any backstreet, any small shop, any information. You seem to be a little too talkative for my taste, Asturias said with a frown. Then he thought for a moment, looked around, and thought some more. Anyway, come to my room then. It's too noisy in here to talk. Yes, of course. This Marius is at your service, even if. I was about to make some kind of joke, but seeing the seriousness in Asturias' eyes and the way he seemed to be unable to take a joke, I kept my mouth shut and followed him out of the cafeteria with a smirk on my face. Asturias went into his room, still wondering whether he could trust such a lowly man in the least. However, there was something strangely reassuring about the poet who called himself Marius, and moreover, Asturias was secretly worried about entering Paro, where he had no one to consult, no one to know, and no one to know him. Deciding that it would be best to gather as much information as possible at this time, he invited Marius into the room and told him to take a seat on the couch. What can I tell you? I'm at your disposal, Marius said jovially. His dark eyes glittered as he looked at Asturias. Asturias stammered, wondering what to say. But in the end, he said bluntly. You said you knew Crystal well. Have you heard any rumors about Crystal lately? It's a very badly written, clumsy, and ill-conceived question. Rumors, sir. I've heard many. Rumors always come and go, which one shall we listen to? Oh, no. Asturias, realizing that he had said it badly, rephrased it. So, tell me about the holy royal family of Paro. Well, let's say that 18 princesses from other kingdoms were to join the royal family of Paro. Well, that's a parable. Who's a good candidate? The crown prince of Paro was not yet a child. Asturias shook his head and shook off the memory of the young twins with their silver hair and shining eyes that he had glimpsed in the last battle at Mount Gutu in far-off Nosferus. It was a direct link to the bitterness of defeat and the bitterness that followed. Well, Prince Remus is not yet 14, 18, of course, did you say? It is no wonder that a 14-year-old prince should have an 18-year-old queen, though it is not unheard of in the world. Marius' voice was hushed and secretive. Lord Remus has been missing since the war, and it is widely believed that he is no longer in Paro. What? But after that, he was about to say that he must still be in Nosferus with the Shemites and the Lagoons, when Asturias, realizing that he was indeed in Nosferus, swallowed his words. He did not notice, however, that the poet's eyes flashed sharply, for he had instantly regained his original cheerfulness. So, Marius pretended to think about it when I urged him to go on. Of course, His Majesty King Aldros III was decapitated in the last battle of the Black Dragon, and his head is still in the hands of Mongol's army, and Queen Tanya was with him at that time. But of course, His Majesty has a queen, so even if she were still alive, it's not possible. Hey, what are you talking about? Asturias was annoyed. I beg your pardon, but a suitable son-in-law for an 18th princess would be a single man, heir to the throne. Oh, of course, that would be His Royal Highness Aldo Naris, Lord Crystal. His father is the elder brother of His Majesty King Aldros and thus a step above his brother's son, Lord Beck. How old is he? 25, is it? 25 and 18 is about right. And while Lord Beck has a good name, Princess Phyllis, the sister of the Duke of Mar, Lady Naris is still completely alone. You didn't hear any rumors until you were 25. Of course, with the most beautiful man in the Crystal Palace, the best singer and kitara player in the world, the slimmest peak sword in the world, the best horseman in the world, and a gentle, graceful demeanor, how could any princess not fall for you? Even a princess with a heart of ice would melt at the hands of Lord Naris. Marius looked at Asturias' jealousy with a mean look in his eyes. But, of course, there have been many princesses who have said things to me, and of course there have been dozens of times when I have been unfaithful, but despite that, there have been many rumors about the fact that Narissa Sama has always refused to take care of herself. What kind of rumor? What kind? Well, one thing is that Mr. Naris is a misogynist, and when a man is so beautiful, someone is bound to say so. In other words, Neris is so beautiful and so full of women, that he has come to know all about women, and as a result, he has become completely fed up with them. The other, more plausible, is that, as in all things, Neris, who was very fond of women, had a princess in his heart whom he had chosen to be his wife, and since she was still small, she was old enough to be his wife. And since she is still small, she is waiting patiently until she is old enough to be taken into the palace. Who is this princess? Oh, of course it's Princess Linda. She's only 14, but it's clear as day that she's going to be a great beauty, and they say she's going to be a great prophetess. I'm sure you and Neris will make a perfect pair, cousins and all. Princess Linda. Asturias could not help thinking again of the little girl who had stared straight at him with eyes like fire as he had tried to dangle her on the hoof of a horse. Her silver hair, her dirty face, her long, stained and torn leather clothes, slender and frail, she seemed to be surrounded by the dazzling majesty of a queen and an invisible circle of light, like some mysterious omen, even though she had lost her country and was trapped in this desert. She seemed to be enveloped in an invisible circle of light, like some mysterious omen. Well, you know, for Prince Neris. Asturias opened his mouth in a somewhat puzzled manner. When he remembered the girl's sparkling violet eyes, which looked at him as if he were a trivial insect, for some reason he always felt unsettled, fidgety, and giddy with anxiety. Do you have any other brothers? Lord Beck, you say, is engaged to someone. How old is he, this Lord Beck? Does Lord Beck have any brothers? Is that the only heir to the throne of Paro? Who else? His Highness Neris had a younger brother, a half-brother with a maidservant for a mother. Marius said with smoky eyes. He's only 1 year older than me, and of course he's the only one, but that prince ran away from Paro a long time ago. He could not become Lord Crystal in Paro, much less the fifth heir to the throne, so he decided to make his own fortune and went on a wandering journey. Since then, no one has heard from the prince. Lord Beck will be 30 years old this year. It's been 5 years since he and Princess Phyllis became engaged, and now that she's 18, they were supposed to have a big ceremony this year or next. Is my brother's child older than me? So be it. Of the 3 previous princes of the Holy House of Paro, the crown prince was the middle one, Prince Aldros, then known as Prince Alris, and his eldest son, Prince Arsus, became the chief priest of the Temple of Janus. Prince Arsus became the chief priest of the Temple of Janus. By priestly law, he married his young half-blood aunt Minor and had Neris. His youngest brother, Prince Aldus, quickly became Duke of Beck and then a vassal, giving us the Duke of Beck we know today. Lord Beck has 2 princesses under him. The older one has already been married off. I don't know what's going on here. It's complicated. Asturias mumbled. I don't like old dynasties because they get into all sorts of trouble. Who's who, who's this, who's that, who's the heir to the throne, and anyway, the only person who would be a suitable marriage partner for Lord Amneris is Lord Crystal. Oh, no. Asturias, realizing that he had slipped up, looked at the other man, but the other man pretended not to know. What do you think? I actually have a medallion here with a very likeness of Aldo Neris on it. Would you like to see it? Yeah. Let me see. Asturias leaned forward, his enthusiasm evident in his whole body. Marius smiled and took something small and round out of his pocket and let Asturias look at it. When Asturias was about to tell him that he could not see clearly, he gently pressed the back of the medallion and a fine mist suddenly erupted. What? Without saying a word, Asturias inhaled the mist with a full breath. As soon as he did so, his upper body swayed, and he slumped down on the couch and fainted. Marius, the bard, looked down at it and began to chuckle with pleasure. Chapter 2. The Love of Amneris. When a dark, slender figure crept out into the backyard, the area was already dark with sleep. The lights in the kitchen are out. The figure, seeing this, took something out of his pocket and put it to his mouth. Strange, bird-like sounds flowed out. A little later, behind the thorn bushes of Vagia, something black suddenly appeared as if melting away, and then 2 more appeared. The 3 black stagnations, as if the night had grown thicker and thicker there, soon became 3 figures of men clad in the long, black hooded cloaks typical of mages, as if something that had appeared through a different space were gradually taking shape under the starlight. "You wanted to see me, sir?" "Yeah." It was the voice of Marius, the bard, that answered the muffled voice of the mage with a low but youthful crack. "How can I help you, Mr. Dean?" "I told you not to call me that. I'm Marius." "Listen. I'm sorry, sir. In a room at the end of the 2nd floor of this inn, there sleeps a traveler," Marius said hastily, without seeming to care. "I put him to sleep by spraying him with the extract of the black lotus." He was a young officer of the Mongols, probably the son of a nobleman, but he was dressed like a townsman and had no companion. He looked like he was in some kind of trouble, so I followed him, spoke to him and asked him to come over, and he said he was Asturias. Well. Isn't that Viscount Asturias, the son of the security chief of Mongol and the captain of the Red Knight? It's him. And apparently for some reason. And apparently, he's got some information about the pearl. I want you to take him out and take him to my place. Let him speak. Hurry. Yes, sir. When I left, I put a tag on it asking not to wake you, so it'll hold for the rest of the day. Come on. I'm home. The 3 mages entered the inn building as if they had been sucked in. They seemed to be drifting on the wind, with no sound or sign of footsteps, and their feet did not even step on the ground. Marius waited patiently in the bushes of Vagia. The moon appeared through the clouds and dimly illuminated his face. Earlier, he had appeared to be garrulous and frivolous, but now, as he drew his lips together, his countenance was decisive, neat, and even, apparently, of noble blood, with a stern dignity. He looked up at the sky and pulled down his hood as if he was afraid that the moon would expose his hidden true face. At that moment, 3 black shadows appeared noiselessly from the entrance through which they had previously entered. They were 3 in number, and in the middle of them was another, as if they were enclosing something. It was Asturias. In the moonlight, the face of this young captain of Mongols remained closed, as if he were sleeping without identity. And yet, surrounded by 3 men, he woke up and followed them at a quick pace, as if he were acting of his own will, so as not to be left behind. Marius nodded to the 3, and the mages followed him, speeding onward. Unobserved, and unhindered by the ghosts that roamed at night, they reached a small house in the woods on the outskirts of the city, which they had probably prepared as a hiding place. Marius, leading the way, raised his hand and touched the heavy wooden door, which opened noiselessly and closed again to admit them. Inside, the house is furnished like a common farmhouse. All right, we don't have much time. Let's get to the interrogation. Sit him down. Yes. Asturias was made to sit in a wooden chair, his hands tied to the armbands. With his eyes closed, he seemed oblivious to what was being done to him and to where he was. Asturias. When I clap my hands 3 times, you'll wake up. Marius whispered, raised his hand and clapped it slowly. 1, 2, 3. See, you've already awakened from the slumber of the Black Lotus. Before he could finish, Asturias' eyes widened. He looked around curiously, as if startled. Where am I? What have I been up to? Who are you? Before he could finish, one of the mages held a small, silver, round mirror to Asturias' nose and mumbled something in his mouth. Asturias' eyes slammed shut again. To that. Listen, Asturias. You're going to answer every question I ask honestly. And when I'm done, you'll forget all about answering us and meeting Marius the Bard. Good. Marius whispered to him. Asturias' head bobbed a little, but he nodded quickly. What a suggestible man you are. Marius murmured with a chuckle and looked back at the mages. What do you think? Just one suggestion and you're in. I guess that's how honest people are. The mages just bowed their heads in silence and said nothing. Marius took off his hat and turned to Asturias. Well, Asturias. What's your name, Asturias? Asturias nods curiously. His eyes still stare blankly into the small mirror the mage is holding out to him. Is this the same Asturias who was the son of Count Marcus of Mongol, and who made a name for himself as the captain of the Red Knights? Nodding again. And why was Asturias here, in an inn town on the outskirts of Paro, without an offering? We've been expecting you, Lord Amneris, Asturias said in a monotonous, strange voice. His upper body wavered. You must flee with Lady Amneris. Don't let Amneris marry her. What the hell is he talking about? Marius frowned. Amneris is probably Amneris of Mongol. She left Taurus to marry for political gain in the crystal, didn't she? Yes. Save Lady Amneris. Save Lady Amneris from her unholy wedlock. Asturias. You've been dodging my calls to Lady Amneris. No, not. But Lady Amneris doesn't want to marry, so I must rescue her, take her as she passes Juno and run to my nanny. I'm sure Lady Amneris won't mind. I love her with all my heart. All right, shut up. Having silenced Asturias, Marius turned to the mages and chuckled. This man was so infatuated with the princess that he ran away when she was about to marry him. Of course, he disobeyed the Grand Duke. I'm sure you did, Asturias. That's why he doesn't have an attendant. But I'm more than loyal, I'm. The one that Lady Amneris is going to marry is after all her brother. No, that one, isn't it? Marius said. In order to obtain the right to take over the throne of Paro, I'll take him as my son-in-law and then kill him. That's a method that Grand Duke Vlad of Mongol would have thought of. This is quite interesting. Turn to Asturias again. You're in love with Lady Amneris, aren't you? Asturias nodded painfully, as if there were two conflicting emotions warring within him. You're so in love with her that you'd risk your life for her, that you'd risk your country for her, that you'd run away like this. Does she know that? Do you? Someday, if my heart is still in it. The princess may be vilified as an ice princess, but she is really a woman, beautiful and kind, and therefore. Good. So far, the noblewoman is aware of your thoughts, but she doesn't seem to care. Marius said with a chuckle. Well, Arno. Don't you think this man could be useful? Goodbye. The young nobleman who ran away from the Grand Duke because he was in love with the princess. I must tell you something, Crystal. I'm sure she's got a few tricks up her sleeve with this guy. By the way, Asturias. Marius changed his voice. His voice became low and serious. You said it yourself. The Pearl of Paro, the heir to the throne, Prince Remus, and his sister, the seer, Princess Linda, as if you knew their fate. Tell me, is that true? Knowledge I don't know. Asturias shook his head and groaned in agony, as if even in his deepest hypnosis, it had touched his heart how grave the secrets of his country were. No, you know it. I told you, you talk about everything you know. Come on, say it. You know where the pearls are. I don't know, now. Asturias said again, sounding distressed. His eyes were closed, but his face was turned upside down, and beads of sweat were beading on his forehead. Lie to me. Dear Dean, no, dear Marius. One of the mages interjected quietly. A man who is under this spell can never lie or pretend to be something he is not. If he says so, then he does not know the answer. But this man. Marius is about to say something when he suddenly realizes. Now you say you don't know. So you did know before. I used to. Asturias said in a faint voice. 3 times the twins have fallen into the hands of our armies of Mongols, but in vain they have escaped. It's Guin's fault, you monster. I don't know where they are now, probably still in that accursed land. Somewhere in Nosferus. Nosferus. Marius and the mages gasped in unison. The mirror jiggles and nearly misses Asturias' face. Asturias groaned and blinked. The mage rushed to take the mirror back. Nosferus. What the hell does that mean? Why did Paro's twins appear in the unknown desert of Nosferus? Why did Mongol's army capture them 3 times? Where did the twins first appear? Explain everything. Description. So are you? Asturias groaned, deeply entrapped. The twins first appeared in the forest of Ludo and were captured by the castle of Staphorus. They fled from Kes into the desert of Nosferus, and we, the garrison of Arvon, followed them across the Kes. And we, the garrison of Arvon, followed them across the Kes. Somehow, someway, Lord Amneris had his eye on Nosferus from the beginning. Calmore. Yes, Calmore. Then the twins showed up, and our general staff in Mongol decided that the twins had escaped to Nosferus by following their allies, the Shemites. For Marius and the rest of Paro, it was all a shocking, new revelation. They looked at each other and listened to the words that were revealed to them one after another, from the battle with Shem, to the entry of Lagan, to the miserable defeat of the Mongol expedition. And then we were called back to Taurus, and the princess was told that her next mission awaited her. What a strange, illicit, political marriage. I'm Asturias. What is this Guin thing that has come up so often? Marius said softly. Tell me. Who are you? I don't know. Asturias. He does not know. Even Guin himself doesn't know who he is. When he was brought before you in the lady's tent, he swore he had lost his memory, didn't know where he was born or why he was cursed to look like this. He brought Ragan to his feet. Each time, alone, he thwarted the victory of Mongol and the secret of Paro, which he had come so close to achieving, and finally overthrew the seemingly clear advantage. I've never seen anyone fight like him. Has there ever been a warrior as great as him? Oh, what a fighter! Is he really a man? I can't believe it. The super soldier who lost his memory. Marius looked back at the mage. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think he's talking about? As I said before. Gloomily the man replied. No one who has fallen under this spell can utter a lie. In what part of the country was he born? What color is his skin, his eyes, his age? Does he have an accent? If he's such a great warrior, we've never heard of him. What does he look like? Marius asked. The Guin is not a man. From the shoulders down, he's a man. He's uncommonly strong, his skin is burnished red and his original color is not so clear. He could be a northerner or a westerner or a seafaring man. He is a common warrior, tall and heavy, but from the neck up. What? Are you saying it was the 2 faces of Janus? No, but from the neck up, it's not a man. It's a leopard. I don't know if it's a mask of great finesse or a curse or if he's the real Silenus. But he speaks and laughs. I don't know whether the age of miracles, the age of myth when gods and men lived together in the same world as flesh and blood beings with different abilities, has not ended, or whether it was just a trick. But in any case, one thing is certain about Guin, the monster warrior, that he was born as nothing but an enemy for Mongol. That man came out and ruined everything, ruined the ambitions of the Golden Scorpion Palace one after another, even ruined my destiny. The masked warrior. I have a feeling he's a bad omen. It's as if he appeared to warn Mongol of his impediment. Oh. What is he? He mocked me, he mocked Asturias to his face, he laughed that I was 10 years too young to fight him, he mocked that I should come back, boy, and, oh, if it were not for him, if it weren't for him, Lord Amneris wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat and you wouldn't have been summoned back to the Grand Duke to be married off in a political marriage. It's all his fault, Guin Saga. Asturias. Marius said plaintively. So, after Mongol's army was defeated and retreated from Nosferus to the banks of the Kes, do you have any idea where Linda and Remus are now? Are they still somewhere in the Nosferus desert, protected by that leopard-headed man Guin? Mostly. Asturias shook his head. Guin has Ragan, the phantom of Nosferus, on his side. If the super warrior Ragan and the brave Shem were to join hands and go behind Mongol's back, then Mongol would be. Oh, no wonder the Grand Duke is worried. Then Mongol would be finished. If that Guin was one of Paro's surviving heroes. Guin, who the hell is that? Marius growled and slowly, he raised himself up and folded his arms across his chest. What an unexpected thing to hear. I'm sure some mage will have a quick answer for the leopard from the neck up crap. But I wonder who he is, we'll have to find out. Arnaud, get ready, and send for my brother Crystal ASAP. If Linda and Remus are still the only two barbarians in Nosferus, this is a serious matter. They must be rescued and brought under our protection as soon as possible. This is the first reliable clue to their whereabouts. Get to them as soon as you can. Don't be alarmed. Master Dean, if I take the enclosed space, I can enter the crystal from here in a matter of seconds. Lorca. Please. I'm on my way. Lorca bowed to Marius with a full bow. And before he knew it, the black cloaked body began to fade as if it were melting, and finally disappeared into the wall. Besides, I had no idea that Mongol's army had received such a charge in Nosferus. How dare you, Grand Duke Vlad, conceal the treachery of Mongol even from the secret agents of various countries who have infiltrated Taurus. This, if I may say so, is still the case. Thank you for. No matter how brave the elite army of Mongol is and how large the army of 200,000 is, it cannot show its strength if we devote our troops to Taurus and Crystal and to each of the gates between them. Moreover, he had lost 20,000 men and Count Mars at Nosferus. And now, with our ally Argos. Suddenly Marius stopped talking and smiled. Good. This is not what I think. This is his business. It's none of my business. Apparently, even a bard can't keep his mind clear when his homeland is at stake. Dear Dean. Are you coming back to Crystal? What do you mean? I gave up the dukedom of Paro a long time ago. I swore never to set foot on Crystal again. The least I can do is go around the world and make sure my brother hears bits and pieces of what I've heard through you. I am a burden to the house of the holy kings of Paro. Dear Dean, don't give me that shit, Arnaud. Anyway, are you ready to go? As in this. Okay. Then do it. Yes, sir. Here, Astorius. Look at this. Look straight at this. Don't look away. What the Arnaud mage took out was a huge, clear divining sphere. Asturias looked at it as if possessed. Arnaud slowly stroked the divining ball with his long, slender fingers. Asturias. Now, as you look at this, think of the leopard-headed man. Think of the leopard-headed man as you look at this, as clearly and as vividly as you can remember, down to the very last detail of his features, and keep on thinking until your thoughts become so concentrated that you form an image of his face within this sphere. Good. Arnaud's fingers strike Asturias in the face. Asturias shakes his body. His eyes stared at the crystal sphere as if they had been sucked in. As if on a string, Asturias' eyes never left the center of the sphere. Listen to me. I want you to be very careful. Arnaud's gravely voice cracks. Asturias' eyes began to glow with a frenzied radiance. As he gazed into them, a faint haze or murkiness appeared at the center of the crystal ball, which was so clear that it began to take shape as a shadow. Oh! From the mouths of Marius and the mages who watch over them comes a cry of horror. Look! This is. At first, it looked like a fuzzy, dark-colored mass, but gradually, its outline became clearer and clearer, and finally, it became a huge, suspicious face that filled the divining sphere. Oh, that face! This is. Marius gasped. Truly, it is a leopard, or. Is this a mask? This is a true leopard. It's true. There appeared a huge round head, fierce, glittering, yellow eyes, a gaping mouth lined with sharp fangs, a red tongue, and a yellow fur with black spots. It was indeed a large, fearsome, ferocious leopard. Asturias. Show me your whole body, Arnaud commanded sternly. A moment later, the figure of a strong, scarred, leopard-headed man-warrior appeared in the sphere as a small, distant vision. Oh! Marius and the two mages stared at the strange figure without speaking. The out-of-this-world super-warrior was locked in a crystal ball, motionless, as if awaiting some command. Princess! Amneris was unaware that someone had entered the room until a meek voice called out from behind him. Oh! She looks back with a faint, startled voice. On her cheeks, a bright red color spreads out. Your Highness, Neris. Not Your Highness. Neris is fine. Thank you, you're too formal for me. Although Neris stood beside Amneris, pushing aside the maidservant who was leading him. What were you looking at, Ilana? The glow of the Lunarian flower. I am not Ilana, my lady, Amneris said stiffly. Oh, Flory. Quick, give His Highness something to drink. Yes, sir. I wasn't looking at a flower. I see. You are more beautiful than the flowers of Lenoria. There's no reason for you to be admiring flowers when you're more beautiful than them. Then what's on your mind? Yeah, a little. I hope you don't mind me asking what. No. I am. Amneris turned his bewildered gaze gently towards Lord Crystal, who panicked and cast his eyes down again as if he had been burned. Although Neris wore a deep purple velvet toga with a long silver sash and white slim trousers peeking out from under the toga. A small silver pendant in the shape of a rune, a silver band around his forehead, and a slender sword were the only accents. Had it been Amneris before he had met Neris, he would have taken such care in a man's appearance and the burning of incense as a sign of weakness and shame for a knight. Amneris quickly glanced at his own appearance, wondering if he was properly groomed. A light golden dress with a large collar was tailored in the style of a parrot. Extremely delicate folds and lace swirled around the hem like a golden bubble. When you wear clothes of that color. Although Neris said, as if he knew that Amneris was quietly inspecting how he appeared to him. Amneris was frightened. When you wear that color, it's as if you're clothed in light, Princess Amneris. It's the same color as your fine hair. What was the name you were called in your country? They call me Lord Commander and Lady of the Ice. I'm as hard to move as ice. Ice isn't hard to move, Amneris. Neris sat down comfortably on the couch. Ice is easily melted by the passion of fire. If you're ice, it's probably because you've never met fire. Isn't that right? I don't know. And by the way, Lady of the Ice, that's not very appropriate for you at all. I'd call you something else. So. With what, sir? Are you calling me a tomboy? After saying that, Amneris stiffened. The memory, which had almost become a distant memory, of the painful humiliation of being mocked as a tomboy and a womanizer by a leopard-headed monster in a faraway desert country, came back to her mind. How can I help you? Politely, although Neris inquired. Neris's black, lake-like eyes watched Amneris's expression change. No, thank you. I'm just a country girl who doesn't know how to talk as elegantly as the dignified princesses of my country. I know that's what they say about me. The people of Paro. What do you mean? Neris smiled slightly. He stood up slowly and tried to put his hand on Amneris' shoulder. Amneris shook it off with a start and jerked again. The country girl from Mongol, who was as brave as a horse, must have been thought so. If I were you, I'd call you this. Neris withdrew her hand and instead took Amneris' lustrous blonde hair in her palm, letting the sunshine stream in as she said, Lady of Light, yes. You are truly the Lady of Light. Look how your golden hair shines in the sun. It's the light itself. You're always bathed in golden light. No such thing as ice. What would the Princess of Paro say to a situation like this? Amneris said. His voice was a little crooked. I'm too rustic to give you a witty answer. Of course I can't dance. I don't even have graceful little silky limbs. I'm a savage woman who rides horses and wields swords. I'd like to take off this dress right now and put on the formal armor of the Mongol army. You're a scary princess. Aldonarus laughed. His voice was as cool as the wind through the bushes of Lenoria. A beautiful woman should be dressed beautifully. Of course, it's the same with the armor of the Mongols. You must look like the world's most beautiful Aurra, even in the fur-trimmed bodyguard of the Holy Knight of Paro and the black cloak of a mage. Why do you pretend that you are unaware of your own beauty? I'm not pretending to be something I'm not. That was rude. See, there you go again, fawning like that. In truth, you're a mass of fire, full of light that dazzles to the core. Who the hell called you ice? Amneris stood up and walked away from Aldonarus. Aldonarus followed him. I hope you're not upsetting me in any way. No. If only I wasn't such a tease. But I'm not messing with you, Amneris. You've got to be kidding me. NN. Amneris clammed up. What is it, Ilana? And the maids told me. Last night, His Royal Highness Naris sang for the Princess of March. She has such a wonderful voice, they say it prolongs her life just to hear it. Oh, you mute sparrows. The princesses of Paro they re all so beautiful and feminine. Amneris clammed up again. Nothing shines as brightly as you do, Amneris. Princess Phyllis, they say. She's very graceful like a white Marinia. That's my cousin Beck's favorite, the flowery one from Amneria. And I'd much rather have a faint light in my eyes than a quiet little Marinia like that. You're one of the most beautiful people I've ever seen. I'm sure of it, Amneris. Now, another girl I know may threaten your throne in some way. But she is still young, and until then, you can boast of being the only son in the world. Who's that other girl? My cousin Linda. Do you know her? You've changed your look. Oh, no, she's not, she's your godmother. Isn't she? Oh, Ilana. Who put that idea in your golden head? It's no one. You love her, don't you, Amneris? Why did you do that? My cousin Linda, she said, and the sound of her voice and the light in her eyes. Your face has changed. There was a gentle, enraptured light in her eyes, not like when she teased me. You're asking questions like a general who sends out a small army to see how the battle is going, right, Prefecture General? If you want to know, I can tell you that Linda is only 14, she's a real girl. With platinum blonde hair like the wonderful moonlight of her mother's and eyes the color of twilight or pre-dawn purple, not the color of night like mine. She's no ordinary girl, you can always tell that in Paro by her hair. The legendary Linda, the virgin daughter of Arcandros the Great, was born with hair as silver as snow. In the house of the holy kings of Paro, the women who become priestesses usually have platinum blonde hair, while the men have hair the color of night, like mine. The only one who is not is Linda's twin brother Remus. Why he is not like the other men of House Paro, even the doctors of the Seven Towers do not know. Or perhaps there was something in him that had to be done, something that made him different from the other princes and princes, and this was manifested in the hand of Janus, in his hair the color of snow, the same color as his sister's. Many strange things happen in the house of the holy kings of Paro, Amneris. Do you know of the terrible machine hidden beneath the tower of Janus? Yeah. No. Amneris stiffened in surprise. Aldonarus watched him carefully. I don't know. What's that? A mechanical contraption capable of transporting itself anywhere in the world, or even the rest of the world, in an instant. Naris's mysterious eyes peered at Amneris with a faint, unidentifiable, vague light. Amneris managed to straighten himself up and tried to smile. It's black magic, isn't it? I could say that. But then, how much do you know about the power of magic? How much of it is science, how much is deception, and how much is a mysterious and unknown power? Such things are of no consequence to the people of Mongol. Do you think so, Amneris? Naris laughed out loud. Irina. You only believe what you see with your own eyes. Next time, I'll show you how it works. Are you sure? Again, without thinking, Amneris stiffened. Indeed, my skeptical princess. By the way, I digress. What am I talking about? It was about your beautiful cousin, Princess Linda. Oh, yeah. I was talking about Linda. No, Linda is not an enemy to you now. She's young, and as a woman, her powers haven't been awakened. I don't think you'll find her a worthy adversary yet, but I know a lot about women, even if I don't look it. She will be beautiful, the sun's glow will never fade with the moon, but you will have her in your heart. If I were a beautiful woman, I'd make all the beautiful women in the world beheaded while they were still girls. In fact, a woman is. You've been dodging my questions, Lord Nerys. Amneris looked into the black eyes of the other with his great, hard eyes. Do you love her, sir? This is strange, Amneris. After a few moments of silence, Nerys said in a low voice. The way you say it, it sounds as if, well, it sounds as if you know this lost pearl of Paro very well, and that its existence is on your mind. Who told you that? Amneris exclaimed in dismay. Nerys looked at her gloomily. And then. Later, I'll send you flowers, stubborn Ilana. He then bowed politely and deliberately, and left the room without any further ado. Oh. Amneris, a moment later, stretched out his hand and tried to say something. But then, as if suddenly remembering, he threw himself wildly onto the sofa. Princess. Oh, Flory. No more wine for me. Lord Crystal has left. Give me my glass, Flory. Yes, Lord Amneris. This favored maidservant, who had followed Amneris from Taurus, was a slender young woman, smokily soft, in contrast to Amneris, who was tight and firm. She looked anxiously at her master. Princess, did you have some trouble with His Highness Nerys? Bullying? Me? Startled, Amneris shouted. Why, Flory? Why do I look like that? Flory clammed up. Because Lord Nerys went out with a very sad and scared look on his face. And Amneris, he looked. What about me? I'm not going to let you talk me out of it, Flory. In a moment, Amneris reverted to his former noble and stern demeanor. But he soon exhaled bitterly. Princess. Shall I bring you some Vasha wine? Or shall I smear some oil on you? It's not. Amneris said with anger. But then he clutched his chest again, removed his hand, scooped up the golden hair that Aldo Nerys had touched earlier, and gazed at it wishfully. Silvery white hair of moonlight. I know you, you skinny little thing, with your glaring purple eyes, glaring at me with a scowl. Lord Amneris. Tell me, Flory. Am I beautiful? Oh, my. You're as beautiful as a goddess. I'm beautiful, Amneris said too arrogant. But I'm an unmarried girl, so maybe I don't understand those things. Hey, Flory. When I see you as a woman. A living, bleeding woman, not a goddess or a statue, is there something wrong with you? Is there something lacking, a necessary charm or something like that? Flory, is it strange for me to wear a woman's dress because I'm not used to dressing myself? Well, Princess. Flory was astonished. Why the hell would you do that? I don't get it either. Amneris looked hatefully at the golden dress clinging to her white skin. I'm sick of these clothes. Flory, have the wardrobe mistress bring me the usual white trousers and tunic. Right now, not this parody stuff. I'm Sama. I have no idea. I don't know what's wrong with me. Amneris clinked his glass wildly. Hey, Flory. All my life I thought I was quite beautiful and I was happy with my figure and my face. I wore the helmet of a Mongol general and was called Ilana of the Golden Scorpion, and everyone looked at me as if I were a dazzler. They all looked at me as if I were a dazzling object, and though the princesses of Paro were all stately and elegant and beautiful, yet standing in the midst of them, I could not see that I was inferior to them, at least in appearance, and they seemed to me to be somewhat puppet-like and tottering. Yes, of course. The princess is not in the least bit inferior to any of the princesses of Paro. Of course you are, Flory. And I'm at least the lady of Mongol the occupier. So why does that man treat me so carelessly? Are you talking about Lord Crystal? Stay somewhere else. Amneris stomped his feet angrily. His Royal Highness, Neris, acts as if I were only one of the many princesses. It's true that she comes to me and kisses my hand, makes me deliver flowers and fruits, and praises me. But he does it all as if it were some kind of very ironic farce, as if he were amused. And he talks about the beautiful Princess Linda, and he sings to Phyllis, as if. Amneris shook his golden head furiously. As if he wanted to shake something off. Oh, Flory, help me. What's wrong with me? I am Amneris, the Lady of Ice, unflappable, icy, cold, hard to move. Everyone said so, praised me for being the strongest of men, and I didn't bat an eyelash at the most atrocious sight, the most horrible catastrophe. And yet. But now, when she takes my hand and calls me beautiful and Irana, in the same carefree tone of voice that she uses for other princesses, I get so angry, that I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I don't get along with that Neris very well. If you don't like him so much, why don't you see him? 17-year-old Flory cocked his head and wondered. Amneris pursed his lips. So you don't understand anything. My mission is to wed that man. I'm sure His Highness Neris has already received word of this through Tyron, and if he's treating me like that, he's looking down on me. At least, he thinks nothing of me. After all this humiliation, no man has ever been so eager to meet my will. I am the Lady of Mongol. Why is he being so cynical and cruel and making fun of others when the Lady of Mongols is willing to be his wife, even if it's for political reasons? Why is that? Amneris also bit his red lips. How much better to be clinging to a horse's neck in the desert of Shem than to be in such a state. I would rather walk on the sand where IDs and sandhills and such nasty things lurk, and sleep in a sandstorm, and... Amneris shook his head and brushed aside the image of the leopard-headed, rugged warrior that had suddenly appeared in his eyes. Anyway, he's rude and he's making fun of people. She said it outright. I will make him my husband, and when I have done my duty, I will beat him into a dungeon so that he will obey me to his heart's content. It was 3 days later that he received a message from Aldo Neris. Princess Amneris is going to the Tower of Janus by herself. Amneris purses his lips when he hears Flory's words. If anyone below Tyron heard him, he'd be very angry. He's given a certain amount of freedom now, but Neris is still the enemy's overlord. Flory looked at her. Amneris jerked his head away. I'll go. Tell Mr. Neris I said so. Amneris said. The heart of the Crystal Palace, its symbol, the Tower of Janus, towers arrogantly in the darkness with many other towers, including the Twin Towers, the Crystal Tower, and the Tower of Jan. On the upper level, the remains of the kings of the Paro holy kings are enshrined, and on the lower level, it is said that the Tower of Janus, which shines brightly, hides many of the fundamental secrets of Paro, and its beautiful and transcendent appearance was not damaged by the invasion of Mongol. Even the mighty army of Mongols did not dare to touch the mysterious tower where the Paro royal family, the supreme priests of Janus, worshipped the Lord God Janus, and it was said that even Janus himself descended to the top of the tower. Amneris stood in the darkness at the entrance to the narrow corridor that led to the Tower of Janus. Princess, oh, Princess, please, reconsider. It's absurd. You don't know what they're planning. If anything should happen, if Lord Tyron should find out, I'll be tortured and burned at the stake. Oh, Princess, if you think me wretched, please reconsider at least, bring me a guard, Princess. Hush now, Flory. Amneris squeezed his lips tightly and glared at his favorite maidservant, who was wringing her hands in trepidation. If anyone could hear, then it would not endanger Neris's life to have made such a scheme. And there's no need for you to fret like a foolish bird. Lord Neris is a wise man. He must know that even if he took my life, he would be blocked from any scheme in this crystal palace filled on all sides with Mongol elite. Besides, I'm Amneris, Lord and Lady of Mongol. I would not dare to risk my life alone as a woman in the face of such a challenge, and I will not hide behind the thought of the Prince of Paro, who has yielded to my country, that I am a general of the right, a puppet, flanked by many knights. If you have read the princess's temperament and set such a trap for her, what do you think? Shut up. Amneris glanced coldly at Florrie. I'll do what I think is right. Oh, princess. I won't let men underestimate me as a woman or a young man. I am a warrior of Mongol who has mastered swordplay and martial arts. Besides, it was not that Amneris did not want to tell him. She herself did not understand why she had made up her mind so firmly from the beginning that she must go. If there was a demon that could see into the heart of a little girl, it must have looked into the heart of Amneris without warning, and easily found the answer. In his mind, unconscious even to Amneris himself, he wanted to know whether Aldo Neris's invitation was really a trap to free his country from the fetters of Mongol by taking her as a hostage, or whether it was only that Neris wanted to see Amneris where he could not be disturbed by others. The truth is that Neris wanted to see Amneris where others would not interfere with him, and he is desperate to know which is the case. Even though she was known as the Lady General of Mongol, the right-hand woman of Grand Duke Vlad, and the one who would eventually rule Mongol in place of the sickly Prince Mirhol, in the end, Amneris was nothing more than a naive girl of only 18 who had been carefully protected and raised by the people. Her pride and haughty nature made it difficult for her to understand her true nature and her true feelings, but what lurked within Amneris, despite being called a manly woman and a princess of ice, was probably the same fire, fierce passion, and purity of Ilana that Aldo Neris saw right away. And the purity of Ilana. For Amneris, Aldo Neris was the kind of man he had never seen around him or in the Golden Scorpion Palace before. He was a man who was as beautiful as a woman, and so gentle that he could be seen as a fashionista, a weakling, or even a coward, and yet he dealt with Amneris with a boldness and irony that no man had ever done before. He was a captive, a defeated general, albeit with much more freedom of movement, and he had been forced into a humiliating marriage, but none of this detracted from his arrogant confidence or his cynical attitude. And with his natural arrogance intact, he treated Amneris as the overwhelming superior in all things. There was no way Amneris could have been treated in such an unfamiliar way, and it infuriated her terribly. However, Amneris was so inexperienced in all of this that she did not even understand what was happening to her or how she was feeling, and in the end she was just confused and bewildered. In a word, she had fallen in love with Aldo Neris at the masquerade ball at the Crystal Palace for the first time, and in that moment, she had fallen in love with him with an innocence and blindness that only a girl of 18 could have, and she had not even noticed it. The first stirrings of love were already lurking in her anger at being ridiculed by Neris, at being treated like the other girls, at being thought of as a dwarf and a barbarian from the countryside of Mongol. Amneris would never have admitted it to herself, but she probably fell in love with Neris because he was the first man who had offended and humiliated her. However, like the 18-year-old Amneris, the 17-year-old maidservant Florrie had no insight into the unknown. So, Florrie could not understand why her beloved, young, beautiful, proud, goddess-like mistress had suddenly begun to do something so foolish as to send herself to her death. Knowing that he could not shake Amneris' resolve, Florrie let go of Amneris' sleeve. But it was not because he thought he could trust Aldo Neris' sincerity. "Thank you, sir." Cheerfully, Florrie said. "If that's what you want, just 2 zon." "Yes, 2 zon, and during those 2 zon, Florrie will be waiting here at the entrance to Janus Tower. And if the princess doesn't come out after those 2 summers, Florrie will go to Lord Tyron immediately. Is that clear?" "Please do," Amneris said, suppressing a strange anger and irritation. Then, as if on a moment's thought, "And, Florrie, if that happens, listen to me, you will send your men at once to capture Princess Lana of the Chalk Tower for Tyron. Princess Lana is the mother of Aldo Neris. If the remnants of Paro's army think they can take me hostage, they can take His Highness Mother hostage and make sure she's not taken advantage of. And, Florrie, come closer." "Yes, Princess. If it comes to that, there's still a way." "Look, if it comes to that, as you fear, have Tyron say. Mongol is responsible for the lives of the Paro twins. The contact between the crystal and the outside world has been cut off as tightly as you can imagine by Mongol's army. If the fact that Paro's twins escaped from Mongols' hands in Nosferus hasn't reached Paro's army's ears yet, this should be enough to make Paro give in. Okay, sir, Florey said with a slightly pensive look on his face. I didn't know you had such deep thoughts. After all, you are the goddess of war, Ilana. Now, enough. Miyuki, come back for me in 2 days, Amneris said with a strange expression on his face. She did not want to admit to herself that she was secretly afraid of Neris's schemes. She pointed to the other side of the corridor and pushed open the door of the Tower of Janus with her golden head, as if to challenge something. The door was inlaid with what appeared to be some strange ancient runes in blue shells all over the surface. The design, the letters, and the skillful inlaying were unfamiliar to the Princess of Mongol, a newly emerging region of Gora known for its swords, horses, and vichaka fruit, and gave the impression of something wickedly old. It's an old kingdom, where Janus himself ordered the foundation of the Paro dynasty to be laid, Amneris murmured in his heart. Then, laughing at herself, she took a big step into the door. He had seen all the major parts of the Crystal Palace, the capital of the Seven Towers, when he entered the city, but this was his first time to enter the interior of the Tower of Janus. The chilly, musty air and the heavy, lifelike silence engulfed Amneris immediately. Princess. Suddenly, a voice called out from the darkness behind the door, and Amneris put his hand on the hilt of his sword. A pair of glowing eyes stood up in front of Amneris, and in the faint blue light that came from who knows where, he took the form of a mage wearing a black cloak. We've been expecting you. What about you? I am Yoro, priest of the Tower of Janus. His Highness, Aldo Neris, awaits you below. Show me the way. Amneris pursed his lips tightly, not wanting to give the impression that he was frightened. But secretly, he wondered if anyone would ask him about his conversation with Florey. He didn't seem to have a care in the world, but he was a fool. Of course, there are many fortune tellers and mages in the Golden Scorpion Palace, including Gaius. Naturally, Mongols also perform rituals to the gods and use magical divination as a reference in deciding the agenda. However, Gora is fundamentally a land of swords and valor, and its reliance on divination and witchcraft is quite different from that of Paro, the people of Janus, or the ancient kingdom of Hanem. In Mongol, mages were also scientists and military strategists, and mages who exerted too much monstrous power were burned or banished for misleading people's minds. In particular, among the 3 kingdoms of Gora, Mongol abhorred the dark power almost as much as the steppe nations. For Mongol, who had expanded the country while fighting against the jumping of suspicious monsters, the monsters were his enemies, and the power of magic and surrealism, the realm incomprehensible to mankind, belonged to the frontier itself, which was always looking for an opportunity to threaten the border. When Paro's mind subsides, we must take control of this area and, if necessary, behead every last one of these vicious mages. Amneris thought secretly as he followed Yoro, who seemed to be drifting soundlessly, down the narrow stairs. This way, sir. Yoro said from behind his hood, his eyes glowing blue like demon fire, as if he could see through Amneris's thoughts, and bowed graciously. Contrary to Amneris' expectations, it was nothing more than a commonplace, luxurious, beautifully decorated room without a single window. As in all the other parts of the Crystal Palace, the decorations of the room were of the highest degree of antiquity and refinement, and it was sumptuously and comfortably decorated on the very edge of the point where the slightest more opulence would be mere pretense. On the floor was a chaise longue and a table covered with crystal, and in the 4 corners of the room stood white marble statues of spirits. On the table were 2 glasses and an elaborately patterned silver pitcher, and her host was about to rise from the divan to greet her with a graceful gesture, swinging a black wax toga. Yoro bowed and disappeared. This also, with armor, and girded even with a slender body Paiknaw. In Mongol, is a daughter who is alone with her betrothed, and creeps before the wedding, to come as such a brave and pure Irana priestess. Aldo Neris smiled and held out his hand. Amneris looked around with a stiff expression. What's the matter? Sit down, there's no one lurking behind the curtains. This is your, secret room, Lady Neris. No, not at all. However, since I agreed to marry you, I am allowed to roam freely within the palace, so I am allowed to enter here as well. However, wherever I go, I must first ask the guard's permission. Is that why you're not happy with me, my marriage? No way. You are too much of a glare for a crippled and defeated general like me, Lady of Light. Please don't call me the Lady of Light. I have a bad feeling about that. Why, sir? Do you think I haven't given you enough credit? It's not that. Amneris furrowed his brow in confusion. Then, with his sword at his side, he sat down facing Divan and Neris. Where you're hanging, Amneris, Neris said nastily. A monument to the bloodshed of honor in the army of Mongol. Of course, since then, the blood has been completely washed away and replaced by new furnishings damaged by swords and arrows, so that to your eyes, which see only the things of the past, it looks like a very beautiful and luxurious room. But on that bloody day, which seems so long ago, so much of the blood of the brave Paro was sucked into the floor beneath your feet as you tried to carry his hopes away to safety. The right minister, you see, the father of young Linus, Minister Leah, the nanny of the holy royal family, Debbie Bogan, and the knights. Many a knight of Mongol has died, Amneris said, startled by Aldo Neris's tone, which was much more venomous and nasty than usual. It's the way of wars. Mongol has been attacked by strangers many times before. I didn't say that, beautiful Ilana. Sarcastically, Neris said. Something made him as brutal and malevolent as a beast of prey that normally hides its fangs in its sleek fur, but is slowly rising to its full height. There is no people so brave and fearless as you, he said. During the 3,000 years of Paro's history, it has, of course, gone through many ups and downs. Sometimes it was conquered by different peoples, sometimes it was regained, and it was always fighting over the border. But Amneris. No invader has ever dared to break into the holy tower of Janus and stain the place of Janus ritual with blood. If this was also planned by Jan, the god of fate, then you people of Mongol must have dared to make Janus Tower a bloodstained place and bring a new development to the world, and that's exactly why you came to Paro. That's why you came to Paro. Lady Neris speaks so differently here than she does in the palace, doesn't she? Amneris said, astonished and puzzled. It's like you're a complete stranger to me. Then who are you to say that you know everything about? Neris said with a sarcastic smile on his face. Yourself. Myself. Are you sure about that? I don't know a single thing about myself. By what are we born and by what do we move? What are we commanded to do? What determines our fate? Do you know why you're Amneris and I'm Aldo Neris? Then you are wiser than Janus, and we, the people of Paro, as Janus people, know that we are part of Janus. What makes you human, and what makes you a continuation of the dark forces you speak of? Are you so clever that you dared to take on the role of staining the Tower of Janus with your blood? What's going on? Amneris pursed his lips. The Neris in front of him seemed like a different person from the vain, graceful, cynical, beautiful nobleman he had come to know so well from seeing, meeting, and talking with every day for the past half a month. It was as if, for all intents and purposes, something other than Neris was looking into Amneris' eyes with eyes that pretended to be Neris' face and body, as if they were the eyes of foul, cold darkness itself. Amneris had never seen anything even remotely like it in Mongol. You have summoned me to tell me of your grudge against Mongol, which you have been holding back until now. Or take me hostage, but I've already made arrangements for that. Mongol is not easy, Master Neris. Of course. In the sky above, Neris answered. He seemed to be listening to some sound that Amneris could not hear. First, why would you think? I'm not the one holding you hostage, I'm the one being held hostage. Oh, looks like Lorca's back. Excuse me. Ha! Startled, Amneris sat up, wondering if someone had come. There was no sign of him. Neris quickly left the room and stood just outside the door through which Amneris had entered, waiting for someone without closing the door. Amneris almost shouted out. Suddenly, a black-cloaked mage, the same as Yuru, appeared by the door and knelt down to Nairis. She's nothing but a handmaiden of the black arts. Do not be surprised and do not underestimate her. Amneris bit his lip as hard as he could. Lorca. What's up? I've just returned with news. I'm sorry to bother you at this time. I overheard a conversation between the two of them, not so much as a whisper. Master Dean gave me this. Okay. Something like a ball came from the mage's hand and was handed to Nairis. But as soon as it touched Nairis' hand, it disappeared in a flash. Amneris's eyes widened. How's that thing doing? Are you still obstinate? Will you not come back after all this? It's Janice, sir. All right. Well, I'll give it to your mother. Yes, sir. Lorca's figure wavered and then disappeared into the darkness. Nairis closed the door and came back into the room. At that moment, however, the mysterious expression on his face had disappeared and he was just the usual cheerful, refined, and beautiful young lord. Hi. Excuse me. Nairis smiled sarcastically, threw herself at divan, took the glass and held it to her mouth. When entering the Tower of Janice, the people of the Paro royal family are susceptible to the vibrations of the air that is enclosed within the tower. It's no wonder, this tower is a god-slaying tower built for kings and priests to have eternal dialogues with the god Janice. So, especially for one like me, who has no training as a priest and only halfway through his education as a king, he becomes possessed in a strange way and says things he doesn't mean to say and things he doesn't mean to say. Who is that man? Who is Master Dean? Are you asking me as a forgiver or as a conqueror? It's just a wizard. It may look like he appeared and disappeared in a strange way, but it's just simple black magic, a way to move in and out of space. Oh, you're frowning. Amneris. You seem to have inherited the blood of Grand Duke Mongol who hated witchcraft. But it's useful. If you could use it, space would be like a house that's open all the way to the top. With such great power, why was Paro conquered by Mongol? Was it Janice who ordered it? Amneris said bluntly. He didn't notice the dark glint in Nairis's eye. Things are not as simple as they seem. You can't just swing a sword and be done with it, like the Gora people. I'm about to show you the proof. I'd forgotten why I called you here. Come, Princess Amneris. Nairis stood up and held out his hand. Amneris turned away from her hand and followed her through the opposite door. It was a dark place, a mere cave. Nairis raised his hand and made a strange gesture, touching the wall and uttering lowly runes that Amneris could not have known. And just like that. Oh, this is it. Amneris could not remember, but was horrified and amazed. Where in the world was there a screen to keep it out of the darkness? As if an invisible door had been opened by Aldo Nairis' spell, what emerged was a place that could be called a vortex of light. The glare blinded Amneris. For a while, she felt as if she had been thrown into the midst of a dazzling light, and could not distinguish anything, nor could she even tell from where and how the room was surrounded. Finally, as his eyes adjusted a little more, Amneris blushed as he realized that he was being held up by Nairis' arms. He thought that he must wrench himself away, but even as his eyes grew accustomed to the dazzling light of the room, he felt uneasy, as if up and down, left and right, had become completely meaningless. He couldn't keep his hands off Nairis' arms, which were much more solidly muscled under the toga than her slender exterior. Dazzling, isn't it, Amneris? I heard Nairis say this with a laugh in her voice. Just then, Nairis' other hand reached out and quickly placed something black over Amneris' eyes. Amneris reflexively tried to resist, but suddenly noticed that the surrounding light that seemed to be screwed into his eyes had disappeared. It was something like a mask for a masquerade ball, made by fitting a black, thin, transparent board. When he looked at it, he saw that Nairis was also wearing the same mask. What is this? Strange, Lord Nairis. Amneris looked around and hissed. What's wrong? Nanaris. We've lost the entrance. Don't worry. There's a way in. It's just you can't see it because it's covered with the same stuff as this wall of light. You're not trapped here. You can always come out. Well, that's all Amneris knew how to say. What is this? What the hell is this room? That's so my. Although Neris watched with some cruel satisfaction as Amneris gasped in horror. It was a large room with a very high ceiling. The floor, ceiling, and walls were all made of the same glowing material. Everything inside this room is covered with crystal. A mirror is placed behind the crystal so that it cannot be seen from the outside, and even if a third person were to enter, he or she would not be able to see what is going on inside. And this crystal is somewhat specially processed to insulate the action of the machine inside from the outside. Otherwise, many things could go wrong. Amneris. The machine. Oh, is that it? In the middle of the room, still shining white through the black mask, stood a very strange thing. Amneris had no idea what it looked like in its entirety, or even how it worked. What she saw was nothing more than a series of tubes rising to the ceiling, a thin line running between them, a square platform, and in the middle, a mass of what looked like a huge, clear, circular tube. It did not resemble anything that Amneris had ever seen before, and he could not understand how it moved or what it was used for. At the top of the square base, there was a kind of panel with many complicated patterns and projections. What's this? This is the secret you've been dying to know, Paro. Neris let out a laugh. I don't think that. Yes, a machine that can transport you anywhere in the world in an instant, to any place you desire. You're going to go into that tube in the middle of the room and you're going to operate this machine. The second you think you're here, you're in Argos, in Taurus, you're in your dreams. Demon magic, I suppose you could say that. In any case, I can't even explain to you the principle by which it works. I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know what this is, what it is. But, at last, Amneris's brain was regaining its original function, little by little. Still half in doubt, she murmured. It was the people of Paro who made this, wasn't it? If they could have made it, how could they not know about it? No, Amneris. That's why I said you don't know anything about the world. It was not the mage of Paro or the open king of Arcandros who made this. So, then, who is it? I don't know. Although Neris said curtly, it's been here from the beginning. It's directly connected to the myth of the founding of Paro. Amneris, it has been here for 3,000 years and has been the last trump card for us, the holy kings of Paro, from time to time. So it's been that long, and this room? No. It's a ward made by the great mages of Paro to protect the machine and keep it away from the people. That's why the search by Mongol's army was in vain. That's why the search for Mongol's army was so difficult. We are in a place that cannot be entered from the outside. But you've told me the secret of that sacred Paro, Lady Neris. Amneris said with a strange sense of agitation and excitement. This machine is no longer Paro's secret. Are you sure about that, Princess? Although Neris said in a very sarcastic tone. First, Mongol's army can't take a single step into this ward. Secondly, even if they could, Mongol's army does not know how to operate this machine. Thirdly, Mongol wouldn't even know how and when to use this machine. No, of course not. Amneris said coolly. There are many ways. Any number of ways. Ho ho. Like what? For example, torture. Mongol's specialty, you know. But there isn't a single person, not even Paro, who knows anything about this machine. There are people who know how to use this machine. Only the most high-ranking royalty. But they are unlikely to succumb to torture, and... Neris strode forward. Amneris, who was still holding her hand, was led unwillingly to the center of the room. Just as she thought she had, Neris waved her hand away and gave her a thrust. Amneris staggered and bumped into a clear round tube at the front of the machine, and as soon as it appeared, it opened from side to side and Amneris fell into the tube. The tube was noiselessly closed again. What are you doing? Amneris tapped the inside of the tube. There was no joint in it, no handle to open it. In panic, Amneris froze. What are you doing? Let me out. Let me out. Shall I, then, show you to this place for having yielded to torture? I don't know how it works, but even though the tube is sealed, I can hear Neris' voice very well. Neris stood in front of the table, her hands on the large protrusions in it, looking at Amneris teasingly. And then I'll put you up there and I'll manipulate you, and you'll be at my mercy. I'll show you how, for example. Wouldn't you like to jump into the court of Argos, into the hands of my allies, the armies of Argos, all by yourself? Neris wiggled her supple fingers and performed a strange operation. There was a strange buzzing sound, and the ceiling of the tube above Amneris's head began to glow a faint blue. Amneris gritted his teeth to keep from screaming. Or to the bottom of a sea of tens of thousands of tar. Or to the farthest reaches of Kitay or Canaan, where alone, with a slender Pekine, you must cut through a wilderness of hundreds of thousands of motes to return home. At any time, I can control your life as I wish with one finger. You are but a little girl of 18 who knows nothing. But behind me, 3,000 years of Paro's history and the secrets of a dark and mysterious world lie hidden in the blood that flows through my body. Or would you rather stand in safety, send me there, and let someone else, someone who can manipulate me, and the next moment, I'm free to fly away to wherever I want to be. Admit it, Amneris. Mongol is no match for Paro. Admit it. You're afraid of me. You're skeptical, but you're scared to death that I'll flip this switch and do what I told you to do. You said you don't believe in witchcraft or super science and that you only believe in what you see with your own eyes. Tell me. I'll forgive you if you tell me. You're afraid. Are you afraid of me, Mr. Neris? Nah. Mr. Neris. Amneris panted hard. Fear, and an overwhelming confusion she had never known before, seized her. She wrung her hands in the tube, and, seized with a fright that made it impossible for her to breathe at any moment, she held out her hands with a gesture. Please let me out. Forgive me, please, forgive me. You finally said it. A soft, cold voice said. Amneris slumped to the floor in a daze and surrendered himself to a repose in which he knew nothing. The mysterious ancient machine and the chamber of light that had protected it were gone, as if it had been a mirage, and the place was the same as before. A strong hand was firmly supporting Amneris' shoulder. Have you noticed, Amneris? Right above his face was the beautiful face of Aldo Neris. He has already taken off his mask, and his bewitching black eyes are peering at her with a unique and elegant smile. I don't know what's wrong with me. You poor thing. Neris brought his face close to Amneris. Amneris froze, but he had no strength to push her away. All her strength had gone out of her and she had gone limp. You really don't even know anything about it, Neris whispered with a laugh. Her eyes glowed with a light that was even more inscrutable than before, and she drew Amneris into a euphoria that was a mixture of fear and humiliation. Oh, terrible Neris, you have deceived me. Oh. Like that. I'm not fooling you. Stop squaring your shoulders and acting like you're the queen over all men. You are not the lady of the ice, goddess of Irana. You have been so deceived by the words of those around you that you have killed your own heart with the thought that you must behave like this. What is the use of being praised by a woman as a right-hand general and a warrior? Martial prowess and wisdom are the things of the men's world and the pride of men, while women have beauty, elegance, and love, where only women can show off. Lord Neris. Let me go. I'm going back to my room. I don't like Mr. Neris, I don't like Mr. Neris. I hate her. You are no match for me in power or in wisdom. I would never dream of waging war against a woman. But even a woman can wage wars for hearts, not heads. Amneris. Look here. You trick me, you toy with me, you act as if I'm nothing to you. I hate you. I hate you. As soon as we get out of here, I'll go to Tyron and throw you in the dungeon. Yes, put you in a dungeon, give you neither food nor drink, make you beg to be let out and crawl at my feet like you forced me to do before. I'll laugh in your face when you cry. And I will whip you with my own hands in your weakness. I swear on Janus, I will do it. You, etc. Amneris' voice trailed off. Neris's lips covered Amneris's lips, gently but mercilessly. Amneris struggled to tear them off, but he could not even push away Neris's breast. In humiliation and shame, Amneris faltered with tears in his eyes. But then, suddenly, all the power of resistance drained from her body. Oh! A faint sound escaped from Amneris's pursed lips. Neris ran his fingers through her wavy golden hair, lowered his long eyelashes, and gazed at her limp, glazed face. A faint smile crept across his cheeks. Dear Mr. Neris. Amneris. My lady of light. Neris finally parted her lips and whispered. Amneris nuzzled his face into Neris's chest, blushing to his earlobes. Lord Neris. Lay aside your burdens. Accept my love, not as the proud Duchess of Mongol, but as a beautiful, noble princess of 18. Lady Neris then. Amneris wriggled away and looked up at the man staring at her with rapt eyes. So you don't hate me, do you, Lord Neris? You're not pining for the wife you were forced into a political marriage with. I am. You're not the kind of princess who would willingly throw herself on a man's chest without such rough treatment, you know. Neris smiled. Amneris gazed at his beautiful, beautiful face. I have the scruples of a defeated general. I can't live with myself if you're the kind of wife who thinks that every time her husband does something she doesn't like, she should throw him in jail. Well, Amneris put his hand to his cheek as if in shame. It was a feminine gesture that she had never made before, so much so that if the nobles of Taurus and the knights in her entourage, who only knew her as a Rana of Mongol, the high priestess general, were to look at her, they would wonder what had become of the princess, and would be in a panic. I beg you to make me Lord Crystal's queen. Amneris, still showing her winning and haughty nature, said in a threatening tone. I tell you, don't think you can play with my heart in a foolish or careless way. If Mr. Neris were to change his mind after making me feel this way, will you kill me? You're Ilana, after all. You love people like a blade against your chest. I swear to you, I will bury Paro from the face of the earth. If Lady Neris should betray me, I'll keep that in mind, sir. Neris laughed. And he drew Amneris to him and kissed him softly again. Amneris also seemed to want to resist somewhat. But she obediently fell into the arms of Neris. Her face flushed with the pure and exuberant euphoria and joy of a girl who had found love for the first time in her life. The room was filled with the smell of sweet and fragrant incense, and on the floor where she stepped was a glittering and beautiful fur rug. And beside her was the figure of a beautiful duke, elegant and cold, with glossy black hair and a loose and luxurious toga. And the white sands of Nosferus, and the strange creatures, and the march and the hardship, and the leopard-headed, half-naked warrior with the burning red eyes, were already 1,000,000 miles away. Florie's patience was reaching its limit. At last, the promised Nizan has almost passed. Although there were still several Tarzans left, she was torn between the hesitation that the slightest hesitation here might lead to a terrible catastrophe, and the fear that she might make matters worse and be questioned about her own faults by rushing to the anointing too soon. He was about to leave to go to Tyran when he finally made up his mind that he would not leave the princess behind any longer, even if it meant incurring his wrath. Florie. A low voice came from inside the door, and a familiar figure of the mistress appeared. Mama. Hi, princess. Are you safe? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Florie choked and jumped at Amneris. But. Well, Florie, what's the matter with you? Why are you making such a big deal about something that's not safe? The tone of Amneris's voice as he laughed and shouted sensitively sensed something strangely different from the usual, and he jerked away. Princess. He looked at you anxiously. Then he put his hand over his mouth, but what came out of his mouth after a while was, Princess. Did you Please, sir. The words were anxious and frightened. No, Flory. What's the matter with you? Did you have something bad in mind for Mr. Naris? Yes, no. Flory looked up at her hostess in a strange and startled way. Could this be the Amneris she knew, the Princess Amneris of Mongol? Her mysterious emerald eyes, which had been described as icy, glittered with an unrecognizable luster, as if someone had lit a fire in them. Her white, smooth cheeks are flushed with red, and even her golden hair seems to have grown moist and dazzlingly dazzling. The heaving breasts breathed soothingly, as if to say that the cold stone statue, which had never had any element of glamour or luster, although it was extremely beautiful and reverent, suddenly began to be filled with hot life by the divine play. Sama. Surprised and gripped by an inexplicable anxiety, Flory shouted. Himneris smiled at him. By day, she was an arrogant and demanding mistress who never smiled like that, not even at her favorite Flory. I'm going back to my room. I'm a little tired. Sama, that. You mustn't tell Tyron and the others that I'm here. Amneris ordered. Then, suddenly, with a swift step, she stood still, grasped Flory's puzzled shoulders and hugged him. Oh, my God, Flory. I didn't know. I never dreamed I'd feel this way. I imagined it would be so much different, so much more. Princess. Seeing Flory's frightened face, Amneris burst into a high-pitched laugh. His laugh was like that of a little girl. Oh, Flory. I'm in love with you, Mr. Naris. I'm in love with you, Amneris shouted. Flory could only stare at her in dismay. Chapter 3. Across the Sea of Lent. The blue and harsh desert sky stretched out above the people. The quiet sound of the water, chap, chap, adds to the stillness of the area. It is the sound of the waves of the Kesu River lapping at the shores of Nosferus. Guin, Linda, Remus, and Istvan their party, accompanied by Suni, and guarded by the Shem warrior Shiva, the Lagan warrior Dodo, and other guards, had left the foot of Mount Gudu for faraway Paro, and nearly a month had passed since then. The days passed. In order to avoid further friction with Mongol, the party did not go straight to the banks of the Kes, but took the road to the southeast, which is why so many days had passed. It was a dull and monotonous journey, with only the undulations of the sea of white sand stretching out before our eyes day after day. Nevertheless, thanks to the protection of Lagan and Shem, who were born in the desert and died in the desert, we were able to avoid many of the hazards that are common in the desert and had an easy journey. If it had been only the civilized people, it would have been impossible for them to continue their journey in safety for even a day. Ragan's eyes and his uncanny instincts could see the entrapments of sandworms, sandhills, and giant anteaters from many tarns away, and they could tell by the faint traces in the sand that civilized men could not see what creatures had passed through them. Shem and his companions also carried the juice of areca, which had been given to them by a living member of the Tubai tribe, to ward off the ID, and to protect them from the threat of the ID, which had come to fear Nosferus more than any other place. This was an important task. Ragan and his men paid no attention to the sandhills and the giant anteaters, which they regarded as creepy desert creatures, but for some reason they had an unusual and superstitious fear of the ID, a hideous, translucent, gnarled amoeba. This is because even Dodo, the bravest of the brave, was not an exception to this rule. There will be several years in the long run when the ID will be born in great abundance. The Dodo explained it to the wondering civilized people. Then the desert as far as the eye can see will be filled with the ID, and the ID will be hovering over the sand day and night. And they suddenly come crashing down on us. Then we leave the village and flee. The old man and the child offer sacrifices to them and flee without looking after them, but later they find that we have been reduced by half. Such has been the case several times before. Shem knows it too, Sheba said. Then Shem will go into the village of Tubai to ask for help, and he will stay put. The ID will never go near Tubai. Gwyn nodded his head as he busily interpreted the words of both sides, which obviously had the same origin but were now so different from each other that they were almost incomprehensible due to differences in the vocal organs. A great outbreak of ID. It seems that Nosferus is still harboring many mysteries and oddities that are unknown even to the people who live there. The space between the Canaan Mountains and the borders of Kittai is commonly called the Great Void, and no one really knows for sure how many millions of motor miles it is, or what mysteries are hidden there. Istvin said sagely. Perhaps, if that place is as strange as Nosferus, the world might be a much more confusing place than we Nakahara people think. Nakahara represents, at best, less than 1/10 of the world as a whole. Guin says, lost in thought. When men become wiser and begin to think that it is better for them to make the unknown frontier their home than to be crowded together in the narrow Midlands, then there will be neither Gora nor Paro, and they will cease to compete with Mongol, Kumu and Urania in Gora. They will seek to reveal the mysteries of the world. Then we will know more about the world. Fashijini, Linda said as they rode along on the horse. All through the trip she had been busy teaching Shiva and Suni the language of the Middle Plains. To Suni, in particular, Linda had a small reason for wanting to be able to speak freely, even in her own language, as soon as possible. While I was in Paro, I never thought that there was a world outside of Nakahara, inhabited by people just like us, with different forms, languages, and cultures, but who were just as happy and sad as we were. All my life I've been taught that once you get past the frontier and into the real frontier, it's just a version of Dole with demons and monsters roaming around. But Shem and Ragan are neither demons nor demons. At the same time, an ID, or a sandhill or an angel hair, well, I wouldn't say they're demons. The ID is a uniquely creepy-looking creature, though, Istvin said. Linda put her hand to her cheek and said sadly, I don't even know what this world is like, why it's like this, and what Janus and Janes are hiding on it. As a priestess of Janus, I was taught many things, and I thought that I would come to know more and more about all things, but now I don't think so. And even though Nosferus wasn't the demon map I had expected, there must be a place somewhere where the hands of those evil gods lurked. The evil gods, the old ones, there are many forces in this world waiting to act. There are many forces waiting to act. I need to know more about that too. Oh, it's so strange, Gwyn. When I think about it, I can't help but feel that everything has been foreseen by Jan, or Janus himself. Because I lost my country, my father and mother were killed, and by a twist of fate I wandered into Nosferus and had to endure many hardships. Those who rarely think of the gods may reproach Yarn, saying, why should I suffer such an unjust punishment when I follow the right path, praise the gods, and take care of myself? But I've been thinking about it all these days as I rode my horse slowly through the desert. And I realized something astonishing. It's all because of that cataclysmic event. If Paro hadn't succumbed to Mongol surprise, I never would have left the crystal and therefore never would have met Gwyn. Not to mention Suni and you, Istvin. The same separation that led to the burning of our country and the killing of our parents led to this meeting. And I would never have set foot on the frontier of Nosferus without it. I grew up in a crystal palace, protected and cherished as a princess, never knowing that the barbarians of Nosferus were also human, never wondering why the world was the way it was, never realizing how little I knew. How little he knew. So maybe there is no room in the golden rule of the universe for things to happen and pass without a reason. To answer that, even most wise mages and mages would be too much. Gwyn said gravely, looking over at Linda with a strange greenish glint in his eye. It is the supreme question, the ultimate wisdom. To teach it properly, or even just to understand it, would require a wisdom that would rival the gods. But be that as it may, I'm surprised to learn that you're beginning to think that way, Linda. If harsh experiences have nurtured such eyes and mind in you at the age of 14, then surely everything is nothing but a seed from which things are born. You're a real piece of work, Istvin said in a good mood. A princess of Paro, a pretty girl, a brave little warrior, a fortune-teller, and a philosopher who ponders the golden rule of this world. But let me tell you, when you catch your future husband, you'd better keep that sublime speech at the bottom of your closet. Men hate women who talk too much. You're a vile man, as always. Linda was upset and said, "How dare you come at me and grab my husband? A princess of Paro never courts a man of her own accord. She's just hugged and protected." "Hey, Remus." Pretending to be her brother, she called for backup. "Oh. Yeah. Yeah, what are you talking about?" He clicks his tongue when he sees the boy, who was absent-mindedly lost in thought, look up in surprise. Well, he's always been a bit of a dunce. I wonder if people see and grasp things differently when they have the same experiences. I've been especially foggy the last couple of days. Are you sick to your stomach? Well, you've been awfully quiet lately, Istvan said. It could be the desert. Be careful. A sandhill with a spiky tongue like your sister's wouldn't be afraid to go near it, but a dazed brat like you might get turned by a werewolf. Oh, my God, that's rude. Remus, why don't you say something back? Yeah. Remus only gave a vague smile at that, too. The words of his sister and Istvan, who were disgusted with him, passed over him like angel hair. He was completely absorbed in his own thoughts, and was swaying on the back of the horse, unconcerned with all that was going on around him. He didn't even notice Gwyn's watchful gaze gazing at him. At nightfall, Gwyn called Remus softly and asked him what was wrong. But Remus. "No, I think I'm just a little tired." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." He apologized politely, but did not reveal to Gwyn the strange and frightening concerns that weighed heavily on his mind. If Linda had known, she would have called him secretive and dim-witted. Every night, when he rested the horse, and during the day, when he rested with the fur on the horse, Remus was often awake and alone among the furs. That was something Linda, his alter ego, couldn't even tell him. He was afraid to go to sleep. "When I sleep, I dream about that dream again." The dream that frightened him, the first time he saw it was probably after a farewell party at the foot of the. Without fear or foreboding, he and Linda ate a hearty meal and fell into bed together with the joy of a tired and healthy child. A good night's sleep soon came to them both. To a child of 14, the luxurious bedchamber of the Crystal Palace and the dry straw and fur of the Semitic bedrooms made little difference. Linda slept soundly, dreamlessly. Her twin brother slept beside her, wrapped in furs up to his shoulders, snuggled against her. In that sleep, a shadow came to me. Before he knew it, Remus' soul had slipped out of his body and was looking down from on high at himself and his sister, who were asleep. A deep sense of loneliness enveloped him. Two pearls that cannot be withdrawn at any time. Remus was always harshly rebuked by Linda as a sluggard, and a coward, but still, or rather, because of this, he felt that he could not do anything or live a single day if he was separated from Linda. And he felt that he could not live another day. The fact that Linda was sleeping peacefully alongside his husk, and that she did not know that he was here, brought him a terrible loneliness, anxiety and coldness. I wonder if Linda will wake up, he thought, looking down at the ground, not going anywhere. Then I heard someone calling. Reluctantly, Remus turned his head. Immediately behind Remus stood a figure fully clothed in a black cloak. From the appearance of the cloak, he seemed to be a mage. Remus gasped as he tried to ask, "What do you want?" The skinny, scrawny arms that appeared from the cuffs of the sleeves were missing from the wrists, as if they had been melted by the intense heat. Fear rose in Remus's sensitive heart. In a panic, he tried to step aside, but the other man slowly waved the remains of his hand and began to look up at him, as if he wanted to say something. The wind blew softly from somewhere and stirred up the hood of his cloak. And just like that, Kahea! Screaming as loud as he could, Remus collapsed on the spot in fear. His face, illuminated by the pale moonlight, was that of a burnt-out living skull. Remus awoke with a start and knew that it had all been a dream. His whole body was covered in sweat and his horrible face was clearly visible. But although he had screamed, he had not really screamed, and Linda was still asleep, not even wincing. It was also rather bizarre. This twin brother and sister, who shared the same blood, had a frighteningly strong communion that flowed through them all the time. There was no way that the wave of fear that Remus had felt could not reach Linda, even if she was asleep. But after a sleepless night, Remus told Linda, "Have you had any dreams?" But Linda had not seen any of them. Linda had been educated to be the chief priestess of Janus and the great fortune-teller of Paro, and the first thing she was taught was to remember, write down, and read every dream she had, no matter how fragmented. Remus was not happy, but the excitement and hustle and bustle of the departure made him forget all about it. But that same nightmare came to Remus the next night, just as he was making his first encampment. And the next, and the day after that. It was always the same dream. Always, the same face of a disfigured monster would appear, as if appealing for something, as if hurrying to say something, pointing beyond the desert with a hand whose tip was lost. Gradually Remus began to feel more disgusted with the dream than with sleep itself. But there was a reason why he did not reveal this to Guin or to Linda. There's something evil about that monster, like black magic. Yes, Remus was secretly pondering in the light of reason in broad daylight. That monster seems to want to say something to me, to appeal to me. But in the past, such dream tidings and communications have always appeared only to Linda, or they have been very clear to Linda and vague to me. And that's natural. Because Linda is a seer who will eventually become a priestess, and I seem to have fewer such abilities than my cousin Aldonaris. And yet, in this dream, only in this dream, it's not Linda who appears, it's me. I don't know why, but maybe it's because what the monster wants to tell me belongs more or less to the forces of darkness and he's trying to mess with me, not Linda, the righteous priestess of Janus. I'm sure he's just trying to mess with you. Otherwise, I've been told for a long time that twins are the poster children of Janus, light and dark. If Linda's sex is light and mine is darker, closer to something like a doll, and that's why it appears in my dreams, then Remus is a very brave boy. His fear of the monster's horrible appearance soon died away, but Remus was more desperate not to know what the monster was trying to tell him, for he feared it might bring out something in him that he had not known before, or awaken something in him that was not good. He was afraid that it might bring out something in him that he had not known before, or awaken something in him that was not good. If Remus had been the captain of the Mongols, he would have known that the monster who appeared in his nightly dreams was none other than the Kitai mage, Kalmor, who had crossed Nosferus alive and brought back the secret of the terrible valley of noxious miasma. He would have known. Even if it had appeared to them in a dream of Guin or Ishtvan, they would have remembered, even if they had not known his true identity, that he was the face of a strange corpse in the midst of the corpses of Mongol's army that had been trampled down by Lagan and Shem after the Battle of Nosferus. It was the face of a strange corpse in the midst of the corpses of the Mongol army trampled by Ragan and Shem after the Battle of Nosferus. But Remus doesn't know any of that. But even if he had known, the mystery might have only deepened. Even after the death of his body, the soul of Kalmor, who had mastered the ways of magic, remained in Nosferus to somehow announce to others the astonishing mystery he had learned. But why did it have to be Prince Remus? Even Remus could not understand it. He was a quiet, dreamy, gentle boy, as if he had offered his sister all his genius and precociousness. It was his secret wish to stay in the Tower of Yarn as a scholar. But if I tell her about this, she's bound to get angry. I have a feeling. Although she is not aware of it, Linda has been educated to become a prophet since she was very young, and has acquired psychic abilities that Remus does not have, so she often assumes that heavenly things are her domain and worldly things are her brother's domain. If Linda told Remus about the strange things she couldn't see, but only Remus could, she would feel as if her pride had been hurt and would be angry. Remus sensed it secretly, with the boy's unique and unself-conscious insight. The journey, therefore, was one that Remus could only pass day after day in a heavy and depressing state of mind. Unaware of Remus's thoughts, the party proceeded steadily on their journey without encountering any serious obstacles. As they went on, the landscape remained the same white sand. They would wake up in the sand, go on through the sand, stop to make a fire, boil a rice moss soup with the little water they had, feed their hunger with dipped Japanese millet, sleep with their furs on the sand, and wake up again in the sand. This was not only a parable, for while they slept, the sand was blown over their furs, and when they awoke in the morning, the first thing they did was to jump up and brush off their whitened faces, bodies and furs. The greatest danger was that one of Shem's warriors was nearly caught in the quicksand that lurked in the desert, but the group, with Shem as their guide, who knew at least as much about this part of the Nosferous Desert as they did about the rest of the world, did not get lost, and reached the banks of the Kes in almost as little time as they had first thought. The white sandy hills were suddenly interrupted, and they all shouted with joy when they saw the dark blue water meandering beneath them and the stinging dark green forest beyond. They avoided going out to the other side of the Alvan and the Turid, and made a great detour, so that they came out to the other side of the land of the free settlers, beyond the border of Mongol. Those who had been forced to leave their country because they had grown weary of the poor life in their mother country or had done evil had gone into the deep forest and lived there quietly, but except for that, the forest was almost unexplored. At intervals, bordering countries have villages cultivated by criminals and volunteers, and the most common inhabitants of these forests are the swamp-eaters, wolves, and snakes familiar to frontier forests, which present difficulties not unlike those of the deserts of Nosferous. Guin and his party first stopped for a while on the dune where the Kes River was visible, and set about building a boat to cross the river. Guin's plan was to go across to the other side of the river and cut wood, but Shem, the desert people, turned him down. It's Nosferous to the Kes, leopard. The young Sheba, who worshipped Guin and wanted to keep him in Nosferous, said, wrinkling her nose in disgust at the frontier on the other side of the river. Across the river Kes is a land of demons. The godless land of Alphatu. Those who dwell in Kes are the creatures of Nosferous, leopard. The inhabitants of Nosferous are enemies beyond Kes. It's the same at the mouth of the river and in the ringworm. That's why it's not a good idea to build a raft out of trees that grow beyond the Kes. That's a crazy theory, Sheba, Guin said with a laugh. But how will you cross the Kes River? Like this. Sheba instructed Shem and the others, and dexterously built a large canoe. The bones of the hollow animals are bound together with skins to form a framework, and the skins are then covered with furs that have been used as skins and tightly sewn together to form a double bottom. The fur is filled with air and swells up, so that it can be easily covered by the Kesu River. The beasts of the Kes River will never come after a canoe built in this way. Shiva explained, proudly. The beast of Kes doesn't like hairy things. So only Shem can swim across the river Kes. That's interesting. The Karoi, who lived near Kes, sometimes used smaller canoes or swam across the Kes River and secretly went into the forest to get medicinal herbs and poisonous flowers that were only found there and sold them at high prices to other tribes. Sheba explained. 5 of Raku's children for a basket of grass. So Suni and the others came near the river Kes to see if they could not pick up the herbs, even with Rak's hands. That's where I met Guin and Linda. Suni told me to remind you. So that's what it is. As for this, the canoe, perhaps the smell of wet fur is not to the taste of the great mouths and ringworms of the Kes, or perhaps the fur bobbing in the water serves as a scare tactic, Guin said. Looking back, it has been an astonishing turn of fate and development since Guin and the twins met in the forest of Ludes, escaped from the war-torn castle of Staphris, formed a raft and surrendered themselves to the currents of Kes. For a moment, people seemed to rest their hands and reflect on the hardships they had overcome together, but the true journey of adventure had only just begun. It took 3 days for the canoe to be completed by Shiva and his men. Meanwhile, the others spent their time cooking and baking the food they had brought with them to make it more portable. The Lagoons are a people who are never bored, wherever they are. Whenever they had time, they were busy preparing their bodies with whatever was at hand. When the canoe was completed and it was floating in the water, it was time for Shiva and the other small warriors of Shem, Dodo, and the rest of the super warriors of Lagan, and Gwyn's group to truly part ways. Since they had already had a large farewell party in the village at the foot of Amgudu, and since they had repeatedly wished each other farewell and promised each other that they would return, they did not need to go over their feelings with each other. But for both of them, what was truly sad was rather this separation. The 40 or so men of Shem and Ragan who had offered to guard Guin and the others up to this point were all very fond of Guin and the others, and for Shiva and the others, it also meant saying goodbye to Suni, the chieftain's granddaughter. In addition, for Shiva and the others, it meant saying goodbye to Suni, the granddaughter of the chief. The Shemites, obedient to their fate, made no further attempt to deter them or to turn them. But the expression of sorrow on their faithful, hairy faces was such that even the mischievous Ishvan wondered when he had fallen so much in love with the merry little ape man. Leopard. After all, please take me with you. Shiva was reluctant to offer. No, Shiva. You have a duty to protect the rack. Guin rebuked him harshly. Dodo was still unconvinced that he should leave Guin. It would be right for all Ragan to follow Guin. It's not like Ragan can live anywhere but the desert. I know. But I'm in more trouble than you. Nakahara doesn't have enough space to treat a laden. You lost the fight, so you'll do whatever I tell you. The dodo laughed. In truth, I'd rather let you go after I've tested you again to see why I was defeated by such a small Guin. I'd say it's the same thing over and over again. Guin laughed like a barker. It would be blasphemy to test God any further. The truth is, that time was a mystery to me, too, Dodo. When I thought I'd lost the battle and believed I'd run out of strength, suddenly, from the sky or somewhere in the earth, energy of power was sent into my body. After that, I felt as if I could draw strength from it without limit. It was probably Akula who gave Guin the power. The dodo said, "That's not fair. You can't win against Akula. Well, you'll have to wait." Guin slams Dodo's shoulder. "I will never keep my word. You called me king of Nosferus. The king will come back to his kingdom. If you don't come back soon, Ragan's army will search you out and bring you back. That's a lot of trouble for you to be in. Let's just be careful, okay?" The canoe was completed in the evening. The next morning, at sunrise, Guin, Linda, Remus, Istvan, and Suni entered the canoe, which was already filled with food and other things, and Dodo cut off the straps that held it together. No one said any more ostentatious farewell words or vows. "Safe travels, sir. Have a safe trip, Leopard. Miss Suni. Have a nice day, Dodo. Car Ann and tell Lana I'm well." "Oh. I'll tell him." "Sheba. Tell Loto to live longer." "Leopard." The canoe hovered beautifully over the deep blue surface of the dark Kess. A small leather sail was set up. Shiva and his men had studied the Kesu River and had given them detailed instructions as to when and how long to keep the sails on. At length the canoe drifted quietly out into the middle of the river, and, with the wind in its sails, began to sail smoothly along. Sheba and the dodo ran after the canoe along the riverbank. As they ran, they shouted the names of Guin, Suni, and Linda. Soon Shem was out of sight, and only Ragan and the others were still pursuing. Even the dodos stopped in their tracks. The twisting banks of the Kess River hid their huge forms from the adventurers. Finally, Guin and the others heard the roaring farewell cry of the dodo, cut short by the sound of the river. "Ragan is a waiting people." That's barely what it sounded like. "We're waiting for when the messenger of Aurra comes back and fulfills his promise." The current of the river began to move faster and faster, carrying the canoes away. It was the last hour when Nosferus and his people quietly disappeared into the distance. Linda and Suni held each other and stared in the direction where Shiva and the others had disappeared. There were tears in their eyes. And Guin, too. Istvan alone was frolicking like a madman. "Well, damn it. You doll, I've outwitted you. You'd think he'd have me in his filthy claws, but you're wrong. I'm telling you, you've got me all fooled. And I got rid of those damn Mongol mercenary knights. This is like a stage for me now. But in the middle of the sand with nothing but monkeys, wood trees, idols and sandhills, there's no way even Ishvan-sama can take on the Lady of Light. Ah, now we can finally stop at an inn in a civilized country and eat properly cooked food, oh Saria. I'll have a steaming hot bath. Well, Janice, Yarn. Lure, Ilana, Iris, Saria, Thoth, Cassis, Dryadon. I swear to you, the day I arrive in port, I will offer each of the 12 Janus gods a whole roasted black pig. Hee, what a surprise. This canoe's carrying me to Paro like I'm on the back of Dagon. Ugh, come on, this is just the beginning. Everything's about to happen. Hey! You're so annoying, you know that. Linda shouted angrily at him, interrupting his sorrowful farewell. Can't you be a little sad? No matter how much you don't like Nosferus, you've been through so much. Don't you have some human feelings? First of all, you should think about Suni's feelings too. Soon he just left her hometown. She knew she might not be able to come back forever, but she came with me. Damn, that's none of your business, monkey girl. Ishtvan, who was in high spirits, did not even pretend to be disheartened by that. I'm sorry, but you're a drunk. You should be cackling in the sand with your buddies, but you'll end up in a cage in a civilized country. Oh, my God. The sky was high and blue as the canoe filled its sails with a tailwind and floated down the stream. Remus sat with his companion, absent from the lively conversation aboard the ship, and pondered absently. But this did not seem to bother him too much, because something slightly different was beginning to emerge in Remus's appearance from the depressed look he had shown yesterday, when he had been afraid to sleep for no reason. Again, though he did not tell anyone, Remus had a strange experience on his last night in Nosferus. As usual, there were days when he was visited by the ghost of Calmore as soon as he fell asleep. That night, too, as soon as he fell asleep, Remus had an unpleasant dream and woke up reflexively. The river was close by, and a refreshing breeze was blowing. Remus sat pondering for a while between the firs, and then, as if in desperation, he slipped slowly out from between the firs. Linda rolled over with a but did not seem to wake up. With a strange feeling, as if he had not yet fully awakened from a dream, as if by waking up and starting to move, he had instead wandered into a deeper dream, he wandered to the top of the dune overlooking the Kess River and the desert on either side. Since Remus had never been involved in such things as being unable to sleep at night, not only in the palace but also after coming to Nosferus, this kind of behavior was extremely unfamiliar to him. At the time, however, Remus did not find what he was doing the least bit strange, as if he were being manipulated by something. The cold night wind on my cheeks is pleasant. The wind is distinctly different between the cold inland wind and the slightly damp wind along the banks of the Kess. At that moment, Remus' body suddenly felt a strange, small feeling of unease. It was a very small difference, hidden in the wind, a gust of inland wind mixed in with the wind. What? Remus, still dreaming, looked around him with an unsettling thought. He could not tell whether it was a dream or a reality. And then the sky broke. Oh! Remus fell to his knees, blinded and unable to stand. The sky split in two, and a pillar of fire pierced through the midst of the sky. Strangely, no sound could be heard. But when Remus, who had covered his eyes as if he were being burned by an explosion of white-hot light, looked up and opened his eyes fearfully, the area had become a completely different world. From a point on the earth where a pillar of white-hot fire seems to have gone up earlier, a strange, seven-colored light went up toward the heavens and divided the world into 7 colors. No, they may have been 7 pillars of light coming down from the heavens to the earth. Remus gazed in horror at the world, which was madly dyed in strange hues. Looking down, he saw that his own hands and feet were also dyed with the 7-colored light. When his eyes had gradually become accustomed to the wild dance of the light, the 7 colors of which constantly interfered with each other, changing their light and color, Remus tried to escape from the region of the light. He saw countless people, Beasts, birds and small animals running madly in all directions, chased by the whirlpool of light, trying to escape from a point on the ground where a pillar of light had first appeared, rather than. What was the nature of that pillar? In spite of his wonderment, Remus walked toward it. At that moment, the earth began to gurgle. Remus was caught by his feet and fell. As he lay there, Remus watched in horror as something like a huge cylinder slowly rose from the center of the seven-colored light. The cylinder stopped at a point where it protruded about 500 tar above the ground. Suddenly, a number of shining small discs appeared from the cut. Each of them drew a different trajectory in the seven-colored sky and tried to fly away. However, one of them suddenly stalled after a while, and fell down with a swoosh. A silvery flash of an explosion was transmitted. That's the Canaan Mountains, where the legendary Canaanite Empire was located. Strange, Remus thought, as if it were just another person. The other discs had long since dispersed and flown away, but the last one flew over Remus's head, looking in a certain direction. Paro. If it keeps going like that, it'll be in the direction of Paro. That's when Remus thought he was enraptured. Once again, and finally, a terrifying explosion shook the world and replaced it with a blank screen. Remus couldn't remember how he had gotten back to the encampment and crawled in next to Linda. A strange feeling of dread and excitement filled my body. For some reason, I wanted to know the meaning of the present act and the meaning of the fact that it was shown to me. He did not know why, but Remus clearly felt that everything he had just seen was not what was happening now, but what had happened long ago or in the future, presented to him like a timeless peep show. What was that? That light that came out of the cylinder and flew away. When did that happen and what did it mean? Is that Nosferus? But Remus thought with his peculiarly fearsome eye for observation. None of those fleeing people seemed to be Shem or Lagan. The beasts were all commonplace Midland beasts. What the hell is this? A strange and thrilling excitement had seeped into his body. It was not only the astonishment of encountering something inexplicable. Rather, I felt a strange surge that I had never experienced before, which seemed to have nothing to do with it. Possibly. I don't know why I think that. But maybe. Isn't there something I should be doing? I don't know what it is, but it's something that should frighten you. Linda doesn't have a destiny, only mine. Prince Remus of Paro does. Even he himself did not know why the light and the strange sight led to such thoughts. But perhaps it was because he was the only one who had seen it. What do I have to do? How do I? The nightly monster. Is that what you've come to tell me? Is that it? Then I won't be shy anymore. Janice will decide what to do with it, even if it belongs to Doll. Come on, show me. Show me the dream sequence that you've been trying to tell me all along. Remus seemed to have forgotten that he was afraid of sleep. And he smiled and closed his eyes, and fell asleep, to listen to the words that the ghost of Calmore is trying to tell us. No one knew what Remus had heard, but the next day, when he awoke at dawn and became a canoeist, there was something strange and previously unseen in his pretty face. It was neither light nor darkness at a glance, neither the awakening of a heart that has been enlightened nor the trembling of a heart that has succumbed to a dark lure, neither of which even the best fortune-teller could tell apart. And why was it that Linda, who was so sensitive to all the signs and evidences of the universe, was completely unaware of this change in her brother, her twin brother, who was now her only living relative? Her only living relative. Again, in a daze. She sniffed. Will that get us to Argos in time? Once you're in Argos, do you really want to lead an army to retake Paro? You may not have ascended to the throne, but you're still the one true king of Paro. Sometimes I wish I were a man and you were a woman. But you've been looking like you've been dreaming all day and you don't feel well. How's your fever? No, I don't. Istvan looked at him funny as his brother said this in annoyance. How you doing, Guin? I'm gonna put my mouth on it. Whoever becomes that princess's husband must be a real pain in the ass, a real pain in the ass, a real pain in the ass. He'd have to scold his little brother loudly. When did I rebuke Remus? Always. Well, he's your brother, so he's got nothing to do with it, I know, but try it on your husband. You'll get your mouth sewn shut with a sewing needle or he'll go away and never come back. You'd better be careful, if you find a husband who's less generous than me. I don't care what you say at all. Linda scrunched up her face in disgust. You're ruining my pretty face. But I agree that the men and women should have switched. Otherwise, this feather-white, kind-eyed prince would have been groomed in women's clothes with a wisp of long hair. No. Guin, who was listening, said in a funny way. If that's what it looks like to you, Istvan, then you can't tell the difference between a young dragon trying to crack its shell from the inside and an egg that's turned to stone without turning. Besides, I seem to be able to see the cracks that have begun to appear on the egg. Whether the Dragon King of Dryadon will be born inside, or the cunning dragon with a human face and snake body of Cedo, I have no way of knowing. You're talking nonsense, General leered. Istvan said, don't be sarcastic. Guin laughed and did not answer. Remus, too, was vaguely pensive, as if all that was being said was not about him at all. The sky was high, and day after day their canoes were blessed with fair winds, and they made good progress. And when they reached the river Kess, their journey suddenly slowed to a crawl. Every night, when the sun had gone down, they drew their canoes up to the shore of Nosferus, and lighted a fire for the night, but not a sandhill came near them, as if they were watched over by Soraya, the guardian of good fortune. Shortly after the 4th day's journey, their canoe passed by the first village. Soon after, the water began to run somewhat clear, and then they saw the boats going far downstream. The trees began to change their appearance, and on the 5th day they finally saw what appeared to be a town in the distance. That was the city of Paro. The first stage of their journey has now come to an end. Oh! The 5 strangely matched occupants of the primitive, fur-lined canoes seemed fascinated, and unexpectedly let out the same lament. The town of Los. The long struggle in Nosferus, and the monotonous, tiresome journey across deserts and rivers. But now it has finally come to an end. They will see before them the mouth of the Kess River, which has increased in size, and the port city of Paro, which stretches out before the point where the mouth of the river empties into the sea. It was a bright, stone-built town that stretched white across the right bank of the Kess River. What the hell? First time in a long time I've seen a real town. What do you think? Istvan shouts as if in a panic. He seems to be trying to cover up the hotness that has been rising up in him unawares. And, the Sea of Rent. Linda pointed with a sobering thought. We're going beyond that, aren't we? There are still half a day to go to Paro, and from this point, the dark blue ocean that stretches out endlessly beyond the white streets is so clear that it blends into the sky like the desert of Nosferus, and the vastness of it is not visible. But here and there a white shadow of a ship, floating in the blue, lets the wanderers in their little canoes know that it is nothing but the ocean, and its tremendous extent. Now that we're here, we're on our own. You're literally on a big boat. Istvan was very excited as more and more familiar scenes opened up to him. Civilized cities, peddlers' ships, the sea, giant ships crossing the sea. Ha, Janus, Dryadon. I was born and bred in Wallachia by the sea, a sailor who plied the corsair seas as a pirate. A sailor has the honor and chivalry of a sailor. I've taken care of you in the land of monkeys and monsters. Guin Istvan will take care of everything from now on. The canoes were moving with the wind, and the shore was becoming more and more civilized, and small riverboats and rafts were beginning to be seen passing the canoes. These were the barges that sold goods and food, or that went up the river to the land of the free settlers to sell skins, stalks, and grain seeds. The forest on the right bank had been cleared and a meadow became conspicuous, and the roofs of houses and people could be seen. There are no big mouths around here anymore, and you'll seldom see a Semite on the other side of the river. You'd better watch out for that monkey girl when you get to shore. And with Gwyn's hooded cloak to cover his prominent leopard head, and these children, and me, and all this. Whatever you do, you'd better have something to start with. You can't just go out and get a bunch of moss from the ground to fill your stomach. Istvan seemed to be making plans for the future, and was muttering to himself. It would be nice if we could get some old friends around here, but if not, the quickest way would be to take a hit. Well, that's... Istvin, are you worried about money? Linda told me. That's okay. Don't you think I could make a lot of money selling my hair bands and this neck ornament? You've been wearing that thing. Let me see it. Istvin glanced at the neck ornament that Linda had pulled from the breast of her leather dress, but returned it with a frown. Well, you'd better not. If you try to sell such curious jewels, you'll be beaten to the punch, and on top of that, you'll be scrutinized, wondering who got their hands on them. It won't end well for you. All right. With a look of embarrassment on his face, he said. I'll tell you this, from now on, you're not going to be dealing with dirtbags and monkeys in the Nosferous Desert like you have been. You can't just say you're strong and swordsman like Guin. And you too are a naive princess and a prince. From now on, whatever you do or decide, you must listen to me and listen to me first. If you try to do that, you don't know what you're in for, Linda tried to say. Hey, Guin. I know you do. Guin turns to Istvin for an answer. That's right. I was so surprised that I kept quiet. Guin is lost in thought. It is true that everything will be different from now on. You are just children of the royal court. You don't know how much it costs to rent a ship and you can't bargain. But that doesn't mean I can't attract attention and start a rumor. In fact, I have passed 3 or 4 peddlers and barges on my way here, and every one of them, on seeing me, has come up to me and looked me over, or, thinking that I was some sort of demon, has rushed away. As I meet more and more people in the future, such things will become more and more common. So, if you've been the general and I'll be the general from now on, then everything will be fine. Istvin blinked slyly and said. Linda looked at Remus as if to ask for reinforcements, but Remus made no response, as if he was completely lost in his own thoughts. Thereupon Linda had no choice but to be silent, and to sit down with her mouth full of anxiety, holding the brush of her hair in her mouth. On her pretty, sunburned face, the first hint of trouble and misfortune, of a very different kind, was slowly creeping in. The fortune told me that the sea route from Loth would be particularly unlucky for Guin. She muttered in her mouth, giving Remus a disapproving look because he wouldn't play along. I hope everything goes well. She also cast a worried glance at Remus, wondering what was wrong with the boy. Linda was beginning to understand that the change that was threatening her brother was not a temporary one. Suni approached Linda with concern. Istvin was alone, grinning with pleasure and stroking his chin. It was not until nightfall that their canoes entered the chart of the city of Paro. So far, they had brought the boats to the shore at night and lit a fire to make a night camp, but Istvin insisted that it would be safer to go into the town, since it was so close to the city, and considering the ease with which Guin, Suni, and the twins could be seen, it was better to go in at night. So, after the sun had set and the lights of the night boats were shining on the river, they slowly approached the right bank of the Kess and landed. This was also the wisdom of Istvin, who said that if they went too far to the mouth of the river, there would be river guards and guards of the town guarding the quay. As soon as they reached the shore, where the lights of the houses were already visible, they put down their belongings, drew up their canoes, which had been stored for 5 days, and hid them among the undergrowth of the trees in the forest, and set out for the town. Paro is a much smaller city than Rigor or whatever, but it's a free trade city, which means it's an independent country. After Ross appeared, Istvin, who had completely replaced Guin as the leader of the group, gave an explanation. There are many kinds of free trade cities, merchant guilds like Rigor, Miroku-only cities like Yaga and Mahdi, and funeral parlors like Slordia, but here in Paro, it was originally a fishing village, so all the powerful people in the town are fishermen's bosses turned heads of sailors' guilds. All of the powerful men in the town are fishermen's guild leaders. So, there is no better town for us to train our ships. At a right angle to the river, they saw the forest suddenly open up, and then they came upon a street made of red bricks, brilliant even to the eye at night. Oh, Linda twitches. The red road. We've finally come to the place with the red road again. It was the largest transportation network that was spread like a red ribbon across the whole Zhongyuan, and it was even the symbol of civilization and Zhongyuan itself. Even though it was already nighttime, the road was still full of passing merchants, pilgrims and travelers, holding up flickering torches. The travelers were hurrying on their way, riding their horses or camels, or having their carts pulled by horses. When they saw the strange form of Guin, a leopard-headed man, they all turned their heads and stared at him as if they had seen something incredible. As expected, in the civilized world, Guin's ability to attract people's attention was much greater than expected. He shouldn't have done that. And it was Istvin who noticed it first, scratching his chin and saying simply, "It's going to take half a click to get into the heart of Paro, and then word will get around town that we saw something strange. It's no use. Guin, you take the twins and Suni and follow the river through the woods and wait for me outside the city. I'm going to go ahead and do a little digging. And anyway, I'll get you a place to stay, a hood to hide you under, and a boat fare. You can stay in your soft bed for the night. That's the best." "Yeah," Guin replied gravely. Istvin nodded, and, deciding on a place to meet, he immediately went up the street and looked from side to side for some time, until he stopped a wagon train which he saw, and began to negotiate with it for a ride to Paro. He was supposed to be penniless, but somehow he managed to get himself onto the back of the car, which started moving again, and waved to Guin and the others. "Guin, it's okay to let him do that. He's the one who might go away on his own." Linda looked worried. "No, don't worry about that. He's a mercenary. A mercenary doesn't give up on the way until he's got some money. Let him take care of this and we'll go back to shore. I would have preferred to go over Canaan." Linda mumbled to herself, her unknown anxiety still lingering. Again they dragged their weary feet back to the banks of the Kes and camped a little nearer the town. "If you light a fire, the town might see you," Guin tweeted. "Well, if it's this close to the human settlements, the wolves and corpse-eaters that live in the forest won't be attracted to us, but it's easier to be in the middle of Nosferus. There, you know exactly what to look out for." "Hey Guin." We went back to the river and decided to go to the appointed place when it was light, Linda murmured, as they sat around a small fire made of vasha branches. "I've always believed, without a doubt, that beyond the Kes River is hell, that it's Dole territory, and that the Middle Plains are a safe, orderly, civilized world. Well, that must be it. Maybe I'm just a monster unworthy of Nakahara, that's all." "Well Guin." "No, Princess." Guin called him a rather impolite name. "I've been thinking. As I go further into civilization and order, how many more unnecessary difficulties you may encounter because of my being like this. Perhaps it would have been better for me not to go further. If you had thought it better, I could have parted company with you here and returned to Nosferus or gone off to solve my own riddle as I had wished. I will. As for you, if Istvin is here, if you can find a good ship, perhaps." "Oh, Guin. Why do you have to say that?" Linda exclaimed in astonishment. "Leave us." "Oh, my God, is Guin really going to do that?" "Oh, no, that's terrible." Immediately, Linda's sensitive eyes welled up with tears. "But yes. Maybe that's the way to go." Nothing had frightened Linda more than Remus' mumbled words. "Remus." Suddenly, Linda slapped her brother on the cheek with an inexplicable passion. "How dare you? You're telling Guin, who helped us so much, that he's going to get us to Argos and that he should just go away. Guin is our guardian angel." "I'm just saying, I've put a lot of things on my mind," Remus said quietly. Linda's breath caught in her throat. "My God, when did you become so great? You can't do anything without me. Are you my brother or am I your sister? You shut your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about." Remus held his ground. Linda gave him a triumphant look, as she always did, and turned to Guin. "Guin, didn't Guin tell you long ago in the desert of Nosferus that I was the Knight of the Twins? I thought, of course, that Guin would follow Argos and Paro into the fray and always be our guardian angel." "Yes, a guardian angel. He's the protector of our pearls, no matter what troubles his form may bring. I feel a strong bond, a strange thread of connection between him and us." It can't be an Istvan. It can't be. So don't ever tell me you're leaving us again, Guin. Stay with us forever. Stay with us. We're asking you to do this. Right, Remus? The look in Linda's eyes at Remus was one of command and intimidation. Remus looked panicked. Yeah. Sure, Guin, the old friend said with an expression of obedience to his sister, but his eyes seemed to be thinking of something else. Guin watched it with some trepidation. Linda had not yet noticed Remus's slow transformation, which was similar to an egg breaking open and a large bird rising from within, gently spreading its wet wings. At least, Guin was definitely aware of it, and he was secretly wondering in which direction it was heading. Okay. However, there was nothing in the way he soothed them that made them realize what was in his heart. If you say so, if you say you are willing to go through the hardships of being with me, this deformed man, then I will say no more. I will repeat my vow and become your knight and lead you safely from Argos to Paro. Rest assured that I will protect you from all troubles that may befall you because of me and from those that may not. Oh, Guin. Linda squirmed, clinging to Gwyn's neck. The flames of the fire flickered, and Suni appeared from the depths of the forest. With a handful of dead branches of the vashia tree, he had gathered berries to eat. Don't go too far at night, Suni. There are corpse-eating spirits in the woods around here, Linda warned her. Suni bared her teeth and laughed and put the food on the fire. It's all right, Miss Linda. You've learned to talk a lot. Guin praised him. Suni seemed to be good at it. I'll speak faster, Linda says. I wanted to ask Suni something. Linda explained. It's a little complicated. I can't say it very well. And it seems to me that it would be faster for you to learn Suni's words than for me to learn them. I remember, Suni said proudly. Dear Linda, Vajia's fruit. Thank you, Suni. Linda took it and looked at it thoughtfully. There was nothing else that Linda wanted to ask Suni. When Linda met Suni for the first time, she was separated from Remus and Guin in the dungeon of Staffra's castle, and she told Suni, who could not speak, how the pearls had met Guin in the forest of Ludes after the strange disaster. Of course, Suni didn't understand a word of it, but when Suni heard Linda's word, Aurra, the only word Guin remembered, she reacted violently. Linda felt horror, disgust, and even fear. The reaction of Suni aroused Linda's interest, but at the same time, they could not communicate with each other except by name, and they did not understand each other's language. And on top of that, they were attacked by Shem, escaped from the castle of Staffras, captured by Mongol, escaped, and went through the battle of Nosferus. In the midst of it all, there was no time for calm reflection, and Linda, for some reason, put it out of her mind. Finally, when the Mongol army retreated to the banks of the Kes and Suni was with them for a long time, Linda finally regained her composure enough to listen to him. Don't you think I should keep this between me and Suni? Linda didn't know why she felt that way. However, the famous seer was convinced that since she felt that way, there must be some reason why she did. This is something I shouldn't have asked Guin to interpret, even though Shem's language is also free. I don't know why, but I have this feeling. Surely, the word Aurra has some horrible and frightening meaning and mystery. Something that should never be told to Guin unnecessarily. So, fighting off the burning desire to satisfy her curiosity right away, Linda spent the entire trip teaching Suni to speak freely with her. Fortunately, Suni is smart and has already mastered everyday life to the point where she has no difficulty, but she still can't understand very abstract or complex conversations because they seem to be too difficult for her simple Semitic brain. If Aurra is the name of a place in Nosferus or something, as Suni knew, Guin might leave us. That secret fear is also in Linda's mind. Linda was completely absorbed in these thoughts. If she hadn't, she would have noticed the change that was about to take place on Remus a little earlier. Remus is also silent, staring at the fire, wondering what is on his mind. Guin, too, is silent and sunk in thought, as if thinking of the difficulties that lie ahead. Aside from Suni, who was huddled close to Linda, it was a magical and fantastic scene that could be said to be a return of the night in the rude forest when Guin and the twins met. But the thought did not linger for a moment. The travelers who sheltered and protected themselves from the fire, and the deep black forest that surrounded them, were the same, but their thoughts were no longer like those of old. Something started and it's moving. There's no stopping it. There's nothing you can do. The golden age of is over. It's over. Linda thought with a strange, silent despair, and unconsciously hugged Suni's warm body. Perhaps what she saw was a vision of a happy, innocent and irresponsible childhood that was slowly slipping away, and a more complicated and painful copper age that was appearing in its place. Around that time, Ishvan was allowed to ride on a wagon to Paro, and he was soon in the center of the port city. Free trade cities are usually much freer to enter and leave than the capitals of countries or towns in border regions, and their surveillance is more relaxed. In particular, a city like Paro, which is built on trade, has guards under its walls, but they do not ask for bills or check the number of people. Near the place where the tide smelled good, Ishvan thanked the owner of the carriage, jumped out, and walked on, looking around with an air of excitement. "Tsk, I can't take it. The smell of the sea breeze, the stewed and roasted meat, the perfume of women. Oh, what a life this Ishvan of Wallachia has led for 3 months. Monkeys and sand and beer. But we're safe now. Everything's in order now. Good grief. Well, where do we start? Let's get something to eat. Let's get something to eat. And a hot bath, and a shave, and some clothes from somewhere. I haven't had a flavored dish in a while." As usual, he mumbled and mumbled to himself, and looked around with an air of familiarity, inspecting the innkeeper's wares, but when he found something he liked, he walked in the door with the air of a penniless man carrying a large sum of money. "I'd like to ask for a place to stay." "Welcome, sir. Are you alone?" "No, I've got company, but they're running late. He asked me to go ahead and get you a place to stay. For more, I'll be there by tomorrow. And now for the 5 of us." "Yes. I'll stay in the same room, but get a better room so I don't have to deal with those scumbags and their hawkers. Also, what's the best place to go to for haggling around here? It's all over the place." "I hear you're a sailor." "Oh, I knew it. I heard you could tell at a glance. Ishvan's in good shape. A sailor too, born and bred in Wallachia, a sailor from the age of 5, a man of the sea. He's been on land for a while, but he knows what he's doing." "Yes, I understand. You can't be an innkeeper in the port city of Paro without knowing the difference between a sailor and a farmer. That's the spirit." Ishvan whistled softly. "Well, before we go out and make a fortune, let's eat first. I'm going to bathe, so by the time I leave, well, you see, there's a pot of chopped fish. The kind with saffron. Oh, there's some good stuff in there. And lots of white bread and fried sweets, and a dash of honey wine. Come on, man." Ishvan was in a state of high spirits. "I wanted to change into new clothes, but I held back and put on my old clothes. By the time I came out of the dining room, I was humming. This looks good. The inn in Paro is the same as those in other inns in Nakahara, with bedrooms on the 2nd floor and above, and meals served in the hall on the 1st floor. It was long past the appointed dinner time, so the only people in the dining room were Ishvan and 2 old sailors playing bacca in the corner. Ishvan gobbled up the hot food that had been brought to him as if he were about to starve to death, and spoke to the innkeeper who served him. "How are you, pretty lady? Do you have any news of note? I've been totally cut off from the world for a while now." "That's outrageous. What do you got for me? Something crazy?" "Yeah, I guess so." As he bathed, washed his dirty body, combed his hair and shaved his beard, Ishvan looked very handsome, young and charming. The girl looked at him and thought about him. "We don't hear much about it in Paro, but in faraway places, there's a lot going on here and there. There are many faraway lands." "What direction are you going?" "Well, for example, the princess of Mongol in Aurra is getting married to a prince in the land of Paro." "Ho ho. I think there was only one lady of Mongol, wasn't there? Istvin said in an amused tone. What is this Prince of Paro? I heard that in the Black Dragon War that passed, the heir to the throne was killed, but is he still here? No, young man. An old sailor, who was playing baka, interrupted him as if he could not stand it any longer. The heir to the throne of Paro was not murdered. They said he and a girl, twins, were lost. That's all that's left. That's all that's left. Rumor has it that the Mongol army captured them in secret. Oh, I see. Well, here's your boy. Istvin flicked his red tongue inwardly. Is the princess of Mongol going to marry the prince who caught her? Young man, you don't seem to know anything. The other man, who was playing with baka, laughed and spoke up. The Prince of Paro is only a child of 13 or 14. The Princess of Mongol is going to marry into the royal family of Paro, the Duke of Crystal. Lord Crystal is the second in line to the throne after the Prince and Princess of Paro. Istvin pondered over this information. I wonder what this Mongol guy is thinking. Well, they're going to make Lord Crystal marry the princess, give her the right to the throne of Paro, and then they're going to make the lord disappear. No, we don't know that. The old sailor, tanned to an austere paper color, eagerly. It was a ship from Rygor that brought us word of it, a ship that had sailed up the Kess from Loth to bring the cargo to Tulid. The cargo was Rygor's gold and silver, which he had rushed to get for the princess's wedding. Even if we do not lose Lord Crystal, if we become related to Paro, Mongol's ambitions will be appeased. No, no, Captain Ramo. The other one objected. I doubt that will work. The people of Paro will not meekly submit to Mongol's rule. Paro has 3,000 years of history and the power of magic. And on top of that, their crystal lord Aldo Nairis is the most dangerous man in Paro. That's what you'd think, though, since Drew was born in Paro. Captain Ramo picked up Baka's piece and smacked him with it. The king and the Tulika are ready. Whoa. This is not good. It's no use trying to figure it out. Your king won't get away with it. The same is true of Paro. With the king and queen beheaded, the heir to the throne in limbo, and Lord Crystal forced to marry an enemy princess, there's nothing we can do. No, Paro has a relative in Argos, and an ally in Taurus. And if the northern power of Chironia were to stand, Chironia will not stand. If it ever does. Oh, what if it is? The whole of Zhongyuan will be engulfed in a second, united Zhongyuan war. It's been 100 years since we had that war. You say that like you've been watching. I didn't see it. But my grandfather did. Captain Ramo. Seeing that the old men were likely to start reminiscing endlessly about the past if left alone, Istvin hurriedly interrupted them. I'm actually new to Paro, but I was born in Wallachia and was on a ship called the Lion King Maru. I've been asked to take some passengers to Argos, but I was wondering if there are any affordable ships docked in Paro that go to Argos? Captain Ramo stared at Istvin. Immediately, Istvin sent a little girl to bring a jar of fire wine for them. Young man, are you going to Argos? Around Rygor. Captain Ramo let out a growl. I think the best place to start is around Rygor. Thank you, don't do that, and I'd like to advise your customers to do the same. Ha. Well, why not? You didn't listen to me when I told you, did you? The old captain made a sound like a single-minded man. Well, as far as I'm concerned, the war is near. Where are we going? Mongol and Paro, and a country that sides with them. And the Argos, then. Oh, I see it that way. I've been a sailor for 55 years and I've never been wrong. The way the ships enter and leave the ports, the way the ships of each country allocate their cargo, no matter what, all the countries seem to be prepared for a great battle that will involve the whole of the Central Plains in the near future. Should we not go to Argos because the war is near? If there's an armada coming, it doesn't matter whether we go to Argos or not. It's not quite the same thing. Captain Ramo looked angry. Argos is an open ally of Paro, and Paro is only 5 days from the Mongol border. All ships coming from and going to Argos would be subject to severe scrutiny. Yes, there are signs of that. There was a man who said he saw a party of what looked like the yellow guard of Mongol wandering around outside the city a few days ago. That guy looks bad. Hiccup, Istvan mumbled in his mouth. When they're trying to get things done so handily. What is it? Drew warned me. Oh, no. Istvan rushed to cover for him. Well, that's good to know. You should take good care of the old man, Dad, with Yarn's white beard. Have another drink on me to celebrate your health. Say it with me. I'm gonna go out for a bit. He even smiled at the innkeeper's little girl. Hey, I'm gonna go play. I'll be right back. Leave the back door open for me. He went away quickly. He did not come back for more than a couple of days. When the little girl began to think that it was time to give up and close the gate, he finally came back, apologized to her earnestly, gave her some coins, and put her in a good mood, but he did not know where or how he had got it, and was carrying a large purse. He went back to his room and pretended to be asleep at last, but after a while, when he saw that the Homeland had fallen asleep, he woke up with a start. He opened the window, took out the rope, tied the previous thong to it, and lowered it easily into the backyard, and then tied the rope to it with a gesture that made him feel that he was not the first person to do such shady work. Then, with a gesture that made him feel that he was not the first to do this kind of shady work, he quickly pulled the rope down. He gathered up the rope, hid it, and carrying it in his arms, went away in a hurry. The moon was still in the sky. He seemed to have acted very quickly and there was still some time before dawn. Istvan, Linda and the others, who had been sleeping uncomfortably around the fire, taking turns to stand guard, heard the shout of Remus, who was just on duty, and jumped out of bed. What's wrong? You're back so soon. Sho. I don't have time for this. I've got to be back at the inn by dawn. There's no point in getting into a petty quarrel over a stolen meal. Istvan unwrapped the package quickly. Look, here's your clothes. Just ordinary traveler's clothes. Put these on and try to keep your silver hair and pretty face hidden in these travel hats. And this I got for Guin. It's a little small. It was a Miroku pilgrim's cloak. Guin put it on, lifted the hood and fastened the cloth in front to cover his face. Now, from the outside, he was at least invisible. A little tight in the shoulders, but mostly good. You'll have to live with that. You don't have a cape that big. And this. Istvan took out a strange thing. It was a piece of bandage. I know it's a little annoying, but can you please be patient and keep this on your head? I've been getting a lot of information and it seems that there are Mongol soldiers around here. No, they're not looking for us, of course, but if they get suspicious because we're strange, if they get to Taurus and ask those who joined the Nosferus expedition, it'll be easy to answer 1 + 1. I'm going to Argos. If I were a general of Mongol, they'll send troops to Rygor to wait for the ships and capture us. Rygor's a free trade city, it's not on anyone's side. Remus said. That's exactly how I read it. You're starting to get it, aren't you? Istvan raises his eyebrows. So, at least until we leave Paro, I don't want people to start rumors that I saw a leopard-headed monster. So, I'll put on this bandage and pretend that Guin is a mercenary who has taken refuge in the Miroku religion and set out on a pilgrimage to pray for a cure for his illness. And the destination of our party is Yaga. Let us say that we wish to go to Yaga and search for a ship bound for Rygor. We'd better hurry or we'll be in trouble. While we've been lazing about in the desert, strange movements have been occurring here and there, and it seems that the Nakahara is on the brink of disaster. If, by any chance, Argos declares war on Mongol, and Mongol forces blockade the port of Paro, and we are forced to stay in Paro because of it, it will be a serious matter. What do you mean, strange activity all over the place? Guin asked me. Istvan explained it simply. In addition to the inn, he had gone into the brothel to get more information. Linda let out a cry of horror and disgust when she heard it. Nonsense. That Amneris and my cousin Neris are getting married. My information is solid. Istvan was unmoved. Of course, it's not as if he's being brought into the holy bonds of Saria out of love. Most likely, the handsome Lord Crystal will be tortured by Mongol's army and dragged forcibly to the temple of Saria. But that won't make any difference to the bonds of marriage. In short, the only thing that matters to Grand Duke Vlad is that the royal family of Paro and the Grand Dukes of Mongol are related. Nerys is the one who might be my best friend. Linda turned pale, bit her lip and fought back her anger. He's not the kind of man who would give in to torture, no matter what. He's a proud Lord Crystal, and he'd rather die than be humiliated by being forced into a marriage like that. But Lady Mongol has a reputation for being quite beautiful. Once again, Istvan chuckled as he gave in to his devilish desire to tease Linda. It's possible that you've been forcibly introduced to each other, and as soon as you take one look at each other, you both fall in love at first sight, as if by a twist of fate. They may be a pair of beautiful men and women of the right age, the right family background, and so on. Unfortunately, if they hadn't become enemies because of the war, the match might have come about anyway. Please don't do this. You're disgusting. Linda was furious. My Nerys is in love with the Lady of Mongol, who murdered your father and mother and trampled on the beautiful land of Paro with her vile trickery. Oh, no, I don't even want to hear about it. They're venomous scorpions. The scorpions of Mongol will use the lawlessness of the occupying forces to lock up Nerys, force her into a disagreeable marriage and then kill her immediately. That way, that filthy woman will have the right to the throne of Paro. Of course she would. It's a nasty scheme. Guin, stop this scheme. Save Nerys. Guin, please. Linda. No, of course not, Remus said quietly. Everyone, even Istvan, stared at Remus in disbelief. Remus, you. There's no way I'm going to outsmart your schemes. As soon as I get to Argos, I'll declare myself the only legitimate king of Paro and ascend the throne. Then, even if the marriage of Nerys and Lady Mongol takes place before then, Lady Mongol will simply become the fourth in line to the throne, along with Lord Beck. Well, if that happens, Mongol will be eager to kill me, Linda, and Nerys. But if I were to ascend to the throne in Argos, if I were to marry Nerys to a princess, Mongol would be bound to Paro by marriage. And if he declares formal war against me, King Paro, he'll be in deep trouble. If the marriage takes place, Mongol will find himself in a tight spot. That guy's funny. Istvan burst out laughing. Linda glared at her brother. Remus, are you serious? So you don't mind if the one who killed your fathers marries Nerys, and thus becomes a close blood relative of ours? That's disgusting. That's a whole other story, Linda. Whoa. Take your time getting to know your sister and brother later. It's getting late. Istvan blocked it. At any rate, we've got to get out of Paro and into Argos before too long. So I've been thinking, I'll just go back to the inn. So in the morning I want you to dress yourselves, enter Loth through the main gate and come straight to Maro's inn. I've already told him you'll be coming with me. I'll take care of finding a ship after that. But, Istvan, renting a boat and staying in an inn, do you have money? I mean, don't worry about it. Here. Istvan closed one eye, smiled and took out a leather wallet from his hiding place. It was heavy. Well, you didn't do anything wrong, did you? You know, a robbery. Nonsense. I made a fortune on it. Istvan's mouth quirked up in a smile. Both Linda and Remus were of noble upbringing, and did not notice what had happened to them under the bomb. All Istvan could do was grin with pleasure. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Fast Ship. Hey, this is a hell of a place. And when they saw the face of Istvan, who had come into the room with a great stride, they knew that the day had not gone well for them. It's a terrible place. It's so stingy. I'd swim the Lent if I had to pay 700 runs for one boat fare. You couldn't? Linda asked with a hint of hope. They had lodged at Maro's inn in the town of Paro, and 5 days had already passed in vain. Neither No nor Lufa. Ishvan was in a terrible sullen mood and gulped down a small urn of fire wine, which he had either bought on the way or had obtained by tricking the little woman downstairs. That's weird. Thank you. It's not supposed to work like this. What's wrong? It was Guin who got up from the corner of the room and called out to him. Since arriving at the inn, Guin had followed Ishvan's advice and, under the pretext that he was suffering from a disease of karma, had kept his neck bandaged up from the neck up and had never left the room, leaving the search for a ship to Ishvan alone. Of course, Guin was very patient, and such patience required more mental strength than action, but Ishvan's suggestion that it would be better to avoid doing anything that might attract attention until they had found a ship and sailed out of Paro was quite plausible. Therefore Guin, pretending to be a sick man, wrapped his strong body in his cloak and lay all day in a dark corner of the chamber. For 5 days he had been lying in the dark corner of the chamber, and the rumor of his death was beginning to reach the ears of the watchers. Is there something you don't like, Ishvan? It's not that big of a deal. Ishvan took off his short cloak and looked around the room sullenly. Linda was seated by the window, and Suni was looking after her. Remus, sitting halfway between Guin and Linda, seemed to be thinking about something. I can't find anything reasonable. Some of them are so cheap that you can't even reach the coast safely, let alone Rhaegar. The reasonably priced ones are so shabby that they can't reach Rhaegar or even the sea safely, or else they make 3 or 4 stops before going to Rhaegar. Anyway, it's better to avoid danger as much as possible. I've still got plenty of money left, if I don't have to pay more than I already have. Linda said. Don't be so stingy here, why don't you pick a new ship that's a little more expensive and head straight for Rhaegar? You shut your mouth, girl. Ishvan was mocking him. The world is a smarter place than you think. If someone makes a crazy offer like that and signs a contract without haggling, the Sailors' Guild will find out about him and they'll trace him and kidnap him. Such a naive person is called a sucker in this world. A sucker. If that's what it takes to be smart, I don't want to be smart. Linda was not to be outdone. Then the Sailors' Guild should be renamed the Ruffians' Guild. That would suit you better. What do you think, Guin of the Liard? This girl is getting more and more outspoken by the minute. Most likely, the person you're with is well trained. Ishvan of Wallachia. That's a big deal. Whose fault do you think it is that people are wandering around the tidal docks day in and day out with their feet stuck up like this? As things continued to go wrong, both Ishvan and Linda became frustrated, and their words became more and more prickly. How's the town? Calm down, Guin calls out to you. That's not funny. And Istvan guzzled the fire wine. Yesterday more than the day before, and today more than the day before, there seems to be an increase in the number of Mongol soldiers in the city. Besides, while I was looking for a ship at the wharf, I noticed that the number of incoming ships of the nationalities of Argos, Kauros, Toulouse and Chironia has decreased, and the number of those flying the flag of Mongol has increased. The outgoing ships are still the same, but if the outgoing ships are all of Mongol nationality. I wonder if the port of Paro will be closing soon. You don't do much of the Lord's work, do you? I still can't do it, though. Ishvan shrugged his shoulders. Even though we don't have to worry about money yet, we can't spend it like it's hot water, and anyway, we don't want to stay here too long. We're leaving the day after tomorrow. I'll have some supper, and then I'll go back to the Sailors' Guild meeting place. The mercenary, who is a good-natured man, seems to be in a bit of a hurry because Guin is too busy to move and everything is on his shoulders. He picks up the cloak and puts it back on. Oh, where are you going, Ishvan? Linda's frightened question. Go out to eat today. And don't worry if I don't come back tonight, just go ahead and get some rest. He said nothing and turned to leave the room again. On its back. Don't make it hard. Ishvan, Guin said gravely. Ishvan paused, turned and looked at Guin, as if startled by something, but then remembered that he was going to say something, mumbled feebly in his mouth, and closed the door behind him. The corridor of the inn was lined with doors, and there was a staircase at the end. When Ishvan came to the top of the stairs, mumbling something in his mouth as usual. Ishvan, there was a faint voice. Wow, When he was called out unexpectedly, Istvan almost fell down the stairs. What? It's Remus. You scared the hell out of me. Why'd you come out? Get back in your room, get in your room. I told you we don't want too many eyes on us. Istvan, you said you were going to the Sailors Guild meeting place. Remus stood in the dark corridor, his back against the wall, his hands folded behind his back, looking at Istvan with an enigmatic look in his eyes. In his eyes and in his attitude, there is something slightly different from what he used to be, when he was thought to be quiet and hidden behind his sister. What the hell is wrong with this kid these days? He's getting strangely powerful, isn't he? Istvan muttered in his mouth. Aloud he pretended to be unconcerned. Oh, what about it? Is that really the only place you're going? What the fuck, you little shit? Istvan became uncomfortable. But he muffled his voice out of hearing of the room around him. What the hell is wrong with you? Where else would we go? If I went to a brothel, I wouldn't have any reason to complain to you. That's not what I meant. Hey, Istvan, the town vigilante came by the inn today. I was just getting lunch, and I overheard. Guin and Linda don't know about it. What did you ask me? Istvan said quietly. His eyes were narrowed and his face was alert. Yeah. Remus paused impatiently. He looked into Istvan's eyes, and said in a low voice, You look like Linda, but if Linda is the sun, you look like the light of the moon, with dark purple eyes that are superior in darkness and silence. Since the last few days robberies have been rampant in many parts of the city of Paro. At the moment, they just come at you from behind in the dark streets and take your money or kill you on sight, but they may start breaking into inns, so be careful to keep your doors closed. You know, Istvan of Wallachia, I've always wondered where you get the rent for this inn and the boat fare. I know that you can't keep winning in a lot of games unless you do. Shut up. Istvan's eyes flared with a dangerous light. He glanced to his left and right, saw that nothing was coming out, and suddenly leaped at Remus, grasping his slender neck in both hands. Remus was taken by surprise and moaned slightly. Who the hell do you think I'm working for, doing all this nonsense for? Let me go. Remus had gone pale. He barely managed to wrench away Istvan's hand, and, panting hard against the wall, he grabbed at his throat, which was clenched so tightly that it turned red. That's not what I'm talking about. He is a bit confused and makes excuses. How can I not know that Istvan is doing this to get us to safety as soon as possible? Every single thing you do for us now is a debt that we have to pay back. Coughing slightly, Remus continued. I didn't blame Istvan, of course, no, I just thought I should give him a warning, that's all. Because if the vigilante came around like that, then the robbery is probably feared and talked about all over the city of Paro. That means, there is a good chance that the number of the robbers is secretly hidden in some important places in the town, and traps or decoys are walking around to catch them as soon as they appear. If I ran into the middle of it without knowing anything about it, I would be in trouble. So I thought I should give you a heads up. And that's why I've been waiting like this. Istvan twisted his mouth and sneered at Remus. You've got a good point there, kid. I didn't realize you were so articulate until just now. But you know what? With a fearful expression, he lifted a finger to Remus' chin and peered closer. Listen. Gwyn's probably figured it out by now, but your sister's got a soft spot, so she won't find out for a minute. Tell Linda to mind her own business. I'm not gonna let you break that little neck of yours. Okay. All right, Istvan, Remus said with the timid look of an old friend. The strange self-confidence that I had begun to cultivate in secret was crushed by a brutal blow to the head. Remember what I told you. Don't tell Linda what she needs to know. One more time, Istvan reminded him, and then he finished by grabbing Remus by the neck and shaking him, finally freeing the boy. You're a weakling, but you're always sticking your nose in and making trouble for yourself. He was mumbling and rushing to leave. On his back, Remus, who was leaning against the wall rubbing his throat, said lowly, After all, I like Linda, Istvan. That's why you don't want her to know that you're robbing her. What? Istvan pretends to be pale again. Remus shifted in a panic and spoke a final word. But I'm sure Linda's not the Lady of Light you're looking for. I'm sure she is. What? Why? Why would you say that? Istvan's eyes have grown dark. Because we were called the Pearl of Paro, Remus said with a flinch. I don't think pearls shine that brightly, even if they are beautiful. Little bastard, little bastard. Istvan glanced at Remus. He watched Remus hurry away to his room and then walked out of the inn. But when he went out and began to walk in the night air and the noise, his face was still clear, his eyes shone like a wolf's, and he was deep in thought. Linda's not the Lady of Light. He's not a seer or a psychic or anything like Linda. How could he know that? It's just a bunch of hooey, that's all. He is not aware of where he is walking, and is constantly asking and answering questions to himself. What the hell's wrong with that boy? Lately, he's been giving me a strange look as if he can see into people's hearts. It's like she's keeping quiet because she wants to. Linda's not the Lady of Light. That's ridiculous. If not Linda, who in the world would make me king of this land? I'm sorry, but Istvan of Wallachia doesn't know any princesses or princesses. No matter what anyone says, the Lady of Light is always Linda. It's got to be. I don't care how cynical old Yarn is, he can't expect me to get close to all these princesses in a row, not without a hell of a lot of coincidences. And, yes, Linda. Istvan's eyes softened. A strange, dreamy glow came over them. I bet she'll be a real beauty by now. That silver hair, it looks like it was made from moonlight drops. And those smoldering eyes, big purple crystal eyes. Looking straight at a man, that's right. What makes you think otherwise? That girl is the very princess of light, made of light and glitter. I've never seen a girl like her. She's just a child, and she's been chased out of her country, her parents killed. Even with the same face and the same silver hair, she's nothing like her cowardly brother. That kid. With the weird disdain in his eyes, but not that girl. She's a tough girl. She's a tough girl. I like tough girls. I ain't got no use for a doll that'll do anything a man tells her and turn right around and face him for a day or two. I'd rather have a spirited, vigorous woman who'll come at me. Not the kind that just yells and screams. I want a woman who will help me in my ambitions, a woman who will fight with me on my left, a woman who will never get in my way or slow me down, a woman who is beautiful, of course. Yes, Ilana. Like Ilana, a shining girl, a lady of light, my. Before he knew it, the cloud of gloom stirred up by Remus had been blown from Istvan's face. His eyes narrowed as if he were looking into the distance, and as he did so, he looked young, dreamy, and even infantile, in keeping with his age of having just turned 20. In the meantime, he was walking in the direction of the wharf, his feet never resting as he absent-mindedly pursued his brilliant dream. Sailors on their way home from a day out, and young men who had closed up their shops and were going out for a drink passed him, but none of them attracted his attention. Instead, a far more joyous and illuminating dream, the kind that only a young man of 20 could have, had completely captured his attention. He was thinking of sending Linda and the others back to Argos in good time and joining the regular army to retake Paro. Of course, he was the one who had protected the heir. He won't be a mere mercenary this time. He may not be able to become a holy knight, but he will at least be a member of the Order of the Holy Knights, and I plan to bring in at least one company. Despite her cynicism, Linda doesn't hate me after all. On the long, long road to getting Paro back, I'm going to capture her heart and turn her completely around. I'm pretty sure I can do that, and when I've successfully rebuilt Paro, I'll be able to do it. Istvan pictured himself wearing the fur coat of the Holy Knight and holding the shield with the crest of Paro. If you're the Marquis of the Holy Knights, you can get promoted as much as you want, and if you're a duke, you can marry a princess. Then Paro's throne is as good as yours. Remus's post, well, there's always a way. So be it, Ishtvan of Valyria. You'll do well. Whether this is the beginning of your career or not is entirely up to you, who was born with Linda and Ishtvan the Paro. Boulder in his hand and foretold by a witch that he would become king somewhere. This is definitely not bad. Hey! That's why you should spare yourself a little trouble here. You've got to play your cards right and outsmart those fools in Mongol, until you get out of Paro for good. Ishtvan the Valachian was completely absorbed in his own joyful and ambitious dreams, adventures and vicissitudes, and the end result, love, ambition, and the twofold fulfillment of his dreams, as if he had already taken possession of the future that every spirited young man of 20 must long for. Ishtvan, however, he's a natural-born warrior who calls himself the Demon Warrior. As soon as I heard the curious sound of clattering coming from around the corner, it was faster for my body to instinctively start acting on its own than to clearly recognize what it was. Almost without thinking, Ishtvan ran into an alleyway and hid himself behind a barrel of wine that was stacked there. Moving the cask, he gently made a crevice for himself, and when he put his eyes to it, Ishtvan groaned and puckered his lips. Mongol soldiers. And so many of them. It was the sound of 5 lines of heavily armored Mongol knights marching in heavy formation, their armor, iron spurs and swords clashing against each other. How many times Ishtvan heard that sound, while hiding himself and being a part of it, I do not know. And when the armor and the helmet, painted a bright yellow even to the eyes of the knight, came pushing down the street in 5 lines, the people of the town of Paro rushed into the houses on either side of them to make way for them. Ishtvan waited patiently, holding his breath. When the end of the line passed by, he did not jump out immediately. A squadron, they're outside the city. That means we're going to the port of Paro, which is. Bite your lips tightly. But then, after a short pause, I heard the clacking of some people's hooves, and I rushed to look again. Oh, that's the guy. Frowning and muttering. If I'm not mistaken, the man in the middle, flanked by those 2 yellow knight captains, is. The large old man, wearing a black bodysuit and a sailor's black leather cap, looked familiar to me from a portrait on the wall of the Seamen's Guild meeting hall. He was the head of the Seamen's Guild of Paro, which meant that he was the great shipowner Hollis, who was practically the chief of the town of Paro. This guy. Ishtvan cringed. Not caring that he might be spotted by the Yellow Order, he suddenly stepped out into the street again, pretending to be a mere passerby, and crossed the street behind their party. The fragments of the conversation they were having on horseback came into my ears. But Captain Cowman which? It's a little too. My dear Hollis. Are you dissatisfied with the orders of our Order of Mongol? No, well, not by any means, but the blockade of the port of Paro is the very last resort for us, the Sailors' Guild of Paro. I knew it. Ishtvan was anxious to hear what was going on. Crossing the street, he wandered after them, pretending that he had forgotten something. Once you've done that, you've got a month's worth of interference in the timetables for ships coming and going. And the Argos ships will be coming to Paro, too. So we'll keep that to ourselves, keep the blockade to outgoing ships, and if an Argos ship comes in, we'll catch it. No way. If we try that, the Argos navy will attack Paro after the blockade is lifted. Guild leader. Would you rather be attacked by Argos later or be crushed by the Yellow Order of Mongol now? Besides, by the time this war is over, Argos may have vanished from the face of the earth. Captain Cowman. Please don't make us suffer too much. This one too, by order of the Grand Duke. Captain Yellow Knight has made a big show of it. Anyway, he shouted for the townspeople to hear him. We'll wait until sundown tomorrow. Because we have news from our secret reconnaissance that tomorrow at sundown Argos and Talaus will jointly protest against Mongol's march to Paro and declare war against Mongol. At the same time, we will blockade the port of Paro. But in the meantime, we will hold the ships of Argos nationality. Captain Butt. I'm trying to defend myself. Now, go and consult with the guild. Either you will help us or my knights of Mongol will take Loth at sundown. The guild leader glared at the captain with fire in his eyes and hurried towards the port. You're a stubborn sailor. To where Captain Yellow is mumbling. Captain Cowman, sir. Sir, sir. A yellow knight who seemed to have come running from outside the town, his hooves fluttering, chased after him. Oh, nigh. What do you got? Yes, sir. Please return to the makeshift camp outside the city walls. Taurus has sent word. From Taurus? Yes. I also have a message from Count Ricard of the Frontier Guard. He says he has some important arrangements to make in connection with the blockade of the port of Paro. Wanted. You want me to find someone who's trying to escape to Argos? All right, I'll be right back. The captain turned his horse's head briskly. With a start, Istvin, acting like a sailor, hurriedly made way for him. Who is the messenger from Taurus? Is a white knight in Feldrick's company. That's strange. I've never heard of such a thing, but maybe someone's been spying on us. Let's hurry, Lotus. Watching them go by. Oh, shit. Istvin shrugged his head like a turtle. I put the boulder in his hand, and he put it in mine, so my warrior instincts kicked in again. I'll have the port of Paro sealed by sundown tomorrow. You say Feldrick sent you. Koabara. Koabara. If I'm sleeping at the inn tonight and don't hear what he just said, no, that's not the point. Oh, no. For a moment, he stood still and pondered, but then, as if he had come up with an idea, he suddenly turned and ran. Instantly, Istvin's slender figure was lost in the darkness. Hey! Linda moaned slightly as she was shaken violently. What the? Is it, this late? Hey! Wake up. There's not a moment to lose. What? Istvin, is that you? I'll turn on the lights. There was a click, and sparks scattered in the darkness, and the light from the tallow candle flared up. No, it's too bright. With a grumble, Linda raised her head and looked over to see Guin already quietly pulling down the hood of his cloak in the other corner, and Istvin stamping his foot in frustration. What's wrong? Linda asked, rubbing her eyes. Remus and Suni woke up beside her. What's wrong with you? By tomorrow night, the port of Paro will be blockaded. It seems that Argos has finally declared war on Mongol. Guin said briefly. That's not all. Feldrick's been standing around. Apparently, he may have found out we're trying to get from Paro to Argos. Istvin added. Oh, no. When she finally woke up, Linda grumbled. Even Alvan and the two lead guardians didn't know we were in Paro. First of all, that's why we went all the way down the banks of the Kes and only entered the river when we passed the Mongol border. Maybe the free settlers called it in, or maybe they just wanted to be safe. Or maybe they saw us in Paro and called in a tip. It doesn't matter. Istvin's voice trailed off. The important thing at this moment is that tomorrow morning the Mongol army will cover the harbor and check everyone who tries to get on a ship, and tomorrow night they won't even do that and will leave us stranded. Anyway, hurry up. We've only got 4 or 5 more hours till dawn. Hurry up, what are you going to do? I've found the ship. Istvin said it simply. Oh, Istvin. Come on, we'll talk about that later. Look, Guin and Remus are ready to go, and you're just sitting there like that with your fur on. I'll do it now. Linda made quick work of getting ready. Is the inn paid for by Istvin? I'm done. Come on, hurry, it'll look suspicious if anyone finds out you're trying to sneak out before tomorrow. I let the innkeepers grab a few things, but I don't know how long they'll last. I'm sorry about everything. What are you talking about? Hurry up. Linda got herself ready in record time. Cover your silver hair with this, both of you. Istvin threw out a tight-fitting hat of black leather. The twins, wearing it, a short cloak, long goggles, trousers and a bodysuit, stood hand in hand like two boys who looked exactly alike. Listen, if anyone tries to kill me before we get to the harbor, I'm a sailor who'll play along and get back to the ship. The twins are 2 young sailors. It's a little hard for Sunhee, but she's put in a bag and Jiyuan carries her. Guin, step back a little and follow me like a sick beggar, if that's even possible with my size. If you're seen or suspected, I'll find a way to get you out. There's a small boat waiting to take you to the boat off the coast. There's a reason this boat wants to leave Paro before midnight to avoid detection by Mongol's army. If you're late, I'll leave you behind. Tell the bosun the name of the ship. The name of the ship is the Garm's Head. Garm is not the name of the three-headed demon dog that guards the entrance to hell. Linda was mortified. What an ominous name you've given your ship. Come on, I don't care. Here we go. Just give me some space. The inn was long gone, and there was not a soul to be seen in the town where we crept out. It'd be quicker if we went through the main road. If we do that, we'll pass by the Seamen's Guild building. There's already a lot of Mongols around there. Istvan whispered as he gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to pull it out at any moment. Follow me about 10 tarts away from the twins, and then farther away from Guin Linda. If anyone talks to you, don't say a word. Remus, you're gonna have to talk like a boy sailor. Yeah. I'll try. You sure? They began to walk quickly towards the harbor, taking care not to appear deliberate, and keeping a considerable distance from each other, so as not to lose sight of each other. It is not a great distance from Morrow's Inn to the port, but it takes a long time because we have to go around the port to avoid the Mongol soldiers. When it's 2 o'clock in the morning, we'll sail whether you and your men come or not. Thinking of the cold eyes of the captain of the Garm's Head, Istvan's steps naturally became faster and faster. It may be because the news of the war between Argos and Mongol and the closure of the port of Paro spread through the town. Normally, even in the middle of the night, there was not a single person, not even a light of a house, on a rather large street where drunken people on their way home from a party were wandering around. The first danger came when they passed by the building of the Seamen's Guild, which was guarded by Mongol soldiers. Although he avoided the street in front of it, he could not reach the wharf without passing through one of the 3 streets. Istvan deliberately avoided the most desolate street, so that they could clearly hear the clanking of armor and the loud, uncontrolled chattering of the Mongol soldiers who were huddled across the street. Linda squeezed Remus's cold hand with her sweaty hand. He had just managed to get through the street and was about to turn onto a straight road leading to the wharf. Hey! Wait a minute. Suddenly, 5 or 6 men appeared before Istvan and stood before him. What the you guys are? Robbers. Startled, Istvan flings off his cloak and tries to put his hand on the hilt of his sword. He tries to restrain him. Who are you? Where are you going? A large man in the front asked him. Istvan held his ground. I'm a sailor. It's getting late at the brothel and I heard there's a robbery in town, so I'm rushing back to the ship. Are you the robbers? We're a vigilante group created by the Guild of Paro. One of them pointed a gun and shone a light on Istvan, who seemed to be at once impressed by the sailor's clothes and his still young face. You're right. Things are crazy around here these days. Be careful out there. I'll lend you my gumbo if you want. It's okay. I don't have any money. I'm a poor sailor with ears plumper than Dagon's. There's no point in scaring me like this. I can't get on that boat if they take my life. Deliberately, Istvan mixed in a phrase that sailors like to use. It seemed to do the trick, and the other man became completely unconcerned. Come on, let's go. Be careful. Thanks, man. We're brothers of the sea. Smiling and closing one eye, Istvan was about to go too far, but thought better of it. 2 of my deckhands are coming up behind me, but they're just kids, so watch out for them. They came to inform me that the ship is about to sail, so I left the brothel in a hurry, but I left them behind because they are children's feet. Well, wait for me, then. It's gonna be dark out there. Will you? Istvan was waiting there, his tongue in his mouth. In his heart, he was irritated because he wanted to go quickly and tame the unreliable boatman. Soon Remus and Linda arrived. When Istvan waved his hand, Remus seemed to have taken it in at once, and ran to Linda by the hand. I'm sorry, I got here first. Come on, let's go, kids. Face up. It's about time, Remus said. Istvan looked at Remus in dismay, but the men of the Seamen's Guild of Paro huffed and puffed. He's a good little deckhand. He's gonna be a good sailor, brother. Oh, yeah. Come on, come on. Annoyed, Istvan pushed them both by the shoulders. That's when. Oh, Lance. There's a weird big guy following these kids. A man came running breathlessly and shouted. What? That could be the guy that's been chasing us. The vigilante immediately went wild. Istvan. What do we do now, Guin is. As soon as she was about to say something, Linda's arms were twisted up in a heap. Ouch, what are you doing? Fuck you. Don't talk. I'll pluck out your stupid tongue with the scales of Dagon's 3 brothers. Don't speak. I'll kill you if you speak a word. Istvan grasped Linda's hand in his right and Remus's in his left, and pulled them tightly together as they walked. Behind me, I can hear the sailors shouting to each other. Hey, watch it. All right, it's him. Don't let him escape. If you see anything suspicious, take him to the meeting place and arrest him. Don't get muddy. Istvan. I told you not to talk. Loosen your hands, just a little. I want to stay. At least make a male voice and speak. Istvan's eyes grew frightened. Remus leaped up, so that Linda could not hear him, and put his mouth to Istvan's ear and whispered low. If Guin can't cut it out on his own, you'll leave him. It's the only way. Yeah. Again Istvan looked at the pretty face of the Prince of Paro in the moonlight, wondering what was the matter with him. Behind me, I could sense that there was some kind of noisy pushing and shoving going on. It seemed that they had started on Guin. Linda struggled to look back and forth. Guin. Sneezy. We've come all this way without being spotted by the Mongols. How dare they chase us off at a time like this? How dare he interfere with our business? What's he got against us? I'd like to kill that burglar with my own hands if I could find him. Ha! I'm in a good mood. Istvan muttered in his mouth and glared at Remus as if to scare him into saying nothing. Remus muttered a few words to himself with a blank face. You got what you deserved. What are you whispering about, Remus? Oh, Guin, I think I got through that one. Hey, it's him. Don't worry about it. Istvan said reluctantly and gently squeezed Remus's wrist with great force behind his back. Remus frowned in pain, but said nothing more. In the meantime, they hurried on, and at last they were descending the gentle slope that led from the town to the wharf. Their eyes suddenly opened, and the smell of the sea filled them. The sound of the waves lapping against the shore filled their ears. A number of huge boats were moored. In the midst of them was a small rowboat. A man in it, seeing them, stood up and waved his hand. Well, it looks like they've been waiting for us. Breathing deeply, Istvan cut the sign of Janus and hurried over. Garm's head. That's right. Hurry up and get in, they're all jittery, they want to get out as soon as possible. Boys, get in. Istvan gave his hand to the twins and let them climb into the bobbing boat. At the last moment they jumped with one accord. The twins drew themselves together at the bottom of the boat and looked up breathlessly. The face of the boatman, illuminated by the moonlight, was horrible to look at, with an old scar open from his right forehead to his chin, and many scars on his shaven head. Isn't the Garm's head a pirate ship? Linda whispered softly to Remus. Nevertheless, Guin is. I'll get you out, the boatman said, as he leaned forward to cut the mooring rope. To which Istvan rushed. Wait. One of us is late. What? I don't give a shit. I've waited long enough. Well, don't say that, brother. Just 10 more Tarzans. Come on. With one eye closed, Istvan hurried to put the money he had in the man's hand. It's you, Tarzan. Good. The boatman sits back down with an irritated look on his face, pulls out a dry piece of vatcha from his pocket and starts chewing on it. If Guin doesn't come after 10 Tarzan. Linda stretched out and whispered in a whispering voice as she looked toward the town. I'm sorry, but I'm leaving Guin here. What? I'm here for you guys. Oh no, even though Suni is there. Hey, is there a girl? The boatman has spoken. They say if you put a baby on board, the dryad will eat it up and destroy the sea. That's not what he said. It's a boy, both of them. They haven't found their voices yet, Istvan said to himself. The boatman looked at him suspiciously and then spat out the seeds of the vatch of fruit into the sea. Come on, 10 Tarzan. I don't think he's coming. Hey, it's only been 5 Tarzan at most, bro. Shut up, young man. When I say I'm 10 Tarzan, I mean 10 Tarzan. I'll get it. If you're worried about your friend, you can stay here and wait. It's Janice, Istvan muttered. There's no huge shadow coming from the town yet. I don't have a choice. Let me out, Guin. I saw Linda try to scream. Shut up. Please. Remus grabbed Linda's hand and whispered. Because Guin. Trust Guin. He'll be fine. But please, just don't talk to him until we get on the ship. You told me what to do. Linda was startled, but said back in a low voice to avoid being heard. Later, remember. Then he fell silent. The boatman pushes out the oars with a whistle. The water was dark and lapped against the port side. Linda lay down on the bottom of the ship and prayed for Janice's blessing. She saw a huge ship off the coast. The little boat was moving toward it. Oh, man. There's a lot of noise on land, the boatman said as he paddled the oar. Look. All those torches, you guys must have done something wrong. Hey, bro. I don't want you and your friends to get spotted by the authorities. I've already talked to the captain. We didn't do anything, and we're both innocent. We're different. We're both the same. The boatman chuckled. Linda lifted her head and stared at the light. Had they captured Guin? At that moment, the boat lurched, and suddenly a hand grabbed the port side. Whoa! You're a seaman. The boatman cried out and fell on his buttocks. Something huge, soaking wet, came up to the boat, pushing a sack. Gee Guin, you're just in time. Somehow we managed to cut through them, jump into the sea and swim straight to it, Guin said, wringing out his soaked cloak. What a guy. Istvan roars wordlessly. Hey, man. Come on. A rope was thrown from a huge ship offshore, and the small boats were hauled in. The ladders were lowered from the mother ship and the passengers were hauled up one after another. The Garm's Head was in a great hurry to set sail. We still had a couple of hours before sunrise. After a night's sleep, I found myself in the middle of the deep blue Sea of Lent. As soon as the Garm's Head had 5 passengers, Sunni was actually hidden in a sack on Gwyn's back, and a small boatman on board. It left the port of Paro at full speed and, blessed with a favorable wind, continued to sail away from the land. Like Gwyn and the others, who had to leave the port of Paro before the watchful eyes of the people there that night, the Garm's Head must have had some secret circumstances that prevented her from being interrogated. Well, I can't complain, but it's a hell of a place you got here, isn't it? The children, tired from their escape from Paro, had fallen asleep like mud as soon as they entered the cabin, which was apparently a section of the ship's hold, but as it became brighter and they could see more of their surroundings, Linda's eyes grew wide and her pretty nose wrinkled as she mumbled, "How dare you criticize me for everything I do? Did you think I'd get you a gold-plated, fur-lined ship with a solid gold dragon head when I was so busy?" When Istvan came in carrying a tray of breakfast, his mouth quirked up. "Oh. It's not like that." Linda blushed a little and made an excuse. "I didn't say that at all. I couldn't have complained about a ghost ship if they'd let me on board and let me sail all night." Istvan said he was sorry. "You know, you're the epitome of a thirsty princess, you know that. Come on, let's eat." Not feeling very well, Istvan ate from a tray of fruit, bread and vegetable soup. However, it was not unreasonable for Linda to say so. In fact, when viewed in the bright light, the ship looked quite old and dirty. The hold of the ship was divided into 2 rooms, and the rooms were filled with miscellaneous things, as if the ship did not usually carry passengers. The walls were made of bare wooden boards, but they were blackened with filthy hand stains and other unfathomable dirt, and the whole room had a strange smell. The bedclothes that had been haphazardly arranged in the corner, and the pile of dirty old clothes next to them, even though they had been trained well in Nosferus, they were dirty, filthy and shabby for a prince and princess who had been brought up in a palace, as if they had appeared in a nightmare. Moreover, in the hold, rats were running around at will, and the air had a peculiar smell of a mixture of grime, foul odor, and strong fire liquor, which made me dizzy after smelling it for a while. If it hadn't been for this intense sense of pride and duty, and the hope that if they could just get through this, they would be able to get to Argos, it wouldn't have been surprising if Linda had burst into tears. If it had not been for her pride, her sense of duty, and the hope that if she could just get through this, she would be in Argos, it would have been no surprise that Linda would have burst into tears. Anyway, it's only a matter of time before we reach Rygor, Istvin said with a stern face. Which? I'll return the tray. Don't go out and get into all sorts of trouble. And Guin and Suni, if anyone looks in, make sure you cover yourself. Linda, if you can't pass for a boy, don't go out. Sailors, no matter what kind of ship they're on, can be terribly superstitious and boisterous. Just in case. Listen, Remus. If your stupid sister tries to waddle out, give her a slap on the ass. That's what I'm saying. Oh my God, that's terrible. Overhearing Linda's protests, he closed the door to his cabin and walked up to the deck. She'd faint with fright if she saw the whole ship. She's a troublesome princess. But as far as this Garm's head is concerned, even I, who grew up on a Corsair pirate ship, can't help but be grateful to the Dryad for keeping this ship afloat. It's a ship I wouldn't have wanted to be on if it weren't for these circumstances, Istvin. When he had reached the point where Linda and the others could no longer hear him, Istvin murmured secretly, "Hey! Every one of them, from the captain to the sailor, has a fishy smell. I've got a good nose for it, but pirates are pirates, and even among pirates there are good ones and bad ones. This one is a bad pirate. He's an untrustworthy pirate who doesn't like to be called a pirate. They'll kill everyone from babies to dogs to rats and plunder the bottom of the barrel. If it weren't so, no matter how many pirate ships there are, no matter how many dark places there are behind them, no matter how many times the port of Paro is blockaded, no one would want to run away in a panic. In the world, there are people like the rumored pirate King Sigurd, who claims that piracy is a legitimate business, and even makes his country rich by it." He was still mumbling, and suddenly, "Oh, my guest. There you are." He was startled by a loud voice from behind and turned around. The captain of the Garam's Head, a large man named Lanos of Caravaya, and a deck officer named Rojas were standing there. Either way, they are a bad-looking lot. The deck officer, Roxas, in particular, had a boar's head, and on his short, thick neck, which rested on his shoulders, was a smooth, shaven, bumpy head, with a tattoo of a single eye in the middle of his forehead. He has a very evil face. The captain of the ship, Janos, also wore a sash tightly wrapped around his loose-fitting Valachian hakama and held a dagger in his hand. "How are you? Did you sleep well?" Ranos stuck his thumb into the end of the sash around his flabby belly and grinned, baring his dirty teeth. Roxas was chewing his vatch of fruit with his crusty teeth, looking at Istvin's slim body as if he were haggling. "Thanks, man. Thanks to you." Istvin smiled back at me with an expression of utmost indignation. He was born in Wallachia, the land of the sea, and has lived in a dark world of pirates, assassins, and bandits since he was 4 years old, though he cannot say it out loud. If he wanted to, it would be no problem to make him look bad. "What did you say your name was, young man?" "He looks very young, but he's got a lot of heart." Ranos' smirk grew even stronger. Istvin hesitated for a moment but soon decided on his intentions. "I'm an Istvin from Wallachia. I told you the other day when you asked for a ship." Oh, yeah, I forgot about that," Ranos said, looking at Istvin's handsome, sallow face, his slender but supple body like a well-trained spring, and his sailor-like clothes. "Istvin of Wallachia. Not bad for a guy, huh?" Yeah, Rojas. Yes, Captain. You're too good a man for my ship. Roxas spoke for the first time after spitting out Vajra's skin. His voice was hoarse and muddy. Istvan frowned and twisted his lips in a vile curse. Put it down. You can't measure a man by his face. You'll get hurt. Ho, ha. Lanos and Roxas looked at each other and started laughing. You're a big man, aren't you? Rojas said. I wish I could have been this handsome once. I'm sure you'd be popular with the ladies. Ha! Istvan fought back. I've been on the Black Caravia before. Ho ho. Lanos has expressed interest. The ship captained by Gauss of the Grey Havens. That's a long time ago. So, brother, did you act as a young boy for the guys on the ship? Roxas said and puffed out. Istvan's face changed. What the fuck, man? When he saw that he had suddenly taken a step forward, a dagger flashed in his hand, and the tip of the blade mimicked Roxas's throat. Hey, guest. Lanos says with a chuckle. You're a short-tempered man of color. What the hell are you doing? The shadow of Arceus. Roxas, who had a dark complexion with a sword pointing right at his throat, continued to challenge him. Who gives a damn? Don't anger me with my guardian lure. You don't know what I'll do when I'm angry. Ho ho. Lanos began to laugh loudly. The doors of all the cabins were opened, and the crew of the ship came out, coming down from the deck, and hearing the noise of the struggle, came out one after another. If it had been a weak-minded person, even a man, he might have turned pale and begun to shake uncontrollably. It was like a night of 100 demons. The crew of 15 or 6, not one of whom looked decent, came out and surrounded them, saying, What is it? A man with an eye patch over one eye, a man with an artificial arm, a big man wearing a turban and leather trousers, a man with half of his face scratched as if it had been scraped off with a sword, a man wearing a woman's clothes, a man wearing a bear's fur. All of them have tremendous faces that could have killed 2 or 3 dozen people. All of them have tremendous faces, as if they had killed 2 or 3 dozen people. Istvan, who was deliberately surrounded by these people and stared at all of them, did not even show the slightest sign of being disturbed. What? It's no big deal. I'm sorry to bother you. In a soothing voice, he flips his sword and steps away from Rojas. Just then, in a whisper. Look, man. You don't have to sell me a fight, you can challenge me head-on, I'll take you on. Just say it out loud. Hello, everyone. I'm Istvan of Wallachia. I'm a mercenary now, but until last time I was a man of the sea like you and I sailed on the Black Caravia. You'll be in trouble for a while, but I won't bother you. When we get to Ragor, I'll buy you all a drink each. He greeted the sailor. Rojas smiled wickedly. When we get to Rigor, he said. They think this ship is going to Ragor. What did you say? Istvan said with a stern voice. No, I won't tell him, he's too quick with the dagger. Istvan looked at Roxas with the look of a man who knows what he's doing. But he did not pursue the matter any further. I hope the good wind lasts, he said quietly and tried to go back downstairs. And from behind him. Wait for me, Thanos said. There was something in his voice that was disgusting. Istvan stopped and turned slowly. Yes, Captain Lanos. Job is concerned, so I'll ask him. Istvan of Wallachia, if you're a sailor, you know the rules of the ship, the taboos of the ship. Of course. Now, listen, among your companions there is a big man, you see. He's always bandaged and cloaked. He says he's got a disease and he's going on pilgrimage to Yaga, but I'll bet that disease isn't contagious. It's a ship's taboo that a man with a vomiting sickness should be thrown overboard on the spot. And whoever brought him on board knowing he was sick is just as guilty. In the name of Cassis, the god of medicine, there is no such thing as a disease. Istvan said, word by word. To be precise, I'm not a sick man. It's just that the wounds I got a long time ago have festered and all the flesh has fallen off my face and I've become a monster who can't be seen in public. That's why I went to Yaga to escape the world. He used to be a great warrior. My mercenary buddy, no doubt about it. There's nothing wrong with his face. He could kill 20 or 30 knights with one hand. The sacred blue jewel of Dryadon, he'll do as I say. I've heard that word before. Janos repeated slowly, as if to remind his frightened men, who were watching with a blunt silence. A vow to Dryadon is dearer to a sailor than life itself. You know what happens if you break it. I swear to you, Dryadon. Istvan repeated. Finally, Lanos gave the signal and his men began to disperse, grumbling. Seeing this, Istvan also drew back. Rohanos came after him, looking up at Istvan, and spat a lump of coal at his feet. Istvan went down without a care. But as soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he kicked the door open, made it look as if he had entered the room, and lay low at the bottom of the stairs. At the top of the stairs, Roxas's ugly face appeared and peered into the space. Captain. He's back in the cabin. I can hear them twitching. Then he heard footsteps above his head, and saw that they had also entered the captain's cabin, and then he crept up the stairs to the front of the captain's cabin, paying careful attention to his surroundings and not making a sound like a cat. There is a small window cut in the wall next to the door. I huddled on the floor and listened intently so as not to be seen. Soon. Something's definitely going on. But we already know that. I could hear Roxas' muffled voice. Anyway, that big one ain't sick. There's a reason he can't be seen. So it must be someone or something who's after him and can sell him for a good price. The way he panicked when we left, he knew it was a ship like this and he jumped on it. Maybe it's Mongol who's being hunted and those two boys. They're men, and they've tried to keep their faces as plain as possible, but they're so thin-boned, so fair-skinned, maybe they're both, or at least one of them is a girl. And apparently quite pretty, too. There's a lot of rich men who'd be willing to pay good money for a boy as good-looking as that one, who weighs as much as he does. Hey, Captain. Don't say that, Lohas. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. And when it does, the sooner, the better. But there's no doubt in my mind that the man with that body and probably that face is a great warrior. And that young guy seems to have a lot of guts and a lot of skill. So, same as always. I'll have Grandpa Ken, the cook, mix a sleeping potion in the wine. Tonight. Pass the word around. I'm giving you a special grand gala tonight. We want the two kids, of course, and to find out who this guy is. I'm going to cut off that young man's handsome face. I heard Roxas laughing. Give me that young one. When you see a beautiful man, you want to cut him up. I heard Lanos laughing. You may like it, but you like it better than girls cutting up people's faces and killing them. Well, I'll take the two kids. Tonight. Tonight, Captain. When it's decided, the sooner the better. Hey, we're on a big ocean. We don't need to worry about getting out of here no matter what happens. I'm sorry to hear that. I never thought I'd be on a ship like this, Rojas. Hearing them laughing in unison, Istvan started to walk away again. I knew that was what you were going to do. When he returned to the bottom of the stairs, he did not go back to his room, but huddled in the darkness at the bottom of the stairs, thinking, well, what do you say, Red Mercenary? But in truth, it's better to have a plan in place sooner rather than later. There's only one way out of this. Guin and I can go on a rampage and take this ship and head for Rigor, or we can lose the boat and get rid of this monster of a ship. But wait, we can still make it back to Paro, but if we go back to Paro, we'll only be caught by the Mongol army, and Gora's forces are still strong in this area. But we can't take a boat to Rigor. It would be too much to count on being saved by Argos's ship by luck. Then again, this could be a great raid. But if that's the case, then the twins and Suni, while Remus is still a liability, the other two are really slowing you down. It's not good if they're taken hostage. I see, let's put them in a safe place for now. Remus is a little more upbeat these days, so let him protect his sister. All right, I think I've got a plan. Damn, if only we had another sword as strong. Then we'd have it all. I was just about to rush into the room to talk to Guin, mumbling to myself, "Hey! There's a storm coming." A sailor on the mast, watching the sky, could be heard shouting clearly, though faintly, "What the hell?" The sky was so clear. When Istvan heard, he frowned and looked out of the window. From the window of the hold just above the lowest level, the water was almost under our eyes, but when we turned our eyes, we saw that the sky, which had been perfectly clear, was now filled with black clouds, and the wind seemed to have picked up, and the waves had become somewhat rough. Damn, this is a bad time. With those clouds, it's going to start getting rough in the evening or before nightfall at the earliest. The Valachian, he bites his lip lightly. But now, no matter what happens, I'll make my way with my hands and my sword, he decided, and quickly slipped into the cabin. The spray of the waves hitting the belly of the Garm's head was slowly and surely becoming rougher and more violent. The day passed in an unsettling silence that was filled with unusual tension. The Garm's head, without any apparent conspiracy going on inside it, flapped its filthy sails in the wind that was getting stronger and stronger, and the ominous statue of Garm, the demon dog with 3 heads as its name implied, each head breathing fire from its mouth, was placed on the bow of the ship. The ominous image of Garm, a demon dog with 3 heads, as his name implies, and each head breathing fire from its mouth, was washed by the spray of the high waves, and they went on steadily. Dozens of heavy oars, sticking out from the bottom to both sides, as if trying to gain some distance before the storm came, and as if trying to keep away from the storm as much as possible, went up and down at once, scouring the waves and leaving behind a white, fluttering wake. All the sails, which had been caught by the wind containing the drops of rain, were stretched full and swelled round. The sailors rushed about, trying to carry out the orders of the chief sailor, which were issued incessantly. At least, no matter how bad the senior sailors of the Garm's Head were, it was clear that the sailors and rowers were well trained and knew what they had to do. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to attempt to go out to sea in this age when there were no reliable charts. The sky, which had been so clear in the morning, began to fill with clouds after noon, and in a matter of a minute or two, they completely covered the sky. It was as if the gods of heaven had blown out the light. Heavy drops of rain began to beat down on the masts and sails, and the wind and waves of the impending storm began to grow rougher and rougher. Oh my God! The sailors on deck, preparing for the great storm, were shouting as loudly as they could, so that the wind would not carry their voices away, and this could be heard by Istvan, who was looking out of the cabin window. I've never seen anything like this before, a black cloud of grisly horses running around like a bunch of grunts. There was no sign of a storm. This ship must have offended the Dridons. I was in such a hurry that I didn't offer the black pig as a departure sacrifice. Istvan and Guin looked at each other in silence. Long before nightfall, the sun was obscured by hot clouds, so that it became as dark as night, and the white billows of the waves rose up with a force that threatened to engulf the ship. The black clouds chased the Garm's Head with frightful speed. "There's a storm coming." When a whistle-like cry escaped the guards' mouths, the rain finally began to fall with a heavy thud. Immediately, the surface of the sea was transformed into a huge pot of boiling water. Struck by large drops of water, the waves were boiling and white. The sailors loosened or tightened their sails, and clung to the sails, soaking wet, in a desperate attempt to stand up to the strong wind, under the shouts of the chief sailor. "This guy can't be contained for a minute or two," Istvan murmurs, looking out of the window. "I know exactly what I'm talking about. It's gonna be rough all night, but the ship itself isn't in much danger at the moment. The wind's a tailwind, it's the same." "How's that, Guin?" "She's running like an arrow. There's no danger of capsizing in a wind like this, so as long as we don't make a mistake with the sails we'll be all right. The dangerous thing is when the wind changes all the time and you get hit from all sides. Sometimes I think," Guin said, his hood up and his eyes glowing like crazy. "At that age, I must say that the experience you have had is probably quite astonishingly rich." No, what I'm surprised at is not the experience itself, but rather the fact that you've been able to make everything you've done from time to time your own. I'm the demon warrior Ishtvan, you know. Ishtvan said softly, still keeping his eyes on the water. I've always made my own fortune on my own, not with the help of the heavens like you. Guin was about to answer when a blue-white thunderbolt flashed across the sky, cutting through the scaly black clouds. It illuminated Ishtvan's profile in blue. There was no sign of the children or of Sunni in the pale cabin. They had already been smuggled away by Ishtvan. Instead, rags had been rolled up and tucked between the furs, as if the two children were sleeping there. Guin and Ishtvan had already agreed that they would be ready for any attack by the pirates. Dinner's ready. It's a little early. In the midst of the storm, a voice called from outside the door. Ishtvan looked at Guin, nodded gently, paused a moment, and then slowly went out. I'm sorry to bother you, Rojas. Laughing at the irony, Ishtvan took the tray from the hands of the ugly deck officer. What? With this storm, it's gonna be hard on you, but it's gonna be hard on the guys who aren't used to the ocean. Roxas smirked as he looked at Ishtvan with a lickety-split look. Indeed. They're all getting seasick and turning blue in their sleep. Well, let's let them eat as much as they can. I'll tell you something. I'm sure you already know. Roxas doesn't put out a smirk. The best cure for seasickness is fire wine. Even if it's a little painful, you'll feel better when you drink it up. That's why I brought you a bottle. Thanks for that. Hey, Rojas, I've been wrong about you. That's very kind of you. I'm sorry about earlier. Hey. That's what I'm talking about. Rojas walked up the stairs with a chuckle of pleasure. Seeing him off. You're an asshole. Ishtvan murmurs, enters the cabin, and throws the contents of the jar out of the window into the rushing sea. I'd be grateful if this offering would get the Drydons drunk and make them fall asleep. The storm never calmed down, and there was no sign of it abating. The cabin was silent and the night came. The wind and waves were stronger than ever, shaking the ragged pirate ship and throwing it overboard. The Garm's head, despite being battered like a leaf, showed the resilience of an old and powerful man, overcame the great waves, covered the deck with water, and staggered along in the midst of the dark sky and waves. In the midst of it all, there was a quiet knock at the door. There was no call from inside the cabin. Outside the door, he knocked again to see what was going on inside, but seeing that he was sound asleep, he smiled and started to pull the door open. In the room where the light of the cantenra was flickering and the wind blowing in through the window, a quiet sleep was heard. The only light was almost extinguished, and the room was very dark. Do it. Do it. At the sound of Ranos's ranting, a crowd of senior sailors rushed through the doorway and jumped at him. Oh, it's just a bunch of rags. Damn, you got my attention. Ishtvan and Guin, who had been hiding behind the door, suddenly sprang upon each other, Guin on Roxas and Ishtvan on Janos. Do you want your captain killed? You scared him good. Oh, you're the doll's man. You set me up. Which one of you set me up? I'm not the only one who took the sacred oath of the Dryads. Ishtvan laughed out loud. I warned you. Don't make me mad. I'm willing to pay a hefty ship's fare for just such an occasion. A pirate's got to have honor. Oh, fuck you, let me go. I'm not letting you go. Guin, don't let go. Oh, what are you doing? Do it. One of the rogues screams. Thanos is screaming. You idiots, you're killing me. He shouldn't have done that. Ishtvan confessed secretly. These guys. If the captain goes down, they're gonna come at us like they're gonna take over. Let's get up there. Oh. Ishtvan and Guin, each holding up a hostage by the throat, and holding their swords in their right hands, left the cabin slowly and went up to the deck against the wall. The rogue sailors, as might be expected, were not so easily swayed, and, their eyes glittering, they quickly made way for them and followed them up to the deck in a circle. Their weapons, machetes, swords, clubs, and sickles, shone brightly in the lightning. Guin, don't go too far to port. Take the mainmast astern. Ishtvan whispered to the captain, scraping the tip of his sword against his throat. "Oh, don't let the captain go, guest." A big man with a great face, with the captain and the deck officer at his side and naturally leading the others, held his machete diagonally to his side and glared at them with a blank stare. "We'll let you go right now, if you promise never to touch us again. In return, when we reach our destination, I'll add a generous tint to the promised fare. What do you say?" "Well, I don't know if that's such a hard thing to say." The big man laughed in a strange voice. "You decided to entertain a guest, not me, because it's the captain and Rojas. Isai, do as he says." Janos gasped as he was throttled. "Put your weapon down. You don't want me to get killed." "Well, hey." The large man, Isai, scratched his stubbled chin. It was quite obvious that he thought that if Llanos died, he would simply replace him as captain. Roxas struggled in Guin's hands. Issei narrowed his eyes. He's made up his mind. He turned on his friends. "Get it over with." "Whoa, whoa, 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 Issei, you're leaving me here to die," Ranos ranted. Immediately, the man on Issei's right, wearing an eye patch, a leather vest with iron studs, and a large, curved, half-moon sword, came at Guin with a great deal of energy. "Jeez!" Roxas's soul-cutting scream rang out. Without mercy, Guin lifted Roxas's body with ease and caught his sword. The half-moon sword was so powerful that it cut his comrade's head and face in half. Guin throws down Roxas' body, blood gushing out. Quickly he drew his sword from his waist. That's when, oh, what the fuck, holy crap. In the midst of the raging wind and storm, the astonished voices of the sailors rang out. Ack! Guin! Istvan's hand loosened for a moment in a flash of surprise. A moment later, with a swiftness that belies his fat body, Llanos easily slipped under his hand and leapt to the upper deck. Oh, no one paid any attention to Llanos. The half-moon knife that had cut down Roxas had cut Guin's hood and bandages in two when it was sliced down from the very front. A strong wind snatched away the cut cloth, and Guin stood in the rain and wind and hooves, lifted up by the swirling waves, his cloak flapping furiously as the deck of the ship carried him down. That monstrous leopard's head, densely covered with short bristly hairs, the beast's head with red burning eyes, was exposed, its forehead streaked with red from the sword's cut, to the astonishment and awe of all. Oh, this is Chirinos, this guy. It's a monster. Half man, half beast, but even to the horror of superstitious sailors. Guino, you're. The groans of the stunned Istvan were more deafening. That wound, that blood is. There, then that leopard head of yours is not. You. Finally, it was Isai, a large man, who first barely regained his composure. You monster. You, what the hell are you? It's Salinos. All right. This storm must be the work of that monster. I don't know whose cry it was that came out of his mouth. However, as soon as they heard this, the faces of the highly superstitious sailors were filled with a violent agitation, as if they had been hit by an electric shock. Istvan, too, flinched and moved closer to Guin, shouting loudly. No, it's not. Listen, guys. You see that? God damn it, they're freaking out. It's a sloppy one. Damn it, I can't let you sink my ship. Cut the monster into pieces and throw him into the sea. Quell the wrath of Drydawn, oh. The terrifying roar of the storm could no longer be stopped by the power of Istvan. It was no longer the greed or even the brutal bloodlust of the scoundrels. Instead, all that was on the faces of the pirates was pure, unadulterated dread, panic and a fierce, irresistible fear of an unknown and terrible curse. Their eyes glittered with fear and blind faith. Gradually they began to shrink the circle around the main mast. Istvan stepped back, step by step, as if to protect Guin. But when his back hit the mainmast, he could no longer move back any further. Wait for me. Istvan, racking his brains, tried in vain to make a last stand. Suddenly he threw down his sword, the only weapon he had, without even looking. All right, I surrender. So draw your swords. I lied when I said this man was sick. He's wearing this mask for a reason, but he's actually a king hiding in plain sight. See, you can get a high ransom. So, Ishtvan gasped and stopped talking. His eyes, always cheerful, glittered madly with despair. The people did not hear a word he said. Kill that monster. Dedicate the monster to Drydawn. I don't want the curse of a monster. I don't want to attract the curse of the doll and sink my ship. Low, gasping voices came out of the mouths of the pirates. Guin's eyes blazed. He put his hand on Ishtvan's shaking shoulder and stepped forward with his sword in his hand. It's unavoidable. Quietly, he said. Ishtvan, take care of them. If I'm not here, we can work this out. You have to get through this. Please. Peering for a moment into Ishtvan's dark eyes, which had lost their usual fearless gleam and were as frightened as those of a helpless child, Guin nodded slowly and stepped forward into the midst of the pirates. Thunder flashed in the sky. Gaw! Yo, stay away. Get away from me, you monster. People were panicking and trying to flee. Then Guin said with infinite sadness, I'm not a monster. I'm human. I'm human, but if you think this ship can be saved without me. Guin went to the railing of the deck. As he approached, the people fled, screaming and shouting the name of Janice. Guin. From Ishtvan's numb lips came a staggered moan. His body, however, was paralyzed and motionless, as if in a nightmare. Guin, what are you going to do? Guin looked back at Ishtvan and repeated what he had said earlier with only a piercing gaze. Then he put his hand on the railing and tried to climb over. That's when it showed up. Oh! In the midst of the fluttering thunder, the roar of the waves and the wind, faint cries came from the mouths of the sailors who had forgotten even to be frightened. Oh, it's a ship of light. Every human being on that ship, Guin, Ishtvan, Lanos, Isai. All of them were stunned, unable to move, as if they were in a golden bind. The ship was approaching the Garm's Head at a speed almost as fast as the wind, which is unthinkable for any ship known to the world. It is a wonderfully streamlined, thin, and beautiful figure that seems to shine with white light from everywhere. On the bow of the ship, as if being tormented, 2 wings sprouting from her shoulders instead of her arms were stretched out behind her, and her long shining hair hung down and her ample breasts were turned away. I see it. Whoa! Screams spill from numb lips. Bump! A moment later. The white ship turned the rudder in a spectacular manner, changing direction at the very last moment. Every eye saw it. On the starboard side of the white ship, in strange old-fashioned script, but clearly legible, was the name of the ship written in golden letters. It says, landlocked. It was a strange ship indeed. Above all, it had no sails, nor was there anything resembling a deck. It was as if the sails and 3 masts had been removed from an ordinary ship, a top board had been put on top, and a cylinder had been placed on top of the top board, completely covered with white walls. Neither the sailors who run around on it nor the rowers who raise the oars can be seen. The rudder must be inside the ship. In the instant that people were staring blankly, the aftermath of the ship's swift change of direction suddenly struck the Garm's Head from the unexpected port side. There was a tremendous scream. Whoa! Ah! Sails, rig the sails. Turn the tiller. Garm's Head was tilted upside down, almost as if it had thrown itself overboard. The screams of fear and panic triggered a raging storm. Ishtvan quickly clung to the mainmast's sails. But his whole body was soaked with the waves. But he did not even notice it. His eyes, wide with astonishment, were fixed on the direction in which the ship of light had gone. Be bollocks. That boat's gone. No, that's ridiculous. No matter how fast you are. First of all, you've got a headwind. Even the Valachian Ishtvan turned his lips white and began to shake and shake. Yup, ghost ship. It's Drydawn. Ishtvan groaned helplessly. But the next moment he cried out. Guin. Guin was nowhere to be found on the waterlogged deck. Guin's been taken by a wave. Ishtvan screamed for his throat to be cleared. Then, forgetting the danger of being swept off his feet again by the waves, he stumbled over to the railing where Guin had been. Guin Guin. Only the tremendous swell of the waves, the white cracking heads of the waves, howled beneath the gangway like the whirlpools of hell. Gwyn's in the water. Ishtvan sobbed. He was not ashamed. Please. Stop the ship, please. Gwyn's in the water. A monster was taken by the waves. Suddenly Ishtvan turned to look behind him at the railing, which was swinging wildly. Lanos, his eyes bloodshot and in a terrible state of shock, was close behind him. That's Janice for you. And you, too, can go to hell on dole. Lanos bared his teeth and raised the great sword he held in both hands to the top of his head. Ishtvan fumbled for his sword. He could touch only the hilt of the sword which he had thrown away a moment ago. Ishtvan's eyes were wide open in abject horror. His eyes stared triumphantly at Lanos, who was now about to draw his sword across his breast, and all his young life was screaming against his unjust and cruel sudden death. The thought suddenly flashed through Ishtvan's mind as he lay on his back, cradled against the railing of the ship. I'm Ishtvan of Wallachia. The Red Mercenary. I'm supposed to be king and I'm not going to die here, on the sea, in a storm, at the hands of these lackeys, but I haven't done anything yet. I don't love the Lady of Light. Even with a crown in my hand. Nothing, nothing. Lanos laughs loudly and throws down his great sword. Ishtvan's consciousness faded away. The last thing he saw was Linda, who had crawled out of the lifeboat, which he had made a hiding place for her, and which he had told her never to come out of, and was running on deck, holding out her hand towards him. Linda's face was whiter than paper. Linda's face was whiter than paper, and it twisted with grief, and she screamed his name with the mad hope and despair of a girl in love who is about to lose something that is comparable to life. Ishtvan. Oh, Ishtvan, don't you die. The faintest hint of a smile appeared on Ishtvan's lips. And then. Heaven and earth have been torn asunder. None of the 100 people on top of Garm's head understood what had happened or what had become of them. Suddenly, the world glowed with white light, and all sound disappeared from the world. And the sound of everything exploding and slamming into each other. A huge thunderbolt struck the main mast of the Garam's head and Lanos' sword. The storm was still raging for the sacrifice.